I'm in the automotive industry too. I fly cargo for all three: Stellantis, GM, and Ford, as well as Toyota, all that. But yeah, that's just speaking of Ford. But we're all over Mexico getting parts for the big three. So, and the majority, about a good 70 to 75% of the parts we're pulling from Mexico every single day. We're flying them into the States.
Oh, I know.
And from Canada, and then a little bit of it's coming from Canada. We pull a little bit from Canada.
So we're getting record profits. It's awesome for the country, man.
So I do want to, kind of go back to the room. So my question is I see all of the hate people are getting, and there's some shit libs trying to make a name for themselves, saying what a horrible, bigoted, homophobic, whatever bullshit Charlie Kirk was. And I would like if these people can actually pull the clips or say anything that he said factually wrong. Because I think you guys are. I think the people that are slandering Charlie Kirk, there are people like me that, you can say, well, he says horrible things. Yeah, fair enough. But Charlie Kirk is not like a bad guy. And I personally am insulted, seeing people slander him and say bad stuff about him. When he was a good person. In fact, it also just makes the left look really bad, because here you guys are attacking like an actual moderate, and he's definitely a Christian. That's like I think ideologically his main driver. He's a Christian man. He's a good man. And you guys want to, say he's all of these bad things and maybe even laugh and make fun of the fact that he got shot in the neck. I personally would think it'd be funny if the people that were laughing at him getting shot in the neck, if, it was captured on home video, a bunch of, I don't know, think of some of the biggest fat guys that also had really big fat dicks came in and raped you and killed you. I mean, I would probably laugh at that just because you deserve it. But Charlie wouldn't do that. He would think it's horrible. So I just don't get why people are being so mean to Charlie. He's a nice guy.
They're expecting too much from the cucktards.
I feel like a lot of people who are saying these horrible things haven't even listened to much of anything of what he said, because it's so opposite of what people are saying. And I've seen actual direct misquotes, intentionally misquoting what he said, not just out of context, but actually words that he didn't use.
You bring up a good point. I find it hard to believe that somebody could be 100% wrong. You never hear the other side bring up anything else that he might have said good, you know what I mean? There's no way you can be 100% wrong. So it plays into what you're saying, is that the idea is to pick out and to make things out of context so they can get their narrative going. But at the end of the day, there's always something that you can find that you should be able to mention that was actually good. But you won't find that at all with this group.
Right. It's like there are some people, like Happy was saying, who do say horrible things. This was not the guy. And for people to be laughing the way I'm like, they haven't listened to him. They're just joining in what they see other people doing and thinking it's a moment to sort of try to mock the rights and the conservatives, but I don't believe it.
And by the way, I'll go out on a limb and say each one of us at some point have done something very similar to what Charlie Kirk has said on this Clubhouse app. So it's like he really is really a low Clubhouse conversation at the end of the day that Charlie was having with these students. You know what I mean? So like literally every day we open up a room, we were having a Charlie-like conversation, and I guess we should be condemned for very similar kind of things. You know what I mean? Like there isn't anybody innocent on this app. To think that you're not obviously responsible for a little bit of your shit talking is completely bullshit. Like literally everybody on this app has done shit talking and has been an awful person. So does that mean that we get to find you and laugh at you after we shoot you?
Right.
I mean, it really comes down to that to me at this point.
Yeah, could you imagine anybody hear this happening and people laughing like that? It happened to anybody. You're right, and it's not. There's worse things that have been said in this room than anything Charlie Kirk has said.
And that's the thing. Is like if this was like Nick Fuentes who got shot, I still would absolutely condemn it. But you know, I can kind of see why he's a little polarizing, and I even don't think he's a good person. But you know, he's just a homosexual that has a lot of influence. With, I don't know, these weird young people. But and really, it's an open secret. He's a homosexual. I'm not just saying that as an insult.
Well, are you projecting? You're from Discord, where the trans shooter who killed Charlie Kirk was also radicalized. Were you radicalized in Discord, Pascal?
No, I was radicalized before Discord, bro.
I was gonna say, Pepe, and you know what's fucked up about these people condemning Charlie Kirk so bad? I was thinking about bringing my uncle onto this app because my uncle lives in the hood, like hood, like straight hood, like bullet holes in the houses, every fucking where, man. And even they talk the same way. They even talk worse. You talk to my uncle, I can't stand these fucking niggas. Trash everywhere, killing each other, shooting. Just a bunch of debauchery. I can't wait to get away from these niggas. Like, this is how good black people are talking that actually live in these environments. So they're even talking worse about the community than Charlie Kirk ever would. Go down to these hoods and talk to these people that are trapped. That are trapped and in prison in these fucking hoods, and they want a way out because they're tired of this YN culture running around here destroying everything. They're even saying the same fucking thing. The same thing happened in the fucking 90s. If you guys go back and do your research, when Clinton was running for office, this is why the 94 crime bill came into effect, because the Republicans were running very, very hard on the tough on crime stance. Why? Because it was black people that were begging for a change, because they were tired of seeing the violence, tired of the children getting gunned down. It was black people begging and championing for more police activity in their neighborhoods,
the 94
to clean up the fucking streets. Yeah. So what happened was the Democrats were running soft on crime, and they were losing votes from black people. Black people were starting to move over to the Republican side because they were the only ones talking about cleaning up this violence in the street and the drugs in the streets of these inner cities. So the Democratic Party, like they always do, they said, "Oh shit, we're losing votes, so we got to hop on the next, the new hottest trend to get these votes back." And that's when they started petitioning the 94 crime bill and all that shit. That's how that shit came into effect. So black people, again, decades ago, championed for more conservative politics in order to clean up their streets because they were tired of the bullshit.
I think you're exactly right. And one of the main reasons why the first George Bush lost is because he racialized crime in his ads. Not him in his words, but in his ads when they used that pillar in the ads against Dukakis. He ended up winning, but it stuck with him. And then, you know, we have Clinton come aboard. And you're right, Maxine Waters and a lot of them were for that 94 crime bill that comes to pass, and it was addressing a lot of the crime that was in California, where I was from, in Southern California, in Los Angeles. I couldn't wear a Raiders hat as a kid. But now what we have today, like you said, there are a lot of African Americans that sound just like Charlie Kirk. If you put them behind a curtain, you wouldn't know that it's not Charlie Kirk. There are a lot of very religious folks in the hood that say that you believe the same thing of, like, we got to get back to a man and a woman being subjugated, even though I don't agree with that, subjugated to the man and how they proceed in the household. So you're exactly right. We do hear this. What I will say to answer the question that Pepe is asking, again, it is how you address it. And one of the things about the way Charlie addressed things, especially when he cut it up for, to make it to real for publicity so that it would trend on social media, is he made it argumentative and he made it belittling to a lot of people. So it's not always what you say, but a lot of it is how you say it. And if it's a conversation from a place of the heart, as opposed to winning an argument, that's where the difference is.
I don't agree. I agree with you on that part, Trent, because I think we all have an inner troll in us, so to speak, right, Trent? So I think that, at times, of course, Charlie went down that road and did his inner troll. I mean, it'd be no different. He could be on the stage right now and he would do his troll piece, a little bit probably. But he always had a message at the end of the day. And I think obviously that, to your point, it might have been overshadowed by that trolling that I mentioned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hello? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, so yeah, I disagree. I think he kind of dished it how people gave it to him. I would see videos and there were a lot of assholes that came up and they were belittling first. And so I thought he was actually kind of nice um, in his responses most of the time. They made themselves look stupid, and he spliced it that way.
So would you say that it's like really no different than a clubhouse conversation, right? When you say where like you'll get somebody that comes up on stage that we've seen all day today, and like you'll have to call them dumb, the usual stuff. I mean, he just did it at a greater scale. You know what I mean? He had a lot more people that were listening. She left anyways, but that's kind of where I've been going with my angle. I don't know if I'm off in some weird land, but to me, at the end of the day, it was just a clubhouse conversation with a little bit extra ears and eyes, so to speak. You know?
Matt, you're exactly right. And I'm going to mention them because you just came in here, the PhD. Y'all know PhD, right? Me and PhD are not from the same worlds, right? We look the same, but we're not from the same worlds. PhD, as many of you know, you've been very public about. Okay. I had some private conversations, and I'm not the only one. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm the only one. I was the one who spoke to him. No, I'm not trying to do that. But the way I hit the man, I said, hey man, if this is where you want to go, this is what you got to do. You're going to have to hit that knife at this point. At 45, it's unlikely that you're going to do it any other way. And, he was worried about doing it. But I didn't belittle him. I didn't say, oh, well, you're fat, you ain't never going to do this. You ain't never going to go do that. I said, I told the man, if you got the wherewithal to be a black male and get a PhD, you can lose the weight and find, what you're looking for out of life. And there's different ways. Y'all know, right? It's really easy to have punch down, Matt and Pepe. It's really easy to have punch down conversations, and I try not to have them. Right? We can always, when somebody's hurting, they may be gay, they may be trans, they may be a little different in some way. It's very easy for us to get people, especially in a setting where we're comfortable, and punch down and say it's your fault. The crime is your fault. The fatherless homes are your fault. It's harder to have compassion for them folks and walk with them.
Yeah, but it is their fault. They're the ones choosing to lay down, have unprotected sex, have kids out of wedlock. Like what you're saying, Trent, is with all due respect, but you're going back to grown-ass adults. We have to infantilize them, and this is the problem. We've infantilized these grown-ass adults so much. Now we got to fucking baby talk them and give them a spoonful of Gerber fucking mush baby food in order for them. No, bro, that's not how the world works. Like, this is a problem. These people gotta understand the world don't revolve around you. The world is a cruel place. The world is a cold place. Nobody has time to sit up here and prep and put icing and a cherry on top just to tell you, hey, you're fucked up. This is the problem.
Chick just sit on my. Chick said, "Man, forget them. I can't say it. I want to say it.
I mean, but look at our military, man. Look at the strategy our military uses, though. I mean, you think about it. Some of your most responsible citizens come out of the military. Some of the most productive, affluent, well-spoken, articulate black folks I've met in my life have come from the military. And what is the strategy? The world don't revolve. Suck it the fuck up, Buttercup. You fucking maggot. Get on your goddamn face and start pushing the fucking earth. Oh, you fucked this up? Yeah, you're gonna have to go run fucking 8 miles. You're gonna have to go fucking hike 7 fucking miles with a 150-pound pack on you. Like this, and we have some of our finest citizens coming from this organization. So we got proof that it works.
I wouldn't use the military as the way that you need to speak to the average person. I know what you're saying, right? That's the way to get through some people. It's not the way to reach necessarily the masses. And again, we've done in some respects, we've done a good job. But I'm not going to disagree with you no more. There's a lot more to go. If we're talking about African Americans, we do have to accept facts. That Siggy, the same thing that bothers you bothers me, bothers the hell out of me, because I'm a statistics guy. Like when we can't even just say that the crime in Memphis and Detroit and Houston and Dallas and New Orleans, we know who it is. And that's the crazy thing. Like we know who it is, and we're afraid to admit that this problem is ours, right? No, we're not the mass shooters of the churches and the grocery stores, which get a lot of publicity, but are relatively rare. The mass shootings every day, to Charlie Kirk's point, the mass shootings that happen every day around America, which is 4 or more people shot, happen in clubs and around the corner from the liquor store and at the barbecue or whatever. And there are people that look like me. And it's usually 18 to 24-year-old black males. That's where the problem is. We know where the problem is. And so if we can accept it and recognize that this is the problem and this is where we need to hone our focus, we'd be a lot better off instead of, like Al was doing, trying to pretend like stats from Idaho or other problem.
Pepe, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, give me the beans so I can get this fucker and popping. Like, we're getting beat by that fucking cocksucker.
I'm not. This room isn't a competition.
What the heck? Take it.
Good evening, Pepe. Everybody.
Well, at least just start inviting everybody on stage. I mean, that's how you get the rest.
You don't hear me talking? You don't hear me talking?
Oh no, I do hear you talking. You too melanated it for me to care.
All right. So, anyways, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at liberals, and I don't know why they're it's like, I think some of the things, like even Krasensteins, they like follow me. I followed them back. I think they follow like most people, but they have like 1 million plus people, I think, on their accounts. But it's like, them saying, I found a lot of the things that he said deeply hurtful. But they didn't make fun of his death or anything. They're not that tasteless. But yeah, I still don't. I mean, I don't even know what he said that is deeply hateful. I mean, there's nothing that came out of Charlie Kirk's mouth that would, anybody who's even remotely conservative, and especially if they're like actually a religious Christian, he didn't say anything that was like out of line. I mean, to me, people are just reaching.
Are you serious or are you joking?
Yeah, Hurricane. Maybe Hurricane will do so. Because I'd love. Can you think of anything that Charlie Kirk said that was wrong?
Where do I begin?
Okay.
What'd you say, Trent?
Black women, what he said about black women not having the brain capacity, when he said that about.
You didn't say black women. That was misquoted.
Do you think that's the worst thing he said, Trent?
No, it's not the worst. It's just the one that hits me. But go ahead, baby. It's good to see you.
Well, why does that one hit you? You're not even married to a black woman. What are you talking about?
What?
Hurricane, what can you answer? Hurricane, can you not deflect and answer Pepe's question? What did Charlie Kirk say?
I don't know who you are. Okay, I'm here because of Pascal. So,
Hurricane, you were asked a question. What
I know.
Can you point out?
Listen,
can you point out anything? Can you point out anything that? Can you point out anything that Charlie Kirk that has said that was false?
Sig, I just got here. I'm trying to warm up my seat.
It's fine. Hurricane and I don't agree on a lot of things. We get along,
like,
but we get along for the most part.
Like, what's your problem?
Because you were asked a question and you deflected.
I always answer Pepper's question. I didn't deflect.
Beaver, just invite everybody.
No, I think Trent ended up bringing up something.
Like I'm talking
so that's
to
how
Trent,
it happened.
bitch. What's your problem?
All right, so then let's start over. What has Charlie Kirk said?
Sig, I'm not here to talk to you because I don't like you. I don't like your tone. I don't like your energy.
There you go. That's another bitch. I don't like your tone. I don't like your tone.
I'm going to talk to Pepe.
Hurricane, can you please tell us, pretty please with the cherry on top, anything that Charlie Kirk
shut the
said
fuck
that
up,
was
bitch, and
wrong?
stick the cherry up your ass. How about that?
All right, you guys. Let's not attack each other. Please don't attack each other.
Yeah, like I came up and Trent asked me a question. Trent and I, we have a simpatico too. Trent and I were going back and forth. And you won't even let these two black men have their little thing before I start
Well,
telling
I'm
them?
just curious. So,
Pepe.
aren't you have like Nigerian origin? Am I correct? Like
I'm black. Don't talk. Yeah, I'm a black man.
No. The reason I'm asking is I do. It's my experience, at least with Nigerians I've spoken to, that they do seem a bit more religious on it in comparison to Americans. Like, I could be wrong.
That is true.
Oh, well, sorry. What's your claim about Nigerians again?
Oh, that the ones at least that come here to the United States, they seem to be a little bit more religious than Americans.
Super.
You mean more religious than white Americans?
Yes.
Very much so.
On
White
average.
Americans. Well, yeah, but that's because white people don't know Jesus.
Amazing.
Neither do you.
Yeah, you guys are infidels, like, you know.
But I mean, do you think that like for example, Christian part, like the Christian Nigerian diaspora would find anything like wrong with maybe his views on, let's say, the LGBT stuff? Is it like I think Charlie Kirk, he was a religious person, like that was his main ideological bend. And I can understand how some people might think it's offensive when he says only, I don't know. I don't even know if this was his stance, but maybe he thought like committing a homosexual act is a sin. I mean, that's just kind of standard for.
Okay, so let me tell you a
religion.
few things. So, are you familiar with Central Park 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with Yusuf Salam?
No, I'd have to look him up.
So he's a member of the Central Park 5. He is now a New York City councilman, and Charlie Kirk accused Yusuf Salam of rape repeatedly. He called him a disgusting pig who had gotten away with gang rape. The disgusting pig is a direct quote. Those are words that Charlie Kirk used, and he also said that Yusuf Salam got away with, open quote, gang rape, close quote. So he said that about Yusuf Salam, one of the Central Park 5. As we know, they were all exonerated. So that's one thing he said that I thought was distasteful and beyond the pale. He also said that prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. I'm looking up here for more quotes.
I know that about Mr. Blum.
He also said, no, well, he was not found guilty of. He was exonerated. So
Yeah, I just didn't know
him of rape.
You're giving me something. I didn't know that one.
Charlie Kirk also said that Jewish donors were the number one funding mechanism of radical open border neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. He also said that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country, close quote.
But I did see that clip, but he did, and he's correct, and I don't think most Jews would even disagree. You do have like secular Jews who that are like very left wing, and that you have Jews on both sides that are kind of
The
they have
philosophical
money.
foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by
Tanner,
Jewish
you gonna let
donors
that
in the
be
country.
talk?
Wait, who's talking to me? Because if it's Sig, I'm not talking
Go
to
ahead.
you.
No, it's not safe.
You're a fool. I'm not talking to you.
Well, I would say that there is, if I can go back into it. I would say, the Jewish leftists always kind of if you look at a lot of the anti-whiteness shit that would even going back to the 60s that you would get more in academia, he's not incorrect. Like a lot of
Hold on.
Well, if that's the case, then let's just go ahead and say that let's just go ahead and say that you are happy to be an anti-Semite. Pepe.
Yeah.
Because that's what that
no, I don't think that's anti-Semitic, because
it is.
Absolutely not. Because
it is.
No. Because I'm picking out Jews.
One thing.
Yeah. Well, one second. Right after this, I would clarify that. First of all, he's saying what kind of Jews. He's not saying Jews in general.
He said Jews with money, Jewish donors. Jewish donors.
Well, who else is going to do it besides the ones with money?
Well, yeah. So you say he's specifying a certain type of Jew.
Well, he's talking about secular Jews specifically.
No, he didn't talk about secular Jews. He said Jewish donors. He didn't say.
Okay, I'll play the clip.
He didn't say Jewish donors who are secular. That's not what he said.
All right, I'll play the clip.
Please play it.
Okay.
Perhaps there's a context that I'm missing, but go ahead, play it.
All right, hold on. Let me pull it up.
It might be the 8th best winter rates hurricane.
Okay, guys, don't. All right, so
and Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more, draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you...
So, and that's interesting. He said secular Jews, and now it's coming for the Jews. So it sounded like, and this is where I'm 100% correct. You actually saw, let me put my headphones back in. You actually saw post October 7th, you saw that Jews, a lot of lefty Jews were still funding these giving endowments to these campuses. They were funding a lot of this far left bullshit. But then you saw something change after October 7th. They were riding that dragon. Hold on.
Are all secular Jews leftists?
Oh, well, hold on.
Are all secular Jews?
They don't let this black man control you.
Yeah, but no, but those are, it's the secular Jews that tend to be left. Yes.
Are they so? Oh, okay, so secular and leftist, those two words mean the same thing when
No, but the religious Jews tend to be more right wing. That's just kind of like religious people in general.
Well, he said secular. He didn't say leftist.
Well, yes. So he just talked about how secular Jews were funding all of these things that in the United States we would consider far left. And he said that basically they went around and started and now they're coming for the Jews, which is what you did. You had the people that were, I would say most of the people that were doing the pro-Palestine shit. I would say most of these people were not like anti-Semites. They're not racist, but they were, I would say they looked at Israel kind of through the same lens they might look at the United States or Great Britain as this white settler colonialism,
Marxist, all that crazy stuff.
Pepe, I got the answer for you. It's 77% of secular Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I was giving you the statistics.
Okay, what is it?
77% of secular Jews are on the left.
That's amazing. Yeah, well, but he didn't say left. He said secular Jews. So
the secular Jews that were supporting that stuff.
So I suppose
they did start kind of going after Jews.
It's okay to target secular Jews, right?
No, he's saying he said that they had a lot of explaining to do, and basically was saying like, look, now they're coming now. These people that you were supporting, like I'm guessing he's referring to Palestine or some shit. Now these people, these leftists are coming they're coming for all Jews. And so I think that's perfectly reasonable. That's not anti-Semitic.
I disagree, but it's fine. We don't have to agree.
All right, Pepe, you know how you have house niggers? Now you have a house Jew. You can ask them, do I think that it's, that Charlie Kirk was going against Jews? No. He was stating the facts that people like George Soros and Larry Fink, who are fucking piece of shits, are fucking indoctrinating all these fucking young kids, and that we need to wake up and smell the fucking, shit and see that, these leftist fucking Jews need to be fucking stopped.
It's so strange, Ken.
I'm this house tyke.
Yeah, Ken, I don't
I do.
Yeah, you sound
Fairly
like
well.
yeah, you sound like you have bile running through your veins.
I do. A lot of it.
All right, well, let's not do the personal attacks.
Vile or vile? Yeah, it's definitely vile.
Bile.
That vile with a V.
B as in boy.
Okay, all right, this is boring. All right.
B as in boy. That's what I meant.
Okay, all right.
Faggotry is wild, bro.
Yeah, who wanted to speak?
Yes, yeah, it's Trent.
Okay, go ahead.
Sick. Go ahead, it's your room, man. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Trent. You got it, bro. I'll go ahead.
Okay, Pepe, like, I had heard that comment before, and now hearing it, even in the context, it's a bad comment to make, right? Yes, a lot of, if you want to call them secular Jews, a lot of Jews do vote Democratic. I mean, we obviously know that just from the congressional, with Schumer and Bernie Sanders and congressional leaders. But I think that's a terrible comment to make. And going back to the 60s, the reason I stopped is going back to the 60s, Jews were very, very helpful in the civil rights movement. A lot of those freedom riders were actually Jewish that went that went down to the South to help blacks in the civil rights movement. So my family, especially, we have an affection for Jewish people because they helped us when we was down. And I think there has been, and it's been broken over the years a bit, but there always has been a kinship with black folks right after the civil rights because of the Jewish.
Yeah, but blacks and Jews during that time were with conservatives majority. I mean, so yeah, they were politically.
That's not true. They were not conservative. No, black people were not conservative at that time. You don't know.
Oh my God.
You don't know what you're talking about, Ken. The word conservative, as used in application to whites, doesn't even apply to
Okay, Republicans, you fucking piece of shit.
No, listen,
right-leaning.
You have bile.
Majority of Jews.
No, they were Democrats
Black
back
people were
then.
not right-leaning, please. Black people are not conservative the same way whites are conservative in this country. If you
Conservative values.
know that. No.
Conserving Judeo-Christian values.
That's what conservative means. You're an idiot.
I mean, I would say blacks are somewhat more socially conservative on average than whites in the United States.
If you guys did any reading, you would understand that the word conservative doesn't even attach properly to black people when you're talking about politics.
Yeah, that's not how I'm applying it.
Not the way that you guys define conservative and apply it to white people. It's not applied to black people in the same way. It is a useless word. If you're talking about how black people operate politically, it does not mean the same thing for us. But if you understood black people and nuclear, you would know that.
I agree with her. Listen, we do use it. We were talking about African Americans and then use it.
Yeah, Trent, I'm not here to fight with anybody. I'm here to talk to Pepe. Pepe's fine, but all these other bitches
Well, I just disagree with her.
So you want to call me a bitch, which is your right. You want to go off and call you a fucking faggot. You weren't
that's the worst you can do.
I heard that.
You don't have a baby carrot dick, ho. You have a baby carrot dick. Your dick doesn't even work.
All right, that's fine. Trent, this is exactly what I was talking about.
She says
it's the women and these niggas with sugar in their fucking tank. This is the fucking problem. So the motherfuckers sit up here and cried and booed and whined about your tone, and all I did was ask them a question. But you want to come off the mic and call me a fucking bitch and I never disrespected you, you fucking black faggot. That's the fucking problem. These are the problems.
So I would hope that you would use correct pronouns and say she.
I mean, I'm going to say this, when it comes to even the Jewish thing, I would say Jews have been like extremely fucking responsible for the I guess you could say the radical left bullshit you've seen in our country since the 60s. That is when the Jews, they started, a good number of them started, they were professors, they were very, as you could say, involved in the radical left-wing movements. Of course, a lot of it was,
Let's have this discussion real quick before I go, Pepe, because I want to. And I like everybody. I try not to get personal and insult anybody. So Pepe, when you say radical left, what do you mean? What does that mean to you?
Oh, sure. So that would be like Well, you had many different organizations. You had DSA, which I'd say is somewhat radical left. You had like the Weather Underground. You had the what is it, Black Liberation or I forget. They ended up having a Marxist tilt. You had a lot of the activism, whether it was for racial, whether it was women's rights, whether it was of course a lot of it was economic. It was influenced by far left, like what we would consider like Marxist ideology, and that I would say the 60s is when you definitely saw it. That was a decade known for like a lot of protesting and movements, some of which were violent on the on behalf of the far left.
I'm talking about today. Let's not talk about yesteryear. Like in 2025, and this is for all of you. What do you think it is the left stands for, or the far left stands for, and what do you think the right or the far right stands for? And I'm going to preface it by saying, I talk to both sides. I told you I live on the border, and I live in Texas most of my life. I spent a lot of time in Ohio, California, all over the country. When I hear both sides of the coin, they're both talking about the elites. So when I listen to you guys like Sig and Ken, when I listen to your complaints, it's often about rich people on the far left and on the far right. And I'll land. I'd love to hear your points on that.
In a way, yes. Both of them will. So the far right, it will depend. There's many types of people or factions on the far right. You have probably the most extremist example I can think of are like neo-Nazi accelerationists. These are people like Timothy McVeigh. They seek to commit terrorist attacks, anticipating that it will cause social unrest, and then the law enforcement or the government will start trying to strip people of guns, and then people of color will attack them, and then they're going to do more terrorist attacks, and it'll bring down the country, and they can have their new utopian Nazi government or some shit. You have like white nationalists, which can be anywhere from, they're not that extreme to pretty extreme. You have what else? The Christian right. You can get some of them that go overboard on the Christian right, but then on the left, I would say you have people that are rather, like, I would say Marxist purist. They're not people that have any lefty social views, but they are, they're communist, and they do see this as our capitalist country is like having a hierarchical structures that are oppressive, and they seek to change it for the benefit of the average working person, to people that are and some of these people, they tend not to be that militant, but then you get the ones who are militant. I guess you can start looking at Antifa. I would say in the 60s, like the Weather Underground, which was notorious for bombing and shooting people. They were obviously radical leftists, and so
the thing is, and this is for all of you, most of you want, like, tariffs. That's a leftist ideal. That's
not traditionally. Paleoconservatives, that before you had to break with the new right, that new right was all for laissez-faire capitalism. The conservatives like Nixon and before, they love terrorists.
Yeah, okay, but basically building up the working class, right? Building up the working class, which is now what the populist movement is talking about, is basically in some ways a leftist construct. And so what I'm saying is the rise that I'm seeing through MAGA on the right and the anti-corporation and the anti-elite sentiment is the same shit that I've been hearing on the left for years. The parties are blending. They're really saying the same things.
Okay, the parties are not blending. Stop.
Okay, go ahead.
They're not blending.
There's convergence. There's a convergence of interest for sure. I mean, you do under George W. Okay, you would not see the right criticizing corporations and corporate interests the way that you have been for the last several years. But I would say this is that, hold on. Well, hold on. Hold on.
He didn't talk about interest convergence. He said the parties are blending, meaning the parties are beginning to look more like each other. That's not true.
Okay, well, on some levels, but I would say this, like a paleo-conservatives, the right that existed before, I would say when you had the Barry Goldwater Republicans, and of course, what the fuck is his name? Reagan was kind of one of them. They were a lot different. If you look at like Nixon and before, these are people that were very protectionist. They didn't care about let's just look at the GDP. But their focus was on the American dream, the everyday American worker. These are people to be taken care of. We want to make sure that everybody has a shot at the American dream. So when it came to workers and their wages for the everyday American, yeah, that was front and center. That was put on a back burner with the new right. They were all about, in my opinion, more corporate greed.
Pepe, can I ask a question here? So I want to know your opinion about this, but I feel as though one distinguishing factor between the right and the left is identity politics. I think that if the right were to play with identity politics, what's the laughing? I'm being honest.
Well, the right does play with identity politics. It does.
It would not be accepted as it is on the left.
Well, the right does engage in identity politics. You guys just decide to.
It's not accepted. It's not accepted.
It is accepted on the right. Yes, it is.
Only in
it's not mainstream.
The right engages in identity politics.
It's not being.
Do you know what identity politics actually is?
You just say I'm proud to be white on the right. Shit. Yeah, that's it.
It's something you can do on the internet, and it's something that you see online, but you won't see it like any large platform. You can't really.
No, that's what I'm saying. You can't say that on mainstream television networks.
What about what the right does?
You can say I'm proud to be black.
What do we do?
Woman, blah blah blah.
What do we do when it comes to identity politics? Like, what do we do?
What has the administration done?
I don't know. What have they done?
Since taking over in January.
What have they done?
You know what it is.
I don't. Which identities have been attacked?
Answer the question, Hurricane.
Chase, I don't know who you are, so I don't talk to idiots who talk to me as if I'm their slave. So
I'm an idiot. That's true.
Exactly. So shut the fuck up, because I'm not an enslaved person. It's not 1866.
Right. Can you just answer the question so I can listen to this?
Hold on, guys.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, guys, don't. Yeah, don't. That's not the personal attacks.
Yeah, he's talking to me.
Seems like you want to be enslaved, though. No one said that you were enslaved.
No, bitch, you could never.
I know, guys, stop. All right, guys, stop. I don't want to hear that. The bickering is so obnoxious. So, yeah, I mean, as far as him kicking out illegals, yeah, you could say that's racist or some shit, which I don't think it is. Transgenders, I think he stopped.
Okay, I'll answer your question, because you said Lasara is saying that the right does not engage in identity politics, and I am saying that the administration, since taking over in late January 2025, has engaged in identity politics. It has done so by, among other things, claiming that DE. Was I done talking?
I was just asking how they engaged. Can you give us some
Was I done talking, Sick? Was I done?
Can you say it to be nicer, please? Just asking you a question.
Can
you just give us an example of how they have?
You are rude by interrupting me. The fact that you cannot concentrate for more than 5 seconds is your problem, not mine.
Can you pretty please just give us some examples of how they use identity politics, please?
Shut up.
All right, guys, let's
shut up. I was talking and you interrupted me. That's what you did.
So, Hurricane, I do recall you were about to say like.
Yeah, I was about to say something, but the dumb bitch named Sig.
All right, come on, don't do that.
Why not tell Sig to stop?
Because
people who are answering.
Okay, I did. I tried told both of you to stop, but then like
no, I haven't
you're calling him a bitch, and then he's gonna respond.
Quiet.
Holy shit.
When the administration said that it was going to do everything that it could to get rid of DEI, because DEI in the workplace is taking opportunities from white people and giving them to less deserving, less qualified non-white people. It was engaging in identity politics. That's just one example. It's called identity politics. Now, we can disagree on whether it's good identity politics or not. We can disagree. That's a different conversation. But insisting that that is not identity politics is wrong, because what it is doing is singling out a particular identity, coming up with an agenda that is going to advance that particular identity. That is what identity politics is. Coming up with ideas, with initiatives, with policy measures that are going to work for the benefit of a particular identity. That is what identity politics is.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
It's simply incorrect to argue that the left is the only side that engages in identity politics. That's the point I'm making.
I'm not making that point.
Do it.
I'm saying that the identity politics on the right is unaccepted like it is on the left.
Oh, wait, but it definitely is accepted because all of you are happy. All of you are happy with what the administration is doing. You're happy about it. You celebrate.
I think Lasara's point is different. Lasara's
not really making a point, actually.
No, I'm making a point. My point is that identity politics exist on both sides, except one is accepted and the other one isn't.
That's false.
That's not true.
That's false.
I think the point is, like, if you think about how Democrats apply identity politics, they literally go out of their way to make sure that they always mention minorities as, you know, the most oppressed, and if you're black and a woman, you being downtrodden is due to your race, basically. So it's far more likely that you're going to hear a person at the DNC proclaim that we need to end the oppression of black people and women than a person at the RNC saying that white people need to rise up, basically. Like, you're not going to hear those things.
Yeah, so here's the lie that you're telling. And it's a lie that you're telling by your voice. There are many people on this side who say today that white people, particularly white men, are the most oppressed people in America. There are people on the side saying that. That is identity politics. And my only point is that people on both sides engage in it. What folks on your side do now is pretend that you guys do not engage in identity politics, and then you turn around and make identity politics a boogeyman and accuse the folks on the left of doing it all by themselves. That is a lie.
Hold on a second, because I actually want to push back. We spent like a decade at least of, white people bad, especially white men, toxic masculinity. Oh, look at how horrible that your guys' history is. White supremacy is like the biggest thing. In fact, it's everywhere. You can't stop it. You're just basically demonizing the fuck out of white people. And then, of course, there's all this DEI shit gets instituted. But then all of a sudden, it's like, well, now they're kind of stripping it away. I don't consider that identity politics. I see them like literally stripping identity politics from institutions in terms of like hiring and universities. They're not implementing pro-white, discrimination. So that I think that if anything, all they're doing is stripping the identity politics from everyday America as opposed to adding it.
Yeah. So Pepe, the problem with this conversation. Yeah, but Pepe and I were having a back and forth TikTok. I'm not done, and then you can speak once I'm done. So the problem with this, Pepe, is that you've decided to distort reality for your ends, and that is fine. I will listen and maybe I will channel in the future. What I'm not going to do is have a bunch of liars play in my face and then pretend they're engaging in good faith with me. I'm not going to do that because you just made the ultimate bitch ass move. You have told me that the sky is
that's
All
fine.
right.
Can I respond? Because Hurricane basically, he didn't respond to my point. So when I said that, when I was trying to at least clarify what I thought Sarah was saying, and I agree with it, that the right and the left do not apply identity politics the same way. That was the truth. Like, I specifically was trying to reference the level to which they're mainstreamed and promoted by the leaders on either side. And it's factual. You can say there's people on the right that say that white men are the most oppressed ever, or at least today. But you're not going to hear those same people being propelled to the same level that someone like Ketanji Brown, what the fuck her name is, or Ilhan Omar is. Like, you're not going to hear them give those same talking points in the same fashion at the same level. You're just not. And you could say, well, oh, they're hiding it. Okay, well, they're hiding it for a reason, because they can't say it in the open according to your own logic. So that's my point.
That's the point that I was trying to make.
Yeah, I was gonna add in too real quick. I'll just put a link in the chat. And typically, whatever Otis is referring to is the right utilizing identity politics. What you're talking about is action response. I'll put a link in the chat to a clip of Don Lemon broadcasting to the entire world, quote, saying, white men are the biggest terror threat in this country. So it's typically a response. It's the left that is the one that starts it first.
Can you repeat that again? What did Don Lemon say about white men? Terror?
The link is in the chat, so you can click and take a look at it. So
He said we're the biggest threat. He said white men on the right are the biggest threat to the United States.
Oh, that's what he said.
So typically,
did he say that recently, or
typically, hold on, Hurricane.
4 or 5 years ago.
So typically, what's going on is the left makes these types of claims, and then the right responds to it. So it's not fair to say that the right uses identity politics when it's literally a response to the bullshit that the left is pointing out.
He said
that's not.
Don Lemon said that after the Buffalo shooting. I believe it was either the Buffalo or the El Paso Walmart shooting that killed 29 Hispanics down here. But look, I don't necessarily agree with that. But my point was, at the end of the spectrum, y'all are talking about the same thing. The only real dividing point when I'm looking at your politics is abortion. It's really the last.
Are you talking about between the far right and the far left, or the right and left?
Yeah, just between the parties, right? There's not really and I'm being serious about this. There's not really significant differences between the parties. We feel like there is, but I look at the issues. I mean, when I look at Trump's platform, it looks like the 1992 Bill Clinton platform, and that's basically what it is. Trump's like a 90s Democrat, right? And so it's that's why I don't disagree with a lot of policies at all.
How is Trump a 90s Democrat? What are you talking about?
Look, again, some shit's gonna be over your head. You just gotta keep up.
No, it's not over my head, please. I know what was happening in the 1990s.
Yeah, if you look at the 92 platform, it looks a lot like Trump's current platform.
That's not true.
Not in every way.
That's untrue.
But the point,
it's untrue.
Okay. Anyway.
Untrue.
Thanks, Hurricane.
And you can't prove it.
Okay, that's fine. My larger point is, when I'm talking to folks, they're angry at corporations, they're angry at billionaires, they're angry at an elite and executive class on both sides of the aisle, and they feel underpinned by these things because they can't afford what they want, especially when we get to younger folks that can't afford things, and I do think that is a problem. So I see a changing of the guard. I actually think one of the great things about the Republican Party is expanding it. It is bringing in more African Americans. I actually think that's good for America. I do not think it's good to have one party that's got all the African Americans in it. I think that is a bad thing. I think it's good that we're able to have conversations without cussing out each other and calling each other names, right? Because what we're going to face is our real problems are going to be AI and robots and Neuralink, and we don't recognize it, how fast this is coming. This is going to be a challenge in probably 2028. It's not going to be 2032. we're going to have a technical problem that we're all going to have to come together on and figure out before we have a major crash. I'll land right there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, you know, the whole race politics shit, that didn't really start until, what was it, maybe around 2012, it started getting, you started seeing the momentum.
What started, what do you believe started in 2012?
Oh, well, we can look at, actually, I'll fast forward just a tiny bit.
You said you believe something started in 2012.
Sure.
What is it?
Sure, Trayvon Martin, and then of course there's Obama's smartass comments regarding it, kind of politicizing it himself. Then you had the Black Lives Matter with what is his name? Devin, I forget the name of the guy shot near St. Louis. Then that's when he saw BLM. They're like kill him, fly him like bacon, whatever their stupid chant was. And that's when you started seeing, you know, riots occurring. And I remember 2014, 2015 is when you started seeing riots in different cities all over the country in response to whatever shootings. And then I started seeing these racial narratives, and there's a lot of theories behind this. Like most people had, by like 2012, 2013, they had smartphones. People were getting their information in different ways, and they were, you know, prior to that. So people were kind of like getting radicalized. But yeah, I definitely. Nobody denies the fact that race started getting into politics a lot more in the 2010s. I mean, and the views on race actually took the shitter.
The blacks start voting en masse for Democrats really in the late 1960s with the civil rights movement with LBJ, but it's really JFK. Because you get Martin Luther King out of jail in the 1960s, that starts to flip the black vote, and then it's voting en masse. Now, I'll grant you, to move it forward, to talk about today, social media has had a profound impact upon the world, especially the United States, and how we're able to view certain topics and certain things, going back to George Floyd, and now going to this incident with Charlie Kirk that we were all able to see, and it wasn't, we were all able to see the shot instantly, without it being edited and cleansed by the media. And so it's had a profound effect on how we communicate. But I'm coming back to that because when I look at chats and I look at the generation that's coming, and by the generation coming, I'm talking about people that are 35 to 40 years old. They are much more interracial, they're much more integrated, where we have a high number of homosexuals and LGBTQ, and Gen Z, it's up to 20%. 1 in 5, it's mainly women, but 1 in 5, 1 in 5 of those individuals in Gen Z are reporting to be LGBTQ. We have a record high interracial relationships of all types of relationships. So the world is actually coming together. It's just hard for a lot of the older people here to see.
Oh, I just wanted to correct one thing. So Trent, your timeline.
I gotta go watch football.
Yeah, your timeline is wrong. Black people started voting in large numbers for the Democratic Party in 1946, not in 1960. The shift began earlier with FDR, when they first started voting for the party of the media. That's when it began. It's not the 1960s. It started earlier, like I said, 1936.
Yeah, he's actually right. It's just that during the 60s, with Barry Goldwater reshaping the Republican Party, is when he started pulling votes away from the Democratic Party. So they had to flip and really hit heavy on the civil rights movement to gain those black votes back and the Great Society Act.
Yeah, well, I really liked Charlie Kirk's funeral. I didn't go, or memorial service, I should say. But
why didn't you attend? Why didn't you attend?
I could just stream it. It's like, fuck it. I don't want to go like there. So the person I know who went, she arrived there at like 4 a.m. and there was already like thousands of people. And it was just, it's something you'd have to wake up at like 2 a.m. to get ready to go.
Where was it held?
It was here in Glendale, Arizona, at the stadium that the Arizona Cardinals play out of. Yep.
Well, at least you guys got a chance to lay his body to rest, give him a good farewell, good homegoing celebration.
Yeah.
I thought Erica Kirk, what she said was just really beautiful.
What did she
I
say?
think that was the best part of it. She talked about the loving relationship she has with her husband and how he treated her and how the values that he wanted to share with others. And then she forgave the killer. She forgave her husband's killer. And she said that it's really more important to not to hate each other, but to answer with love. That the Gospels teach us to love one another. And anyway, I mean, I'm super paraphrasing, but it was just really beautiful and moving. And yeah, anyway, that's what I thought.
Did you attend?
No, I streamed it. I'm not in Arizona. I'm not gonna get a flight. And besides, I feel like watching it at home and streaming it and being able to pause and rewind is probably better than being there in person anyway.
Well, I didn't watch it. So. This is all I've heard of it.
Otis, what do you think of Candace Owens?
What do you mean?
I said, what do you think of her? I don't know what your opinion of what Candace Owens is these days.
Oh, I don't think of her. I don't think of her. I don't think that she's particularly interesting. I don't think that she's smart.
So you don't think she's relevant in the landscape of dialogue, essentially, right?
I can't say. I honestly can't say.
Okay.
But I think that the work she's doing is nefarious, as is the work of the other people on their side with megaphones.
When you say nefarious, which part of Candace Owens' language or discussions have been nefarious, as you put it? What do you say?
I would say most of it. I think that anybody who
can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead. What's up?
Well, no, you couldn't hear me a minute ago, right? Because I was talking for a minute.
No, I could not hear a minute ago.
Okay. Hey, respectful, just to the room title. The only thing I ever heard Charlie Kirk say that to me was just inherently wrong was that if his daughter was raped and got pregnant, that he would force her to have the baby regardless of her opinion or view, because if it in his worldview. That was the only thing that he ever said to me that was inherently wrong. And that's what full context.
You again because you did this earlier.
Wait. That's what. No, I just came here for the first time. I just came in here for the first time, so I couldn't have done anything earlier.
Well, hold on 1 second, Ian.
And you're very wrong. Just came here for the first
time.
time.
No, I'm right.
No, you're very wrong.
Well, I would say this. So I'd hear that argument, but the thing is, though, is you have to look at it. See, the left and the right both look at it as protecting life and protecting the autonomy of a being. Now, the right, they're going to look at the kid that is actual murder. You're killing a baby. It's not just because it's not solely religious.
No, that's what.
Now they're going to look at this at a baby as being as is this autonomous. Well, not completely autonomous because it hasn't been born yet, but this living thing that is a gift from God, that's kind of going to be the religious part. And they look at abortions as wrong. And what they want to do is they want to save the voiceless child that has not yet been born. Now, with that being said, it's them. They're doing it from a moral lens. We cannot necessarily say they're wrong. Now, when it comes to a sure, yes, ideological lens, but then I can use yes. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Because
and so what I was gonna say, hold on. What I was gonna say is that I can do the same. You have an ideological lens where you should protect the health and the freedom of the mother, whether or not she wants to allow a pregnancy to come to term. Now, once again, that's the woman valuing the woman's life over the baby's. But some people are going to do it with the babies over the, some not even over the woman's. They don't want to have women to have the option to hurt the baby. Now you can get into the. Now, first of all, it is subjective. Okay, you can't say for a matter of fact, for example, allowing abortion is the morally good thing to do. That's not a stance that's even possible to have. That is literally a subjective opinion.
Yeah.
So then what did he say? Then what did he say? How is what he said actually immoral?
Hey, can I?
It's not inherently immoral because you can't inherently imply morality to it.
Wait. First of all, you cut me off when I was talking. First of all. Second of all, I never said inherently immoral. I said it was inherently wrong in my worldview. I specifically said it that way. Let me equate something to you real quick. Just because I wasn't done when you hopped in, I hear what you're saying. That's simple, bro. There's no thought behind that. Of course, duh. That's the way that he thinks, and that's his morality. This is religion. Of course, that's cookie cutter responses, bro. What else would he have said? But I would say this to you, and I know people are gonna argue because they don't get the equation, but it's simple. In the satanic home, if those satanic parents raise their children sacrificing animals, it could be argued that you can't argue against that because that fits into their worldview. Now, I know you don't like that shit. Okay, cool, me neither, whatever. What I'm saying is his whole view had to do with his worldview, his idea, his ideals. It is wrong to kill that baby because my book says so and so. I'm not arguing it. What I'm saying is, to me, that was what was inherently wrong that came out of that man's mouth.
Okay, I got what you said.
Wait. Can I share something? So I'm pro-life and a woman, and the thing is with that, first of all, the likelihood of that ever happening is like,
reality.
You have to win the lottery like 10 times over. So they were trying to get him in a gotcha moment, like, oh, well, don't you think?
Well, to be fair, you should address it though. To be fair, you should address it because the hypothetical, even though it's rare.
Let her finish talking. I'll be simple. Let her finish talking.
So first of all, it's a gotcha question to try to be like, well, you don't really believe that in all cases, do you? And his rationale, it is based on religion. That is true. But it's also based on science because biology teaches us that all human life starts at the moment of conception. And he's just saying if it's a human and it's a human life, then it should be valued and it should be afforded rights as anyone else. And if somebody got pregnant, especially at a young age, that is traumatic, that is horrible. He'd never want that for his daughter. But if it happened, it wouldn't necessarily erase the trauma to surgically have the baby.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Yeah.
Wait. Okay. But what? No. Okay.
But it's not another. Yeah. It's yeah.
No, I hear you. But
another wrong. Killing a life. Let me just finish this last little bit. Killing a
baby doesn't fix the rape.
Exactly. That's it. Okay. Thank you.
I agree with that. Again, my problem was the way that he put it. It was his choice to make, and so regardless, that's what was being done. We all know that postpartum depression is a real thing.
It's for everybody.
Okay, that's
majority of women have postpartum depression.
Yes, sir. We agree.
It's fucking stupid to say that Charlie Kirk says, "Oh, hey, if my daughter was raped, I would force her to have the baby," because he doesn't want his grandchild to be snuffed out from fucking life. Killing the baby's not going to fix the fact that she was fucking raped.
You're right.
The point is that
but the thing is that daughter. Wait a minute.
Because she's going to have mental trauma. Wait. So hold on. Killing the baby is going to fix her traumatic experience.
You're emotional.
No, not exactly. I mean,
you're emotional.
If you want to say that I'm emotional because I'm talking about murdering babies, then yes.
You're getting
okay. Hold on.
the thing is, the argument goes both ways.
Yeah, I get emotional about rapists and pedophiles too.
Okay. I know what you're about to say. It goes both ways. Now, what I want you to answer. I want you to answer the question.
How about this?
Why are you emotional? Why do you
Oh
get
my
emotional
God!
about this?
Jesus Christ! Shut the fuck up, everybody. So this is a very simple question. I'll ask for you. Okay. What morally should you value? Hold on. Okay.
To be intellectual.
Okay, but you guys literally won't shut the fuck up. Now, God damn. Now, when it comes to, okay, now tell me this: is it more morally right or wrong to care for the? Oh, this is fucking stupid. This is why people are racist. You get fucking dumbasses like him. Holy shit!
But the whole argument is that he's even engaging in this conversation, which means that he has some type of feeling about it. Like he's calling me emotional because somebody's stuffing out a fucking baby. And he's like, oh, how dare you get emotional about somebody wanting to kill babies? But you're engaging in this conversation because you have full feelings on this argument that you think that it's okay to fucking stuff babies out of fucking existence.
And you know what else is that the whole abortion industry, at least a big part of it, with Margaret Sanger, it started off as a racist movement. It was a eugenics movement trying to weed out black babies and kill off black babies specifically.
We don't want it to be heard that we tend to exterminate the Negro population.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, just the fact that, especially if black people are like against abortion, it's just funny to me because the whole reason it started was to kill off black people specifically, and at least Planned Parenthood anyway. I don't know about all of them, but Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger, that was definitely the case.
Hey, but so abortion. Wait.
Let's get a new voice.
Oh, shut up. Let Joe talk.
You're a whole ass bitch.
You can shut your fucking monkey mouth if you want to go back and sit in the monkey cage, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
You a pussy, boy. And you got a rock your faggot ass, boy.
I'm on the hate with you. Y'all all yelling at each other or showing your emotional maturity.
Y'all
start just stop with the hate.
Yeah, we don't want babies to be burnt down.
Can't even have the rational legitimate conversation.
Let Joe go.
Every room I hop in,
Joe,
just
always quick.
Let the clean white man talk.
All right, look, I appreciate the mic. Y'all talking my favorite subject right here is, exposing the murder of children. So if we kill 1 million babies a year here in America, and if all 1 million were being killed because the mother was being raped, well, we'd have a rape problem, and we would stop raping. Well, we'd stop people from raping. That would be the issue. The problem we have in America is that we have a baby killing problem, and we need to stop killing babies. So I'm just going to point that out right there. So to raise the obscure point about, well, what happens if, someone has to carry a person, a child that has come from rape. Like Susanna said, it's so obscure.
Well, Joe,
we kill 1 million babies.
Let him finish.
I know, I'm adding on to what Joe's saying. Joe, if you murder the baby at home.
No, it's fine. I like to hear from you. I was just going to end it with the largest threat of human, life is abortion, and it's genocide that's occurring. So we need to bring an end to it.
Well, I do think that
this is why I jumped in, Pepe. Because as soon as he finishes,
I'm not the one. I'm not the one.
No. But you were telling me to shut up. This is the reason I jump in, because nobody lets anybody in. Exactly. So what Paul is saying to Joe is, murdering the baby doesn't undo the fucking rape. It doesn't undo the trauma that was, forced upon that young girl. Killing the baby isn't going to make the young girl wake up the next morning and go, you know what, I wasn't raped. I forgot all about it.
Well, I do think that, everybody likes to talk about the black genocide that's occurred from abortion, but all I can think of is that, these are largely poor black women that would probably make very shit poor mothers. And so that's like 50 million, blacks that, that are largely going to be criminal and violent that, didn't have to really deal with them because they were aborted. I think that's actually a good thing. So I'm actually pro-abortion.
Oh my God! Did you hear Dawn Harris? Real quick, did you guys hear Dawn Harris in the fucking chat?
What's
So
they
Don,
turn into school shooters?
hold on, no wait. So
Well,
Don Harrison,
Ford tractors turn into school
no way. Don Harris in the chat
And
said
you look like
that
Barbara Bush.
abortion is not nearly as bad as gun deaths in America.
You look like Barbara Bush.
1 million
Whoa.
compared to 50,000 deaths from guns. Half of those are suicide. And the rest of them are majority inner city, black on black crime.
But I just want to know what do poor white motherfuckers turn into? Do they turn into great ass people that run the world?
No, they're kind of clear. I was gonna say to Debbie, you know that theory about yours with the bad mothers and all of that. You semi have a point, but I would say you don't have a point, because if they valued life enough not to kill it, then they probably wouldn't be the bad mothers that it turns out to be. And I really think it's just about, those family values, like Charlie Kirk was talking about, having family values, valuing life, then, or also there's thousands of people to adopt. So that's also an option. But
well, I'm further on the right, and I do believe.
Are these school shooters? Are these motherfuckers born from majority school shooters?
Shut up and let me. God damn!
Shut up, small dick bitch.
Go ahead.
Again, are these school shooters born from trailer trash?
92%.
Most of the time, I think they come from a variety of backgrounds. Some of them come from upper middle class neighborhoods.
It's a variety, huh? That's even worse.
But you know what's? Yeah, but I would say the big difference is that these poor, these white school shooters, no, they make the news because what they do is pretty horrible and disgusting. However, they're actually anomalous. If you think about it, out of the millions of children, you hear of a couple of these, I don't know, the frequency.
We may hear about a couple,
and so like this is rare. But you know what's rare? Turning on the news Monday morning, we've had 80 shootings in Chicago this weekend. Who are the victims and who are the suspects? Blacks. That's just a statistical fact. In fact, more than half the homicides in the United States are committed by blacks. So, I don't know. It seems like blacks have a problem.
50.
Okay, and that's cool. Most of the homicides, most of the crime is considered committed by you crackers. So that, I get the arguments. It's cool when you throw people in the ghetto, you take away resources and also systematic racism, but y'all don't think that's true. So I can understand, how poor people killing each other. Now you so-called civilized motherfuckers. Like the motherfucker that knocked off Charlie K. We no longer gotta say you got JFK. We can upgrade it now so you got
What about the guy who shot Charlie Kirk?
We no longer gotta say
amazing.
JFK. You got
amazing.
JFK.
Oh, amazing.
So why are white
all right. Okay, you're being a hood rat. Yeah, you're being a hood rat. Stop. Okay, do I need to start? Okay, monkey, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth.
Why are you?
Okay.
Come on, Pepe. Don't use a stupid slur. You're
I have to.
Your argument. You're degrading your argument.
Okay, well, hold on a second. No. I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to tell you to go. Hold on. All right, now I got to mute you fucking monkeys. You fucking apes. Can't control yourselves. You fucking monkeys. I have to mute all. Mute all. Wow, he's coming through the mute all. Wow, bad ape. Holy shit. No banana for you, buddy. Now, please. See, he can't help himself. Now, if we look at the shooter, Charlie Kirk, he's an upper middle class background in southern Utah, around an all Mormon family. They don't do drugs in Utah. They don't believe in drinking. You get looked down upon even for doing coffee. Yes. And so, see, these people. Okay, you gotta go. See, and. Yeah, I see you have an ape in your PTR, so it figures. Now you gotta go to the audience. Holy shit, that was so rude.
They can't control themselves.
Can't we just
get cage? And they all started
Can't we just all get what happens when you don't live your life through grace and you would rather live it through race? And that's why you change the color. Who else watched the 10 hours? Who else watched the 10-hour revival today?
I watched all of it.
I'll tell you what, man.
I watched.
I'm just a sidebar here, but dude, I grew up in the church. We're a strong Christian man. I go to church enough.
I had to go this Sunday because I wanted to watch it, but man, it's like, okay, I want to, don't need to, because I want to make a difference. And what can I do for the church? What can I do for the people? Church is not a building, church is people. And what can I do with the church to help the people, regardless of color? I don't give a shit what color. What can I do with the church for the people that will also preach and teach Christian values and conservative values? It's like, man, I don't want to be the guy looking at the top of the mountain, bottom of the mountain, saying, hey man, you're going in the wrong direction. I mean it, man. That was a fucking moving day. And I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't if you've watched the 10 hours of that and say, well, the Republican Party, no, then you're not being serious.
I just want to say real quick,
Well, I mean, that should show you. You know, you had tens of thousands of these people, these Republicans in one place, and it was all kumbaya. Everybody's behaving. It was, you know, everybody. It was so peaceful, and like, you know, this is what I want to tell, you know, these lefties, these spiteful mutants that are just mad and angry at the world, and maybe they don't believe in God because they were born ugly, and I probably hate God too, and you know, they're unhinged with mental illness. I understand your plight, not really. I can pretend to. Now, you all know that if you went into that place, being the most radical, you could be a tranny, let's just like, and definitely not pass. You know, nobody's gonna put a finger on you. Nobody's gonna be mean to you. See, that is the difference between the left and the right. We are not the same. Occasionally, you bait the right into reacting, and they do, because the right tends to be far more orderly. They're so much more predictable than the left. The left, you're just like, oh shit, oh god damn it, this is in the news. Oh, see if they fucking chimp out, because they can't control themselves. They're angry, spiteful people.
How much do you think? A serious question. After what I saw today, what I've seen over the past couple of weeks, obviously all of this is going to die down over the coming weeks, and coming months. But man, don't you think that the Democrat Party has a huge freaking problem on their hands?
I do think so.
Doubt. I think it's such a monumental. It's like climbing Mount Everest. How can you overcome a Supreme Court justice that cannot tell me what a female is? You can't.
That's a DEI hire gone wrong. And I would say this. You saw you've seen the hate, like, look, if some lefty, you know, like, I don't know, Ezra Klein or something like that, you know, he was just shot, well, in the same fashion, shot in the neck, and he just died, and his family was there, and there's thousands of people watching, and a bunch of liberal students were watching. I would feel really sad. In fact, and if any right-winger made fun of the fact that he got shot like that, I would totally talk trash to them, and because I think they're a piece of shit. Now, what you did see is all people on the left showed their ass. They showed how hateful and spiteful they are. And then what you see with like Charlie Kirk and you know, all of his followers, you see this nice, beautiful memorial service, and everybody's, you know, it was mainly optimistic. It was obviously mournful, but it was, they looked like really nice, wholesome people. And that's what you're missing on the left. But you know who was talking on the left today? We had Jasmine Crockett. That dumb bitch who was on CNN saying, yeah, she is a dumb bitch. And she was basically saying how, I'd feel mad. I'd be disrespecting and shit. You know, there was only two white people, members of Congress, that ended up voting against the Charlie Kirk remembrance. Like, what, only two white people? It's like, holy shit, you nasty, smug bitch. This, like, race politics is still a thing, and yeah, you're gonna get pushback from the right. Why wouldn't you? You just inject it into everything.
Matt, just I'm sorry. If I promise that he'll behave himself, can John have a take if he actually speaks and not tries?
Maybe, but let Matt.
Okay. No, I was just saying, I'll land here. I just wonder how much more, like, with the left, like, today was a good day. I don't give a shit. You can't, no one can convince me otherwise. You're full of it. If you tell me that racist slurs. And so when the left, which is the mainstream legacy media, they're already starting more cowbell. Do you think they're ever going to come off the cowbell? Or is it just going to be more cowbell until they don't exist?
All right, Jonathan, no trolling. Come on, Kitover.
Yeah, Matt, are you done
I think some
whispering?
of the moderators, the right wingers, moderators, that's how I'm trying to, some solidarity.
We're just trying to bring them on.
Amazing. You don't abuse it.
You gotta behave yourself, John.
Yeah, everybody on this app in all these politically correct libtard rooms who have been calling Charlie Kirk a racist and that he got what he deserved, they've never presented any evidence. They have no receipts. They're just a bunch of screaming, insane, psychopathic, homicidal ideation losers who have no political power. They're just a bunch of crying, complaining little babies. And the gay African American ones are generally the most toxic and sociopathic, psychopathic amongst us. You all know it. It's here on this app. You can hear how homicidally ideated many of these black African American homosexuals are. They call white people the enemy. They talk about strategy on how to kill us. And I can say from a sociological, psychological, observational study, we are living with most likely 60 million highly brainwashed sociopaths that would have no problem killing you or cheering your death if you are a white, heterosexual, Christian, normative male like Charlie Kirk. And so we are in a major... Hold on, stop whispering. I can't hear you, Matt. I'm trying to tell you that this country has spent 25 years at war, then engaged in a COVID vaccine war against its own people with a pandemic, scamdemic, and now we have a final cultural war that we are going to...
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Why did you kick him, Pepper?
He was doing amazing, bro.
I didn't kick him.
It was amazing.
It was just a little too much going on, a little too long there.
Well, then give him a chance to land his plane. Don't kick him
Yeah,
off the
he was
stage.
behaving himself and everything.
Yeah, and also, John, thank you for your submission. I appreciate it because I think you're a total asshole, for the record, as a person, in all the conversations we've had on Clubhouse. But I think that your submission was awesome.
I mean, I think that Charlie Kirk was such a good guy. Thank you, David. I think that Charlie Kirk was that's what offended me is I'm somebody who has more extremist views than him in some ways. And I was like, oh my God, he's such a nice young man. If you had a daughter, no, I said he doesn't have any. And so I was just saying, if you had a daughter and Charlie Kirk with his goofy smile was to show up, you'd be like, oh, he's going to be such a good guy. Yeah, of course. Have fun, buddy. If it was me picking up, your daughter when I was in my 20s, him, I would have a shotgun out. I'd be not happening. And I tell my daughter she's not leaving. So this is me looking at the genuinely good guy who I don't think he has a hateful bone in his body, but just how quickly people are not only making him out to be a monster, but then celebrating that violent, horrible murder that the whole world had to see and his family had to witness. It's just so disgusting of people.
Can we talk about the elephant in the room really quick?
Yes, we move Kitover down, and we're going to let David be the Trump talker.
All right, don't tell me how to moderate the room.
No, I'm asking if... I want to ask an honest question. Can I ask an honest question?
Yeah. I wasn't talking to you. Go ahead.
Can we talk about the fact that Trump should have not made that horrific speech?
Amen. Praise Jesus.
He ruined everything about today. He tried to turn it into a political rally. Erica was trying to get hugs from him. He was completely shut down. All of that. It was disgusting.
Why did you even watch
I totally agree, though.
It was horrific. It was so awkward.
He could not. That hug I was watching. I was like, man, he has. I think that's just the way Trump is. He doesn't. I'm not justifying it. What I'm saying is, you could just tell he has no emotional intelligence per se. He is.
Agreed.
Yeah, with all due respect, I actually didn't watch.
I think, and
well, that's fine that you didn't watch, but what we're talking about is what actually happened, and what actually happened is that Trump went on for an hour political speech and tried to follow, and I literally said to my husband, Trump's following Erica. There's no fucking way he's going to be able to do this, and he proved me right that he has no social emotional skill to actually handle a situation like this, and it was a fucking disaster.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Guys, we have.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on a second. I know who he is. God damn it, dude! Stop being an autist. Just get. I know you can't help your autism, but just stop your autism for at least while you're in my room.
It's being cured tomorrow, by the way. We're told today it's being cured tomorrow. Autism will wait.
But when it comes to, and I'm not the one who moved you down. I will say this. I do wonder though, because here he is. He's at a public event. He is the president of the United States. Somebody else has to invite him up, because I already did it twice. He is the president of the United States, and he is making a address. I get it. It was kind of. I didn't know how to feel about it, but it's like, as a president, is he supposed to kind of give a political speech? I don't know. He's not. I obviously didn't think. No. I didn't think he was going to give one.
Nobody else did.
And if he did, I don't think he was going to be the great uniter. I think he's going to, humble brag and talk trash like he always does. But
I'm so glad you said that.
To be completely honest, it was a complete misstep of a beautiful day, honoring Charlie and what he did and what he stands for, and bringing people to the idea of being a man and getting married and having a family to progress the American idealisms. That was what the day was. And Trump came in and he literally tried to turn it. Oh my God, it was so horrific. And then whenever Erica tried to hug him, he kept on almost pushing her off. It was really awkward.
He didn't push her off.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
He didn't push her off.
I
didn't embrace her. He didn't. Did he embrace her?
I agree with you in part. I feel like, I don't think it was as bad as all that. I think he did say a lot of good things about Charlie Kirk, and he said about him being an Eagle Scout and all this stuff, and a lot of it was about him. But two things I didn't like. One was him starting to talk about Maha and the announcement he has tomorrow, and all this stuff that has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, but that he tried to tie Charlie Kirk in by he would love it. And then the other thing I didn't like, I didn't think he should go last. Erica Kirk, hers was so beautiful and so well spoken. And a third thing I didn't like, just one last thing. I didn't like how he said, he's like, I hate my opponents. And I'm just kind of right after Erica's speech, when she literally was saying the answer is love, and then.
But you don't think that was a good thing, because he's being correct. At least he is being honest.
No. She came up and she forgave her husband's killer on live television.
That's because she's a beautiful Christian, but Trump's not.
That's okay.
Bro, the TBS on this room is wild.
It is wild. On both.
I'm a Trump supporter, and I think he missed an opportunity.
No, Trump made me laugh. I liked it. I think there were things I didn't like, and I don't think he should have gone last.
Well, I actually think that he should have gone last, and the reason being is he's obviously all eyes are going to be on him, but of course all eyes. The people I was looking forward to speaking were going to be Erica and Trump. Trump did disappoint with his delivery, but I would say Erica, she seems like a very, she seems like a good-hearted woman. I know very little about her.
Also, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I mean, Charlie Kirk literally fucking cried in the 24 election when Trump was called his presidency. If it wasn't for Trump, there would be no fucking turning point. If it was fucking, Romney running again, there would be no fucking political movement behind the whole.
Bieber, you also have that completely reversed.
biggest fucking fanboy of Trump.
But that's a fair.
There wouldn't be a Trump 47 if it weren't.
No,
for
I agree.
Charlie Kirk's
I agree, and
speaking
that's
up.
why Trump had to go last, and that's why it was okay that if Trump
But it
wanted
was
to talk for
a really
fucking 5 hours.
bad. It was a really bad.
And Charlie Kirk, if he was alive, would have been standing in the fucking audience clapping to everything that
To
Trump
be
was
true,
saying and cheering.
but I would say this though. Okay, you have he is a fucking windbag, all right, and like, of course he would have taken all of the steam out for the most emotional part, which in succession you had a bunch of people who at least either somewhat knew him to people who knew him well, and you kind of they all went through it. Then you have Trump doing his Trump shit. I think that would have been. Just like that would have just thrown a wrench in everything if Trump went before.
Yeah, but he's not known to be a fucking emotional guy.
Obviously, that's why.
Real quick,
She should have gone before Erica.
hey girls, women on the stage, have y'all ever been on a first date and it's like it didn't go very well and he comes and gives you a hug? Like that was
Trump. That was so
Yeah, but
Trump.
Bella,
The
what do you?
side hug. The side hug to the widow. He's
Yes.
got it. He's got it.
Better than the
That
creepy
is-
shit.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Biden did.
Yeah, he gave her a full on hug.
He
and
hugged her, and he hugged her
hold on.
times.
But he gave her a full on hug at
No,
first.
it
and
was
hold on. Because I remember, he gave her a full on hug at first, and then he kissed her on the cheeks like 4 times. I remember I was like, oh, he's doing it again.
I want the full
he did the cheek kisses, and
I
then
want the full frontal hug.
So we got.
I do have a question. Can I just chime in? I want to know, why do we expect Trump to be anything more
Than what Trump
than
is.
himself?
Amen. I agree.
So the thing I was going to mention is that Charlie Kirk's wife, and Trump.
Well,
I
he's the
guarantee
president.
Had he said, "Hey, I'll go
He's the
before you and you go
president of the United
last,"
States, so you have to-
she would have fucking said, "No, Mr. President, you go
Correct.
last."
That's right. She
110%.
She was the one that wrote how this funeral service.
yeah, I was about to say this was obviously these people. First of all, and I do think that when it comes to the people that were putting all of this together, they have a lot more experience than we do. When it comes to planning these kinds of events where you have speakers, I'm sure this was incredibly deliberate, and I
That's
think
what Charlie would
as
want.
soon as Trump started speaking, I felt like he heard the somber, emotional feeling I was getting throughout the whole thing. It kind of just went, whoop. And so that's why I think it's good it ended on her.
All right,
No,
let
I'll
me jump
give
in
you
here.
that.
Martin,
It ended
Let
on
me jump
her.
in
That's
here.
the problem.
Look, it's ridiculous to think that a sitting president would not be the keynote speaker at any event. Turning Point Action is a political event for Trump. It's not just for Trump.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
Dude,
really.
shut up. It's a Republican, conservative one.
Yeah, it's not for Trump. Turning Point isn't for Trump, but this was a political event. This was galvanizing Christians. You got to understand that these people work in politics. So when Trump gives his explanation of when Charlie was shot, he ended his meeting in the Oval Office with some very powerful people. That was a little bit inside of how influential Charlie was in politics. Look, I think y'all are being a little too hard, Trump. I thought you tied it in very
isn't
well.
that our
Look,
right?
we've heard you, Bella. We've heard you. Let me finish. All right. I think Trump tied it in very well when he did raise political talking point, tying in Charlie and how influential Charlie was in their, being a person builder or people builder, as Trump said. He was responsible for mending the relationship between him and RFK Jr. He was the first one that told Trump about J.D. Vance, and I think exposing this at a political event was proper to.
Yeah, Joe, I agree with you. I think it ended with levity, and so that's good. I just didn't like everything he said, and I guess I would disagree with you somewhat because I think his funeral isn't a political event. It's a funeral for him.
Susanna, do you think Trump? Do you think Charlie would have wanted it to be?
We need this to be clear. This was not a funeral. There was a private funeral.
Yep.
It was not open to the public. This was a memorial. However, it is a political event. Okay, it's Turning Point's political event in remembrance of Charlie Kirk. And look,
it's a memorial.
If you're going to continue on with his message in politics, you're going to turn his memorial into a political message. And like it or not, it's all about galvanizing Christians.
And Charlie
right
would
now.
have loved it, Joe. That's the thing.
So I do see Abraham is on the stage. I'm guessing he's more than willing to point out something that Charlie Kirk said was wrong. Abraham, do you have something, being the black scholar that you are, anything that you could point out that he said that was wrong? Mr. Abraham. Guess not. All right.
Abracadabra.
If I can adjust the title.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's why you came in here. Sure.
Yeah. So one of they says, can you point out anything Charlie Kirk said that was wrong? Absolutely. And for one, I'll point out when a young man, a young black child, asked him a question and said that, "Hey, I heard you want to repeal the Civil Rights Act," and he said, "No, that's a lie. I never said that." And he pointed at the little boy and put his finger in his face and said, "I said it was a mistake." And then he walked off, which I found to be incredulously disgusting and offensive and unnecessary. He could have expounded more to the young man, but he didn't.
Why is that offensive?
Stuck his finger in his face and walked off. And him being against the Civil Rights Act is disgusting, right?
Why is it disgusting?
But do you know the...
Hold on, David. To be against something that made Black Americans full citizens of this country and remove the barriers that have for generations taken away our rights as citizens in order to be able to participate in the fullness of what it is to be an American citizen, to which the birthright that was guaranteed to us.
Okay, all that jazz. Okay, sure.
Absolutely. And,
sure.
and using the woke right. Using the woke left as an excuse on why the civil rights movement was a mistake is amateur and quite disingenuous.
Sure, but I haven't made that argument yet. So, but what I'm curious about is that amazing. And so when you have the Civil Rights Act, do you remember why, like, for example, when the New Right was really starting to get into motion? See, I kind of more or less favored the old, the paleo conservatives that came before Barry Goldwater. Damn it, David, you're drunk and you're just fucking like. How can I shit on Pepe's stage? Like while he's fucking talking, like Jesus Christ. Now,
poor you, buddy, poor you.
So I would just say, holy shit. So. Okay, we'll just start with the New Right Republicans, which they were not this. They didn't really have that kind of ideological lens. They were against the Civil Rights Act for a reason. Do you know what it was?
By the what they at the time, I forgot his name. He ran for president during the
Barry Goldwater.
What was Goldwater Republicans? Their argument was that it violated states' rights.
No, there's another one. That's not why they were against.
Conservatives have made from the last 60 years.
No, these are the New Right. No, this was the New Right. See, he was a lot different from
the last 60 years. It's been because the civil rights movement violated states' rights.
No. It was because what they first saw is that with the Civil Rights Act, you were going to start seeing things like quotas, and they were staunchly against it, understandably so. And so, what you did get was affirmative action, and you did in a way get like quotas, which basically you're going to have people like what the fuck is his name? Jesse Jackson and his Rainbow Coalition, and they're going to say, you ain't got to have enough brothers working in your company, so you need to write out this check, $200,000. We're going to go ahead and give you your employees the best training program available so you have more black folks. And, that's basically like, and it basically people had to try to quote unquote, get a quota, fill a quota system for a lot of people. So he was right.
Charlie Kirk's argument, and a quota system once again is disingenuous because the Supreme Court ruled that quota systems were unconstitutional, and they were outlawed in more than 33 states.
That's not true.
That is very true. It was actually rendered unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 1990, sir. The Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional.
You're wrong. You're wrong on that.
No, I'm not wrong. It's a fact.
You are wrong.
They rendered quota systems unconstitutional.
Abraham, so I didn't see the one where he points at a kid and says it's a mistake, but I saw at least two others, maybe three,
It's like an 18-year-old
where he talked about the civil rights thing, and his argument about it was he said that the intent was good, that he agreed with it wholeheartedly. That he agreed with it wholeheartedly, but the reason why he had an issue with it is because we're broad. And it did things like, for instance, today people are declaring the Civil Rights Act and saying, you need to ask we shouldn't have voter ID because the Civil Rights Act, and that's prejudice if you ask for voter ID. I don't think it's prejudice to expect someone to have voter ID just because of the color of their skin or not the color of their skin. Everybody should have voter ID. I don't think that's a big deal.
This is the disingenuousness of conservatives. The disingenuousness of conservatives when they make that argument. So Title II of the Civil Rights Act to make sure that states didn't put on undue process on people as a means of discrimination. So what conservatives have done in conservative states is they'll say things like, we're requiring ID, but what they do is in predominantly black counties where there's one
that's not
DMV,
true.
So you don't even know what I'm saying. You just automatically saying it's not true.
All right, hold on a second. All right, hold on a second. So I did. Where'd she? Oh, there she is. Serendipity. You said you wanted to play a clip. Is it like related to this?
Yes.
Yeah, you can play it. That means everybody has to shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Serendipity.
All right.
Had to say about the Civil Rights Act.
If you had the opportunity, you would get rid of the Civil Rights Act? No, I think you should have a one-page bill that says that racial discrimination based on race is illegal and will not be tolerated in the United States of America. Most black Americans don't support men and female sports. Would you agree? Yeah, I know. No, for sure, right? Believe it or not, the Civil Rights Act is now being used to keep men playing in women's sports. So the Civil Rights Act was used to help black America originally. Totally get that. But now the way it was written is that any claim of identification, someone says, I'm a woman, therefore I can compete in your volleyball team, they come with a civil rights claim. And so what we're saying is, no, it should be specified to racial, not gender, all that other stuff. And there were all these other provisions as well.
Now do you get it?
And in the cookie jar reigned racial discrimination was in our system. It took Title II and other parts of the Civil Rights Act to those things. So it just couldn't have been one statute, one simplistic language and statute.
No. Mr. Black Scholar, no. See, this is bullshit, okay? What has been used, and so this is kind of why the Supreme Court, and this is what I love about the Supreme Court, is that they had to, of course, under the threat of perjury, they have to, or the penalty of perjury, they have to make sure that they provide all of their facts. And we did see that there was, in fact, racial discrimination that was actually occurring. So Barry Gold, even though I didn't entirely agree with them, he was 100% correct. What you saw were, especially at the expense of Asian students, you were African Americans or were given slots at Harvard, and whites also were being affected by it. But this was to benefit blacks. So there was absolutely racial discrimination that was occurring. I don't see how you can, the facts were bared out in the Supreme Court. You can't really deny that.
I know what you mean. I'm talking about what Charlie Kirk just said. Charlie Kirk said there should have been simplistic language. You don't discriminate. And I'm saying that the racial discrimination in the United States of America was ingrained and
But how would it be ingrained? But how would it be ingrained if he said there's no? But if the law said you can't have racial discrimination, it should be very clear and
because there were things that there were state statutes, local and city statutes.
Yeah, but that would end up
those things.
Yeah, but that would end up basically saying.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Because if it was racially discriminatory, the law would strike it down.
No,
So you're wrong.
Federal law doesn't work that way. Federal simplistic language does not address state statutes, city statutes, or local statutes. And so if the law is that vague, then people aren't going to follow it.
Okay. So, but I'm just curious though. So, if they don't follow simple language in federal law, they're somehow going to follow laws that are I guess very detailed. But why would it matter if it's federal law?
Are going to argue that those federal statutes don't apply to them.
Okay, tell me how. No, hold on a second. No, that's not how it works. Hold on a second.
Race that is excellent.
No.
Understand how?
Okay. Mr. Black Scholar. Mr. Black Scholar. Here's the problem: is that if the language is very simple, okay, you cannot discriminate based on like whatever protective class. Now, if you were to show that you were discriminating against somebody, you're violating law. Like, what more details do you need?
According to your logic, how many amendments to the Constitution are there?
There are many. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. I'm just being honest. I didn't go to law school or anything.
Simple. According to your logic, if the law is that simple, then why can't just one amended to not even amended? Why one simple a statement in the Constitution is enough? That should be enough.
Well, okay, but that's stupid. That's stupid logic. That's dumb logic.
That's not how it works.
That is dumb logic because the Constitution. Okay, no, bad scholar.
No,
answer my question.
I can answer.
But you're wrong.
Okay, it's really quick. I'll let somebody else go. But it's really simple. Okay, our Constitution is not based around race. It's literally like there's searches and seizures, a right to own firearms.
Not race.
Right. Amazing. All right, shut the fuck up, Scholar. I understand you're a hood scholar, and so you got the facts and receipts.
Not race. The law.
Okay, hold on.
Wait. Abraham, you're saying, right, like that there needs to be more amendments and so on and so forth. In a way, to me, listening to you, it sounds like you're in agreement with Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk's criticism of it is that it was too broad and people were using it for all kinds of things. And he was saying that the intent was great.
There should have been one description in law passed by Congress, and that says there should be racial discrimination.
No, that's not how the law works.
He didn't say there should have been any adjustments.
That means you're a bad lawyer.
He said it should have been.
Okay, guys. We need to do a test. Okay, because David has a lot to say. He's got it wrong. So we're going to see. Okay, give your best, answer that you can. Try to sound as sober as you can. Just go ahead and please tell him why he's wrong.
Everyone, for the record, everyone's fine. Let's all be nice. There's some person, I'm not going to name names, but there's somebody in this room who is trying to be somebody who understands law.
Amazing.
But they're wrong.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to prove that person wrong, why they're wrong. Not
okay,
say they're wrong because they're wrong.
If said person wants to talk to me about why they're wrong.
But you were trying to talk to them on a public stage, so just address them here.
Okay, well...
Okay, David, you're being a little impulsive, wanting to speak, and you're a little drunk, so, you kind of shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you should shut the fuck up.
Okay, whoa, first of all, don't say the F word. If said person wants to talk to you about law, I'm willing to debate that. But as of right now, when he's yelling at
how many amendments are there, David?
When that person
David, how many amendments are there?
1 second. When that person is yelling at.
When I told David to shut up, all the smiley faces looked like a constellation of stars.
Okay, Abby said there was 27 in the chat, so I just said 7. I don't even know what the 27th Amendment is. I just don't know. I didn't have to go to law school or take a bar exam. I don't know.
Okay, if there's somebody who wants to...
David, but you're trying to jump in to say a lot. But let's go back to the conversation.
I'm willing to defend Pepe. Obviously, if it's anybody who has like a law degree who's willing to debate me,
there's people in here that have law degrees, but you know, it's fine.
So then,
our friends closer, our Jewish attorneys closer.
My point to you, sir, is
for the record, I'm not Jewish.
if we're going to use Charlie Kirk's logic, that all you need is one simple language, and that language says that it's against the law to discriminate against people of any race, and that's all the language that is needed to simplify, to rectify. Hold on, sir. To rectify the racial discrimination against black people and black people not being.
But you're saying rectify. So hold on a second. Okay, David.
Counselor.
I'm only going by what Charlie Kirk said.
Okay, but I actually agree with Charlie Kirk's argument to an extent. See, when it comes, if racial discrimination is wrong, it means you can't. If you're an employer, if you're a school, if you're like wherever, you cannot racially discriminate, and so that's pretty clear, cut and dry. Now, can you tell me? No. What it is about? Okay, hold on.
This was about status. This was the point of the Civil Rights 1965 Act. It was about bringing black Americans into proper status, right? Because black Americans were not in proper status. They were considered full citizens.
Okay.
It's legal
David, please stop.
It was legal to discriminate against us based off of our race.
Don't say us. Us is not an appropriate. Like as an attorney, like the way when you say.
Okay, between the two of you, like, holy shit.
This dude talks every time.
Counselor, you're wrong. You're wrong. The way you said that, is
you don't
wrong.
have effective arguments.
No, hold on. I think there's an effective argument not discriminate. Now, what you want to see is your strong black.
You racially discriminated.
Discrimination.
Ziggy, stop being a faggot. Ziggy, stop being a lefty faggot. I'm not hiring or firing or enrolling people in school. Okay, so you can pray for me all you want. I don't have hate. Now, here's the thing. Amazing. Shut your faggot mouth, please. Now, holy shit. Now, I think that you want your black strong brothers and sisters to have, the best leg up that by any means necessary. And I know you're pro reparations.
Stop, Pepe. You're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm actually being dead serious. Like you guys want the best for your people. You want to see black people elevated and even reach the top, which I'm not going to say is like necessarily something that I think all groups kind of want that, so I'm not going to knock you for it. But I don't see this about justice. I don't see this as justice. I see this as you wanting a leg up and a fucking handout, and that's why you're trying to justify this bullshit. And I actually think that's why the black community, in a way, I do think that the most ethno-narcissistic racial group in the United States is clearly African Americans. And because of our history, we've allowed you guys to just go on and on and on and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and make excuses for everything. Whereas there's no other ethnic group that's really, Native Americans were treated pretty badly and they still kind of do it, but they're not like you guys. And it's just I think it's almost like that's why you guys didn't grow up. Just have all of these fucking problems.
So, Pepe, what you don't understand is I don't leg up over any other American. I want what the Constitution promised every other American.
It didn't promise affirmative action. Yeah, but it didn't promise affirmative action in the fucking Constitution.
The affirmative action was rendered non-constitutional. Quota bills were rendered non-constitutional by the Supreme Court. Again, I want as much as the government guarantees. So when you talk about 1964 Civil Rights Act being a mistake, you cannot be disingenuous by bringing up things like quotas when you know that was rendered unconstitutional.
No, you literally had quotas. We had affirmative action.
You can't say things like, well, simple language like...
Abraham, are you saying that you disagree with the Supreme Court being the supreme law of the land?
No, I'm saying...
So you're okay with it,
you can't be disingenuous by stating...
It's not disingenuous. We literally had... No, we've had decades. No, we've had decades. No, bullshit. Bullshit.
Considering that in the law...
Okay, bullshit. We literally had fucking decades. We literally had decades of affirmative action where unqualified people were taking the slots, okay, of qualified people that were white or Asian. And this literally was a thing. It's been proven. We all know it. And then what's really funny is that you racial justice warriors have the audacity to say, well, how racist is Charlie Kirk to wonder if there's a black surgeon or a black pilot, if he's qualified. Yeah, nobody would have that fucking question if there wasn't a such thing as affirmative action. If the same requirements were held standard across every race, you wouldn't have those questions. But because we know there clearly is not, okay, I'm generally going to be a little bit more comfortable with some European last name doctor, a Jewish last name doctor, an Asian last name doctor. Why? Because I know they had to jump through the hurdles. Whereas Mr. Jefferson, who became a surgeon, I don't know. I can't trust that he's actually as competent as his credentials say he should be.
It's a really good point, I think.
Principal rant you're having. The facts,
but it's inaccurate, man.
It was rendered unconstitutional.
Affirmative action took place, and it has taken place for decades.
60 years. What the last 60 years conservatives have been arguing is nothing to do with quotas. What conservatives have been arguing is for the past 60 years is that the Civil Rights Act violated states' rights. Now, Charlie Kirk...
That wasn't the argument, you stupid fuck. That was not the goddamn argument.
Argue quotas, right? Charlie Kirk...
Where did Charlie Kirk say that the Civil Rights Act violated states' rights? He never made that fucking argument. I'm not even talking about Charlie Kirk's arguments. Charlie Kirk was actually a fucking gentleman. He would say some of the deleterious effects that ended up happening as a result of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, where all of a sudden you had what, like, overwhelming majority of people. I'm not the one muting you, by the way. You had the overwhelming majority of people. The black people, they were married, they had intact families. The crime problem was not nearly as bad as it ended up being within one fucking generation, okay, in the 80s and 90s. Okay, it was absolutely fun. It did have some bad effects on the fucking black family. Like, you can't fucking deny that.
I just want to applaud that.
He liked the fact that the Civil Rights Act was being expanded to other groups. That's what came out of his mouth. So he liked the fact that the LGBTQ community, as well as the trans community, asked for the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as well as the 14th Amendment, to be expanded to them. He had a problem with that. I've heard him say it a million times. And all I'm saying to you is Charlie Kirk said that is wrong. His surmise is disingenuous and it's rooted in white supremacy. This is the argument that the right has been making for the last 60 years, is that the Civil Rights Act should have never happened because it violates states' rights and it extended rights to other groups that they find irreprehensible, that they don't like, that they find morally objective.
Well, we have a lawyer in the audience, and she did, kind of just shit on your whole thing about affirmative action not being a thing. Well, I invited her up earlier. She can come up if she wants.
I invited her too, and the messages she said that she's on the phone, and that's why she can't talk right now. But hopefully, you'll be off the phone soon.
So, Abraham, do you think him not wanting the 14th Amendment in the Civil Rights Act to be expanded to like trans people. Do you think that's indicative of white supremacy?
Yeah.
Or do you disagree with it? That's a better question. Do you disagree with it?
Ended. I wouldn't have an issue with that, but to say that it was a mistake and it shouldn't have never happened, yes, I think that's indicative of white supremacy. And not only that,
How is it indicative of white supremacy when it's about gender?
Human being, that Dr. King was a terrible person.
He was. He is. He's actual. That is a fact. He wasn't an actual piece of fucking shit. He was actually a lot more radical than he let on. And he is somebody that would. The FBI files have been released on him. He did a lot of. Yeah, he was a gross person. And I would say, I'll compare him to a white guy like hold on. Wow. I'll compare him to a white guy like Bill Clinton, who's, by the way, has been accused of rape several times. And it's my understanding, was getting head from Monica Lewinsky, a Jew, while talking on the phone with Yasser Arafat. I mean, amazing. You can't make this shit up. And so, I like, and yeah, he was a philandering, womanizer, very bad person. He was definitely no. Dr. King I would say he did not have the behavior of a good pastor. He definitely did not. He's not the same people made him out to be.
I was going to say Zacharias.
Part of it too was dipping into socialism, and that's the stuff Charlie Kirk was talking about too. So
yeah, he was a socialist.
Yeah, he has reasons behind his criticisms of Martin Luther King Jr. It's not just because he was a black leader who helped black people. That wasn't why he didn't like Martin Luther King Jr.
Abraham, you're getting your ass beat.
I was going to say,
hold on, let's go.
Real quick, Abraham, if you ever watched the movie Malcolm X, like even Spike Lee knew that's why that the FBI was tapping into Malcolm X's in that little clip, that little segment of the movie, the FBI agent said, damn, this, what do you say, Dr. King or Martin Luther King makes this guy look, or I'm sorry, this guy makes, King makes this guy look like a saint. So everybody knew what the fucking MLK was up to. He was not really a moral guy behind the scenes. Second thing.
What evidence?
What's that?
Zero evidence. What evidence?
What I'm saying is that's why they put that little small excerpt in that movie. That was a little jab.
Abraham, we're actually intellectually honest because we consider the same thing on
There is no evidence that Dr. King was philandering. There's no evidence that you can provide other than anecdotal that he committed any crime.
He was observed, literally. He was observed with a bunch of men. Bullshit. He was observed with a bunch of men. No. You were. Okay, I understand that you're ride or die for your people, but he was observed. He was observed with a bunch of these women, like, getting freaky in front of these men. And then he ended up taking one of the sex toys and inserting it in her and showing her how to do it. Like, I'm sorry, but this is not a man of the Lord. I mean, no offense. Jesus would be like, he wouldn't say, hold on. He wouldn't be like, let me show you how to handle thou dildo. Here, my sister. Like, that would not happen. Like, this guy is a creep.
Right, we're gonna go by this moral standard that Dr. King, because let's just say for a moment he was getting ahead of white women, right? If we're gonna go by that, then let's look at the founding fathers, right? Let's look at their moral standards.
Yeah, we're okay with saying that they were doing bad shit too. Yeah, we didn't say anything.
No, because that's a lie. Because one thing about the right is when you talk about the evilness of the founding fathers, they start to virtual signal and talk about what great men they were and how they were divinely chosen by God and how God had ordained them and had anointed them. When we talk about Jefferson and the fact that Jefferson was raping,
Mr. Jefferson, you can't say rape. That wasn't a fair. You can't say that.
Was forcing a girl into sex, to which he fathered 5 children with.
Okay, Sally Hemings, amazing. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me finish. Abraham, please, let me finish.
What is the moral standard being?
Abraham, let this black man speak.
That's a dark
This is crazy. So, Abraham, the difference is we can separate the two. We can say, in this department, yeah, he was a piece of shit, but then he also did good things. With Martin Luther King, Abraham, can I finish? Can I just finish, bro?
Matt deeper on it, bro.
So Abraham, the difference is when it comes to MLK and his bullshit, you guys want to totally deny it. It's okay to say, hey, in this arena, MLK was a great guy, but then in this arena, he was a piece of shit. But my second point I wanted to make was that I had a room the day before yesterday, and I played a clip. Malcolm X was on record for being against the civil rights movement. He wasn't in approval of it. He said, quote, that the Constitution was enough. You don't need a civil rights movement. It's fucking overkill, and it's not going to change shit. So
He was a
what's that? Go ahead.
nationalist, and he didn't believe that the Civil Rights Act was going to work. That's why he didn't support it. And again, you have no evidence to the claim that you make against Dr. King. That's the difference. We know that.
Hold on, you got to answer his question. What else did he say? What else did he say? Abraham, answer the question. Abraham, you have to answer the question. What else did he say?
Don't just take that little soundbite. What else did he say alongside it? Because I just played the clip in front of a room full of people the day before yesterday. What else did he say besides that?
He was a black nationalist. He didn't know that it was going to work. He didn't believe that it would give black people the full capacity and rights in this country that we deserve.
And what did he say alongside that? He said we already have the Constitution, and all they had to do was follow. Enforce the Constitution. And he criticized the fact that desegregation was ruled on by the Supreme Court in the 1950s, and 10 years went by, and they didn't fucking enforce the ruling. He said if all they had to do was enforce the Constitution, there's no need for a fucking Civil Rights Act because it's not going to change nothing, brother. So he was in the same boat as
that was the problem, because what you had in America, and this is what he was
just got bodied, bro.
And this is why I say that he was being disingenuous, was because you had the Dred Scott case that basically that literally said that no white man was compelled to respect the Negro or the rights of the Negro. So that was the issue. In the Civil Rights Act, even though you had a Civil Rights Act of 1870, which is what he was talking about, obviously it didn't work because you had generations and over a century of racial discrimination and black Americans not being considered full citizens. So you had to have a Civil Rights Act in order for us to rectify the status of black. So then, okay, so if that's not true, then why would
Matt Beaver go back to?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. If you're saying that 1870, since the 1870 Civil Rights that was passed, right? Are you telling me in 1870, why then you have over 100 years of racial discrimination in America where black Americans were not allowed to vote, and it was legal according to city-state statutes to discriminate against black Americans because we did not have proper persona status according to the.
And that was Malcolm X's point, is that the Constitution renders all men created equal. And that was his point. If you just
Abraham,
you just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. I literally let you cut me off and I shut up so you can finish. So again, this is why he said that the Supreme Court, the highest, and this is what he said, the highest court in the land ruled on the interpretation of desegregation and ruled it unconstitutional. 10 years went by, actually more than that, because you still had schools in the 70s that were just being desegregated. So that was his complaint, was that the Supreme Court already ruled on it. It's not being enforced. All we got to do is enforce the Constitution and the Supreme Court rulings. There's no need for a fucking Civil Rights Act. Let's quote exactly what he said, and that was his.
Court did not rule on anything. The Supreme Court ruled in the Dred Scott case, sir. This is how I know you don't know our history, American history. The Supreme Court ruled that no white man is compelled to respect the rights of the Negro. So there had to be a remedy to that. There had to be a remedy to what the Supreme Court had ruled on. Now, it took an act of Congress to remedy that, and that was the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Again, the law passed in 1870, 10 years after, 5 years after emancipation, but still you had rampant discrimination in America. You had Reconstruction that came in and essentially said, we're going to create another de facto slave class in this country, and we're going to take away their rights. And so they passed things like black code laws. They passed things like laws that essentially said that black code laws were enough. Black code laws that essentially said we have a right to discriminate against black Americans because Negroes at the time, because they don't have proper status. Many courts throughout the South and throughout the United States deemed that Black Americans were not full citizens based off of the Dred Scott ruling. So the Civil Rights Act came to remedy that.
What are we talking about right now?
We're talking about that we're talking about Abraham getting bodied by Sig, even though Abby's not even on stage, which is fucking wild. Imagine what we have to Abby's up here.
Abraham, I have a couple questions for you then. One, because this is one of the reasons Charlie Kirk was objecting to this whole thing. Do you think it is more difficult for a Black person to get an ID than it is a white person? Because I don't think Black people are incapable like that. And then the second thing I'm asking you is, do you think it's okay for men to be in women's restrooms? Because that's the other reason why Charlie Kirk was saying, he was saying that the thing is too broad, that the intent was good, but it was way too broad, it needed to be narrowed down, and to protect people's rights from discrimination, he's all for that, but not to have men in women's spaces, and not to be like, I can't get an ID because of my race, which is ridiculous, because that's a normal thing that anyone can get.
Go ahead, Abraham.
He's got a chat GPT.
Abby, come on. I know you're busy.
She's on the phone or something.
This is Alan.
Go ahead, Alan! You Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, okay, I'm in a public space, so I'm just going to say this and then I'll be listening. You know what the biggest thing that Charlie Kirk said that was wrong, according to everybody else, it was that he told conservatives that they could feel good about being conservatives. He told young people that they could feel good about questioning the messages of the left, and that they didn't have to believe they were bad people because they were conservative. That's the thing that the left hated the most about him. And now that he's dead, you see the left, you see the Democratic Party going into overdrive, trying to convince us that we shouldn't feel bad that he was assassinated, that we shouldn't feel bad about what he said. In the House of Representatives, there was a bill that said that would have condemned the assassination of Kirk and that condemned political violence. 58 Democrats voted against it. Fuck them. They're standing on the side. They hate the conservatives and they hate him so much that they're willing to endorse political violence.
And that's true. And
that's it.
But Jasmine Crockett even went on.
I don't care. Okay, just let me say this because I can't do any back and forth. The bottom line is this. Look at my PTR. It has a quote from Dostoevsky in the 1800s where he says, if you disagree with the left, they will attack you viciously. They did it then. They're still doing it now. Charlie Kirk was a good person, and guess what? I got a special message for Black Americans. If you are a Black liberal, okay, you're not going to convince us that he was a bad person. You're not going to convince us that we are bad people because we are conservative. So talk about Dred Scott, talk about the 400 years, piss and moan, do anything you want. It ain't gonna work. We are good people.
Already, you're
That's like Charlie Kirk.
Hold on. Okay, hold on.
I'm done.
So Abraham, you want to bitch and say, you see, here's the thing. Charlie Kirk, he believed in the Constitution. He was a Christian man. He went to church. You know, I can't say I did that. He was a much better man than me, much nicer man. I think he had a better man than Abraham. a kind, gentle man. Now, I personally, he would pray for you people. Maybe he would, I don't know. But he would want civil discourse with you guys. That's what he'd want to do. But like, I'm somebody who would want to take you, Abraham, and put you in the gulag and make you eat snails and make you your life a living hell. Why? Because I understand how you people think, and you people hate us. And I personally would want to do horrible things that I cannot say on this app to you people. And when I say you people, I'm talking about you people on the left. I don't really grant you much of your
because hate.
Any of the shit that you say. No, it's not hate. It's not hate. It's not hate. No, it's because you. How do you deal with hateful people like you? You just fucking gulag them, make them face a wall. It's just get rid of them.
I mean, you're talking about hateful, Abraham, and you make justifications why it's okay to Charlie.
Well, I was actually just joking. I don't want to do any of those things. But there is a part of me that does. Okay, shut your fucking faggot mouth. Okay, thank you, God. Whoever's speaking. Okay, I don't actually. Again, that was me just like being edgy. But I will say this: like at the end of the day, I do think people like you are just hateful, rotten pieces of fucking shit that we have to deal with. You're obviously hateful, unreasonable people on the far right. You have them on the left, and you know, for so long. The left is kind of like, oh, well, they're in our camp. We'll just kind of just like ignore what they say. And you can kind of see how it's like backfired on people on the far left, especially like all of these baggy secular Jews that were like, oh, yeah, white supremacy's bad. Oh, yeah, gays, yay! You know, they're doing all this shit. And then all of a sudden, you know, October 7th happens, and then what ends up happening? You Jews are bad. Oh, fuck you. Oh my God, why are they doing this to me? It's like, I don't know. Why did you stupid faggots fund them? And you know, now you have to deal with the consequence. And now your faggot sons and daughters have to deal with, you know, getting harassed in college. Well, why did you do it? Like, you retards wanted to ride that dragon and bitch about anti-Semitism afterwards. Amazing. But no, I mean, and this isn't all Jews. It's like, I'm talking about the secular, faggy, left-wing Jews, not the other ones. But, you know, you do get this, you get people like you. Pete, there is no reason why a moral person should ever have an alliance with somebody like you. Like, you're, and I mean this, and I'm being sincere when I say this, like, you are a piece of fucking shit. You will, I've never heard you have like a good faith debate the whole time I've been on this fucking app. I mean, even, you know what's really funny is that as pro-black as you are, you're somebody who end up, whatever black room you're in, you end up getting moved to the black and shouted out.
There's a difference.
Okay, so okay, let's just put a name on it. Like Lou Fax, you can go into his room.
Not a Pan-African.
And he's mostly...
He's amazing. A Pan-African. We don't share the same political ideology.
But a lot of the FBA's amazing. But to be fair,
that's why they don't rock with me. You Mazda Caribbeans, you know this.
Okay, amazing. The FBA's don't fuck with you either. You're acting like you're acting like I don't, because I'm not black. I don't understand all of these nuances, and I don't see how the other black people that are even FBA, how they treat you. They think you're an obnoxious, hateful piece of shit.
What I would say, they love my rhetoric, my political ideology.
They don't.
Absolutely.
You and Dr. You and Dr. Articulate.
I support freedom.
Okay. You and Dr. Articulate are people that are raised.
Articulate is a
okay, all right. Amazing.
Who facts is a Pan-African?
Amazing. But you and Dr. Articulate are both people that the blacks, whether they're Pan-African, whether they're FBA, they let you in the room because you're a very loud, squeaky chew toy, and they just want to bite on it and bite on it, and it's entertaining, and people watch, but they don't like you. Like, you're somebody that even, like, your own people think is a fucking cancer. They look at you as, like, you're not widely accepted by them even, which is really fucking weird.
the South.
And this has been the case for years. Like, you act like I don't know who you are.
Transforming over 100
You know who I am. I have a different name, but you don't know you know who I am. But you're not. You're somebody who just like. Why is it that your own people, the FBAs and the Pan Africans, but the majority of blacks, they listen to you and they don't like you?
All right, can I get the cue?
You haven't even been in FBA spaces to make that kind of term. I literally have been in reparation FBA
I was
spaces.
friends with all of them. I'm friends with all of them on Twitter, you fucking dipshit.
Freedmen love me, dipshit.
No, they
I'm
don't.
on X. I'm on X in Freedmen spaces, you loser.
I'm friends with all of them.
Freedmen movement. I meet up with people in the Freedmen movement, you loser. The only motherfuckers that hate me on Clubhouse is Pan-African motherfuckers, but that's neither here nor there. I'm a better human being than Charlie Kirk because you would never hear me say that there must be a number of people that we should be accepting of.
What would the FBAs? What would the FBAs say? What would be the FBAs? Okay, you stupid fuck. What do the FBAs? What if the FBAs was? By the way, I'm friends with all of them on Twitter, and a lot of them were on Clubhouse at one point in time. I'm just curious. What did they say about Charlie? What did they say about Charlie Kirk?
Will never laugh at children in Gaza getting bombed like Charlie Kirk did. You will never see me. I support the state of Israel, but you will never hear me laugh at children getting bombed like Charlie Kirk did. So I'm a much better human being.
Where did Charlie Kirk laugh? Hold on. No, you're being a slimy faggot again. Where did Charlie Kirk laugh? Where did Charlie Kirk laugh at children being bombed in Gaza? Okay. Either post the fucking facts or it did not happen. No, he would not do that. Okay, he did not. I would not picture him saying stupid Muslims either. Show me the clip where he said stupid Muslims, and show me where he laughed at dead children in Gaza. I'm waiting.
Yes, he made jokes.
Okay, shut the fuck up and post the gun. Yeah.
And then went on to laugh about it and then say stupid Muslims. Yeah, he said it.
Okay, post the clip.
All right, so can I? Hey, brother Abraham, do you mind if I say something real quick? So I was gonna say real quick, like, this whole Charlie Kirk fiasco is pretty in line with America, right? Like, whenever any major celebrity, there's going to be parts of the country that's going to be happy, right? When Martin Luther King died, a lot of people were happy. A lot of white people in the country were celebrating. When, like, what was Malcolm X died, a lot of white people in America were celebrating, particularly conservative America, right? So the fact that you have Democrats celebrating that Charlie Kirk died is pretty in line with this country. And I also was like, he's an irrelevant white boy. Who the fuck cares? Like, we're only making this space
He's not irrelevant
for now, and someone will replace him next week, and we'll keep it moving. Like, this is just normal in this country. I don't.
He's not irrelevant. I don't think you understand. Maybe it's because you're a writing person, but he's actually. I'm somebody who made fun of Charlie Kirk. Okay, I'm admitting this. I made fun of him. Now, I thought we may agree on like 70% of things. The one thing, though, that I would say about him is that he's not a bad person. He had beliefs that I did not share, but I did not see him. I didn't see those differences in beliefs as making him a bad person. It could be that I'm the bad person because where my beliefs are different from his. But I genuinely believe he was a good person. And, listening to him, he's first of all, you say he is a nobody. No, he was definitely a somebody. When it comes to the under 30 crowd in the United States, he's somebody that all conservatives knew who he was. But it's also how he died, how visible it was, how violent it was. That had such a lasting impression on us. And I see such a sweet soul like him being killed like that. And it's like, this is not a guy that's on the far right. He's not a mean person. And it happened to him. Like, why? Just because he's on the right? He's not even a hateful or divisive person, in my opinion.
So you asked why? Because this is the norm in this country. Like, this has happened over and over again. Nobody cares. It's going to happen again.
Oh, I fucking care.
This is an American problem. Who cares? We've acknowledged that some people have to die.
And you say it's an American problem. When's it? No. You say it's an American problem. When have you had a prominent left-wing or right-wing influencer that was shot in public, where all of us can see it, multiple angles like that? When's the last time that happened?
Okay, so I'm
asking numbers. I said in public influence. Nobody knows who those. Nobody knows who those Okay, outside of Minnesota, nobody. Outside of Minnesota, I'm not the one muting. But outside of Minnesota, none of us knew who those fuckers were. Okay, once again, let me. Everybody knew on the. Okay, Charlie Kirk was much more famous than them. Now, my question is, when have you seen a prominent influencer on the left or the right that was shot publicly in front of an audience like that? You can't answer the question.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is a stupid question. I'm talking about that America's structure we have a consistent pattern of shooting politicians. This is normal in this country. This is the thing.
Okay, when is the last time?
To be public or not, that's a you problem. But
Trump getting shot. Trump getting shot at, and not getting killed was the last time I can think of in a couple decades of that happening. Yeah, where it was actually on camera. Now we can look at the baseball game with the Scalise and the Republicans that got shot, but that was not on video. But I can only. Charlie Kirk is the only one. Like, that is not an everyday occurrence. It's laughable to hear this. He was at a political event, was shot in broad daylight. Now, I understand you're from the Dominican Republic. I'm not trying to be racist. I'm not saying it happens in your country, but in Mexico, that kind of shit can happen. That is not something that happens. No, I know. That's why I said I wanted to make that clarification.
But I also will say, I get it with the semantics, but in general, right? Lots of people die in America get shot every day. It's just this white boy term. There'll be someone else tomorrow.
Yeah, but unfortunately, if I get shot,
people die every day.
If I get shot, let's just say I'm driving and this person next to me, he's like, you cut me off. I said, no, you can go fuck yourself. And then he just shoots me in the face. I will make maybe a headline in the local news, not a headline, but I'll be a story in the local news. But if I was Charles Barkley or somebody who's not even famous at this moment, but people still know, it would make headlines even nationally. Now, Charlie Kirk was somebody who was well known, and what makes it very unique is not only how public it was and how violent it was, but he was engaging in political debate while it happened. That is super abnormal and rare in America. It's not something that happens every day. Murders happen every day, but murders to people like that, while having political discourse, is absolutely rare.
Some could argue that it's his own fault he got shot. They gave him a warning to put bulletproof glass up, and he ignored it. He made a decision to take the risk.
Okay, no, that's fucking retarded. That's like saying that. Okay, should I make? If I had daughters, should I have them wear fucking chastity belts or whatever the fuck, and so they can't get raped because penises can't penetrate steel?
Charlie Kirk was terrible. He was a father.
Watch Abraham Justified.
He was a husband. No, he was a father. He was a husband, right? So what happened to him? And I condemn all political violence, right? There's no place for political violence, especially as a foundational Black American. So many of our leaders have been killed due to political violence, from Medgar Evers to Dr. King, Malcolm X.
Abraham, didn't you say last time that you understand why people were angry with them?
not Malcolm X, but what I'm saying is I can separate and I can say what happened to him was diabolically immoral and wrong. He should be here with his children right now. If God gave me the power, I would give his wife Erica back to him. But that doesn't mean that I will not critique. Hold on. That doesn't mean that if God gave me the ability, I would give him back to Erica. However, that doesn't mean that I would not stop criticizing his racist, anti-black rhetoric.
There you go. That's why Charlie got shot right there. Because the fucking lies.
No, it's not why he got shot.
No, because
it's not why he got shot. Shut the fuck up, Ken. That's not why he got shot. Literally, this guy, from what we can only go by the limited information that we had. The district attorney there said that people are asking him, including his own family and friends, for more information. He's refusing to give it because apparently, he wants this person to have a fair trial. Abby may know a lot more about that. I don't know all the details of why that would be the case, but what limited information we have, he said he was hateful. He didn't really describe. I haven't heard any details about what he thought was hateful. We know that, okay, he's involved with a person that's like, quote unquote, transitioning that looks like a dude. I don't know.
If he really,
there's a lot of avenues we can go.
He would have taken the protections that were needed.
A fascist.
No, what do you mean he would have taken the protections that are needed? No, Nicholas, that is so fucked up and stupid. Like you're somebody I like on this app, but for you to say this stupid shit, I mean, first of all, the amount of money.
True, Pepe.
Okay, but the amount of money. Okay, first of all, the amount of money that it takes to get this level of protection, and of course, he's not a politician. He doesn't have like a counter sniper team with scouts that are looking on rooftops, and where obviously he would have been shot before he would have been able to do it. Or at least hopefully. It's just like a lot different scenario. I do think that this is an event that, unfortunately, because it happened, I think a lot of these influencers are going to have to, they're going to have to make the necessary adjustments. And you have to look at it like this. I mean, like, presidents have been shot, and you have the first class professionals that just train. Their job is to preserve the life of the president and protect the president and his family. And they fucked up, but when things go wrong, they end up changing their strategy to basically include what went wrong and make sure that doesn't happen. With Charlie Kirk, I mean, that was a whole new level. I've never seen a political influencer shot like that. I can't think of one. Like, you guys obviously can't name one. And so, I mean, this is a whole, and especially like with the phenomenon of like copycat shooters and so forth. I think, Ben Shapiro said he wanted to go back to debating college kids, which he that's kind of where I remember him getting his start. He said he's going to do that. I'm sure he's probably going to have like protections now that Charlie Kirk, because of what happened to Charlie Kirk. You're going to have really even Talking Point USA. I'm sure they're going to do it. But at the end of the day, what I find really weird is like,
he was a pawn.
We have it like these debates where we even have to somehow assign guilt to the person getting shot. Like, if Sam, like, and I've always bring up these two names. Like, Sam Cedar, I think, is an annoying, whiny faggot. He might have kids and a wife. I don't know. He gives me the vibes like he would. Ezra Klein, he's smart, but he's kind of smug. I don't really like him that much, but I don't think he's a bad guy. But like, if I would have seen these guys get shot and their family was there and it was talking to a bunch of liberal students, I would feel really sad, honestly. And I don't think that I would say like, well, that piece of shit Ezra Klein, he should he should have, if he really cared about his life, he would have had bulletproof glass. He would have done all this other stuff. I would have never done that. I would say no. Like the fact that anybody would justify or downplay violence towards Ezra Klein getting shot in the neck is like a really horrible fucking person. You should, like, there's no reason to shoot somebody like him in the fucking neck. Even though I really disagree with him, I don't think he's a bad fucking person. Like that is just wrong on every level.
I just want to point out that Pepe would cry for 2 Jews if they got killed. Just saying. You guys all remember.
I guess high verbal like you, and so a lot of yeah,
they're not Muslims. I got you.
There's no reason for him getting shot because it was all planned. Like there was no reason for him getting shot. Exactly.
Oh God, here we go. This fucking dumb shit.
It's the truth. It's the truth. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't no type of hero.
Dumb faggots like this.
Nobody. Okay, you said he's not a hero, Ash. But you said he's not a hero. But I guess what I would ask you is, why it doesn't matter whether or not you think he's a hero. I can understand the argument. He didn't put on his duty belt. He wasn't a cop. He wasn't. He didn't put on his uniform to fight for our country. In other words, he's not somebody who was deliberately and heroically put himself out there to put himself in a position where he's going to be fighting for his people or his country, where he would end up getting killed. Now, but with that being said, I don't look at him as a hero personally. I do think that I do look at him as a very, first of all, this guy was a nobody at 18 years old, having that level of initiative where he had this spark in him, this initiative where he ended up forming this the Turning Point USA. He was getting these donors. He was passionately traveling throughout the country. He made a fucking name for himself. He became a very relevant person who I think, and definitely not in an immoral way, was trying to influence people and impact people, especially young people, to look at things differently, especially on college campuses where they are obviously captured by the left. I think that what he was doing was a good thing. I don't call him a hero, but there's absolutely nothing he did that was wrong. And he is somebody that there's no reason to look at him. I'm not trying to make him a martyr or a hero, but I look at him as
That's exactly what people are doing.
Yeah, but Pepe Ash's argument is that it was all conspiracy and that it was framed.
Actually, let me
guess. Are you going to say the Jews or Mossad did it?
Yeah, Mossad.
No, I was actually about to say it's crazy how you can mention Charlie Kirk's name and the minute you say anything negative about him, people are automatically calling you a faggot.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of
No, that's called emotion. That's called emotion.
No, it's not emotion.
It's complete emotion. It's complete.
Okay, well, hold on. Let him explain himself. Why did you say what you said? Who do you think did it?
I just feel like the fact that people get this wild up over somebody dying like this, I just think it's complete propaganda.
Yeah, that's because a lot of people like him. Shut the fuck up and let me hold on.
Emotional, man.
Shut the fuck up, Ash. Ash, shut your faggot mouth.
He got killed. Bye-bye. Yes. Your man's got killed. You got smoked. And I'm white saying this too. This is how emotionally.
You don't sound white. You're either black or you're a person who wants to be black. So, yo mans, white people don't, even rednecks don't use yo mans. So I'm sorry, but that is not, something's going on here. You're not,
he's a black Jamaican, if you look at his profile.
Okay.
Yeah, I always think that's like the most faggy thing black guys say to like my mans. I'm like, are you okay or something?
I was at first I was listening to and a lot of people don't understand this, but it's a bias, but the nasal cavities and the nose shape are what are part of what makes your voice unique. Now, because we have different, our sinus cavities and our nose shapes tend to be different, especially amongst people of West African descent, which have more of a bell pepper shaped nose, and their nasal cavities are a little bit different. How the reverberations that come out every time they speak, it does give off like somewhat of a unique signature that you'll tie to, let's say, Black people. People with big noses like myself will often have a nose that sounds like, a voice that sounds like you have a big nose, and it does because I have a big nose. You know, it is what it is. I don't know, but I mean, he was kind of giving off all of these hallmarks, and then
he was definitely Black.
He went off with yo mans, and it's just like, okay.
I love when people start screaming at me. They're like, "You're a Black man. How dare you say this shit?"
Pascal, you said that you, someone in the chat said that. What did he say that was wrong? Oh, that's the title of the room. Well, I'm conservative, so let me first by saying that I voted for Trump.
The title.
Yeah, I got you, Ken. Chuck. First thing he said wrong was that the Civil Rights Act shouldn't have been passed. That's the right that gave.
Oh my God,
Okay.
it's getting old.
Okay, we already had this conversation. Like,
where they said that was wrong.
Last
and then
half an hour.
I got you. Can I finish? Damn.
Okay, you're Black also. You're not white. So
Well, what does that have to do with? Yeah, can I finish?
Because you
I
said
had
that
nothing to do
you
with
know,
it.
you said you were white. So
I did not say I was white.
you have a picture of a white guy
No, I
in your
did
fucking
not.
profile, and you're obviously Black. I can hear it in your fucking voice. So
Oh my goodness.
what else?
I didn't say I was white. One.
And you're obviously trying to say,
No,
"Oh my goodness."
Pepe, that
Like,
was
you
not.
can tell-
That was the other guy that said he was white.
Okay,
Jesus
hold on.
Christ.
Hold on. No,
That's a
no.
kid that
I
matters.
accept your apology.
Shut the fuck up! I can
I'll
literally
accept your
tell
apology.
this is a Black guy. This is a Black guy. Okay, trying to somehow pass as white. He's trying to speak
I'm not
as a
passing as white. I never
stereotypical
called
white.
myself white.
He's code switching.
Can you look? Thank you. Can I finish? Look at the PTR and you see that I'm not pretending I'm a white guy. That's a screenshot. Jesus,
Obviously.
you're trying to make it a race thing so bad. Nobody mentioned white in my thing. I'm answering the title of the room and you're getting triggered. Can I exercise my First Amendment right? Damn.
The First Amendment doesn't
Anyway,
apply to fucking
Thank you,
clubhouse
brother.
rooms.
I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Are you gonna let me answer or are you gonna be triggered?
Okay, just shut your fucking mouth and answer.
All right, thank you for being triggered. Anyway, the second thing, sorry for, just lost my train of
These
thought.
tethers are.
Besides the civil rights thing, he also said that Juneteenth shouldn't be a holiday, which to me doesn't make any sense. Should
Why
we not
should it be a
celebrate the
holiday?
freedom?
Why should it be a holiday?
Should we not celebrate the freedom of all Americans? July 4th is up. And you know what?
I get it. I get it.
Do
You
you
dumb
want me
fuck.
to answer the question or not? You just asked why should
What
it be a
is
holiday, and
okay?
you're
What is
trying
it
to answer the
celebrating?
question.
What is it celebrating?
Do you want me to answer the question or do you want to answer your own question?
What is it celebrating?
It's celebrating the freedom of certain Americans. And what better to celebrate freedom? Why not celebrate the freedom of all Americans? White Americans, Black Americans, Native Americans. What's wrong with that?
Amazing.
Yeah, 4th of July. Yeah.
Okay, so you
To say that. You got it, bro. Because
So you had a fucking you had a civil war where was it like 600,000 or so Northerners lost their lives fighting so that Black people would no longer be farm equipment in the South, and they'd have to then actually I won't even say anything beyond that, but okay, it took a couple years for it to spread, and then some of the last slaves and I don't know, it was like Texas or some shit. They ended up realizing, oh, we free, and then it's just like amazing. They found out then that they were free, so we're gonna make it a fucking holiday. It's just like okay, like what are we celebrating? The message being delivered to the last of the Black people.
Celebrating.
What's
wrong with celebrating freedom of all Americans, though?
Nobody's saying.
What's wrong with that?
We already have 4th of July.
No,
but it's like, but generally when you celebrate a holiday, it's because there's an accomplishment. Yet there's a feat that is involved. Now, okay, we're giving Black people this holiday which I guess in a weird way, like Juneteenth would be celebrating white people defeating the South and freeing the slaves. So it's just like, why are we making
But
this
that would
a
be
black
that would be
holiday?
the day. That would be the day that Robert E. Lee quit or surrendered, right?
No.
And that's also weird, right?
Hold on.
No,
I gotta chime in. Paul, look, the day you would want to celebrate would be January 1st, when the Emancipation Proclamation was declared by Abraham Lincoln. That's ultimately what led to the freeing of the slaves.
No, it didn't.
Number two, that ultimately the Emancipation Proclamation is what led to it. Did you hear what it said, Autumn? Led to it. The passing of the 14th Amendment ultimately did it, right? So why are we celebrating?
The 14th Amendment
Juneteenth?
The 14th Amendment just gave black people the right to vote. It didn't. But anyway, why are we complaining about the freedom of the 14th?
We're not complaining about the freedom of black people.
Are we gonna have
no,
a conversation?
yeah, we're having the conversation.
So
but you ask a question, and every time I answer,
one sentence, you
no, because you said,
I listened to what you said, what Joe said, and I.
No, you dipshit. Literally said, you had a war fought by whites that freed the blacks. The last blacks that were to get the message that they were free on behalf of a war that was fought by whites.
So we have a discussion.
We're celebrating the day that these black people were free. Now, at the end of the day, who is responsible for the liberation of these blacks? Well, not the blacks that heard the message the last. It's going to be the white men who ended up shedding their blood, shedding the blood of others, and 600,000 of their lives were lost. In order to free them. So, with that being said, in a weird way, it's this pro-black thing, but it's honoring the literally the blood of white men. Now. And I forget what the other point was, because I keep on getting distracted by how you keep on having to be muted. You know what? It's just this is holy shit. This is stupid.
Let me explain how dumb this guy was. He said the 14th Amendment was only for blacks to gain the right to vote. When we just had the argument about the civil rights had to be passed for blacks to be able to vote in all states. The 14th Amendment's very clear. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction of are citizens of the United States in the state wherein they reside. It's such a waste of time to argue with dumb, ignorant people. Yeah, so Paul, it is. Juneteenth celebrates when the Union Army rolled into Houston, Texas, and declared the last remaining slaves that they were free, because they hadn't been told that they were free yet, or they were still being held captive, I guess.
But I'm curious, does that
you guys have become the snowflakes that you guys have complained about?
Well, hold on, shut up.
Because they don't agree with you.
No, it's not what I'm doing. It's because you're disruptive. It's because you're disruptive. But I do have a question for you, because Abby asked me that. Or she didn't ask me. She suggested that somebody on stage should ask this question. What do you think of Columbus Day? Should Columbus Day exist?
Are you going to interrupt me, or are you going to finally let me answer the question?
Will you answer it? Yeah, if you'll answer that question, sure.
Now, if I answer it, can I give a submission without you interrupting?
Yeah.
Thank God. Because I thought I think conservatives.
Oh my God! Shut up!
I think Columbus. Don't. I'm trying to answer snowflakes. I think Columbus Day should exist. Now, can I give a submission without snowflakes interrupting?
Yes. Tell us why it should exist.
God, snowflakes. No. I answered your question. I said I want to give a submission. So you're going to listen to my submission unless you want to be.
No, I thought you said you were going to answer.
I answered the question already. Now I'm going to give my submission, which you interrupted.
All right. Let this mentally ill scholar give his.
Are you going to get me canceled? Are you acting like a snowflake? You're going to get me canceled now? Jesus Christ! Someone says something.
Okay, just quit running your bitch mouth and just okay. Say what you're going to say. I'll give you 30 seconds. Okay, listen, you fucking retard. I'll give you 30 seconds, okay? Literally, just say what you're going to say, and then, hold on, let me get my timer ready, because I actually have to bring out a timer, so hold on, timer. 30 seconds. Go ahead, go now.
He's in the good.
I don't know why he's in the goat, but I didn't put him there.
Nah, he left actually.
Amazing.
All right, MOG, tell us about why you hate Charlie Kirk.
I know MOG hates me. He's called me a cracker.
I'm a Charlie Kirk. Okay, I'm a Charlie Kirk fan. Yes, you are right. PP, I know I don't fuck with you. You're a dirty white. Actually, it's a shame that we lost a respectful white guy like this Kirk guy. You know, he's way better than a lot of these trash people on this app.
He's a better white than I am. Like, we can agree. No, I agree.
He's a better person than
This is
you.
my thing, and I'm gonna pass the mic because I appreciate y'all letting me speak. I'm gonna pass the mic. But this is my thing, y'all. I seen a little bit of this funeral today. I was kind of busy. I gotta watch it later. Man, I am a Charlie fan, like no trolling. But at the same time, I'm not talking about no other race but white people race. All right, I will never let go of this shit. I will stay on y'all top with y'all political killing ass. I will stay on y'all ass. Y'all killed Charlie. Hold on, let me get this out. Y'all killed Charlie for what exactly? Let me show you how triggered these white men are. And what's worse is you all have been so pussy and so bitch and have not accepted any responsibility. Talking about far left, talking about far right. This is a far white bullshit. And you killed Charlie, and he didn't even deserve a push, anything physical. The guy was the most respectable debater ever. You know, when I first started seeing clips, I was like, you know, I started seeing the little cutoff clips. I said, man, fuck this little racist, blah, 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 blah. And then I went and saw more clips. I said, this is a regular human being who loves the Lord. Yeah, he has said some slick shit to black people. I say slick shit to white people. Y'all niggas stop being a bitch. But y'all people who allows people's opinion and you shoot them, it's only white people who do this shit, right? And that's whatever. But y'all are a threat to our Constitution, our First Amendment, all that shit. Like, I'd rather be a dangerous thug running around Chicago at this point. Look at this shit. We're not safe. Nobody's safe.
Hey, what about the girl on the subway? Someone in the chat mentioned that, and I agree. What about it?
Yeah, we cut the Ukrainian girl story.
What about the projection? We'll worry about that later. We're talking about this white-on-white killing, political killing. You want to talk about isolated incidents when I'm talking about white? Bro, this is that white bullshit I'm talking about. Y'all so hoe and bitch. I don't want to hear nothing, no opinion about the black community and their violence, because look at how y'all act like little girls.
You asked for examples.
No, it's true. You get up there, and the minute you have a different opinion, it's faggot this, shut the fuck up this. You would never do that in real life. No, you would never say that to somebody in real life.
I'm not worried about it in real life. Yeah. You know how angry they get. Look at how they stand hundreds of yards away and shoot at their own while their own is defending them.
Oh my God!
That's because we can actually shoot hundreds. That's because we can actually shoot hundreds of yards, unlike you all. People hold your fucking gun sideways and miss 90% of rounds.
I don't hate y'all white people.
We're really good shots.
How y'all give it up, and y'all will never ever
I gotta interject. To be fair, white fought the Civil War against other white people.
And you started saying,
you're missing the point.
Yeah, to save your black ass.
My white brother, who I do not hate, you are missing the point. It is not about your conglomerate with black. This is about when you mess up. This is the area you need to fix. Just like my people, we mess up and we have an area we need to fix. You guys got to fix this. And when I say you need to fix this, I don't want to hear what the black people need to fix, because that's
we're not in the same group with the leftists.
You don't want to fix what you need to fix. One thing I love about black people, we have no problem talking about.
We like the conservative blacks.
But we talk about the violent left people all the time. It's so stupid.
Remember that. No left.
Why are you talking about
the minute somebody came up here with a contradicting opinion,
Joe wanted to say something. one thing. Shut your faggot ass up. Yes, Ash, I'm shutting you down. Just let Joe.
And second of all, the funniest thing is,
okay, mods, if you want to talk, just mute. Mods, if you want to talk, just mute. Because these faggots will not shut the fuck up.
You're a bitch. You would never say that to anybody in real life. You're a bitch.
All right, chill, bro. Look, I just want to address Mog's point. White people have a fundamentally different way we look at ourselves. We don't have this collective mentality based on race. So, what's that?
I was telling him to read it.
God damn, will you shut the fuck up, again?
So I understand where you're coming from, Mog, but you're looking at from the lens of how black folks usually tend to look at themselves as some monolith or collective group, even though you're not, and you would even admit you're not. But white people don't look at ourselves as some monolithic group based on our race. That's just ultimately what it is. We look at each other different based on our ideologies, our beliefs, our ideas. I think black people do too. So we can, like, when are we going to get to the point we look at everybody just based on our ideas and beliefs rather than the color of our skin?
Maybe one day, but one day is in the future. We're here today.
But what's obnoxious about that statement is he said maybe one day because we're here. Well, you have to understand when you attack white people, and white people are demographically becoming more of a minority. And I love how black people think this works in their favor, which I think it actually, their biggest threat is going to be the demographic change. But with that being said, you attack us based on our identity, and as we become a smaller portion of the population, you're going to see white people kind of attached to that identity more and more and more. It's no secret that the smaller the minority you are, wherever you are, the more attached and I guess you say clannish or tribal you become. It's not much different. And I don't know. It's just weird having to hear this bullshit.
Well, but you know what? I don't even think about it.
We gotta hear it all the time. It is weird. It is weird. I don't know. I agree.
Well, people are talking about, oh, black people kill more people, white people kill more people. You know what? There's killing on both sides, maybe one side more than the other. But what I will say is I feel like there's more liberal people, black and white, killing people than there are conservative people killing people.
No, it's just a lot of criminals. That's it. Criminals kill people. That's just point blank period. Criminals kill people.
I agree. And which ideology, which ideology has more criminals?
All those social concepts
which ideology has more criminal?
I don't know.
Trap, why are you not allowing her to finish what she was asking?
No, I get what she's saying. Like, what social construct do they fit?
If you get it, why not allow her to finish?
Concept do they fit in? But I don't think criminals really fit into too much concepts. I mean, if you ask them, then maybe they might do the shit and just tell you some shit.
Democrats
maybe I'm a Republican. Yeah,
Democrats have more crime. It's leftists that are doing these shit.
I don't know. I just think people do crimes.
Young black males are doing a lot of the shootings and killings.
Not politically, though. And not infringing on
you cannot say that.
That was the dumbest shit I ever.
You can't say that.
That's the white guys.
Males going in the churches and like events.
What's up, James? Let me know when I say something. It's a shot.
You can't say that shit. It's killing on both sides.
Young black males don't.
Oh, God,
yeah, you don't go inside church.
You know what? I'm tired of this both sides bullshit. I'm tired of this both sides bullshit. Okay. Black people, the leading cause of death for black men, young black men, whether teenage boys or adolescents and young adult male blacks, it is homicide. It's not the same in the white community. To sit here and pretend like, well, it's a both sides issue. No, it's not. Yes, white people kill white people primarily.
I'm gonna be real. What you just
black people too.
False. What's the leading cause of death for black males is heart disease and cancer.
No, I said young black. I said young. I said adolescent. No, stop. No, I'm not. No, you fucking retard.
Yes.
We know that heart disease.
Names and talk like an adult.
Shut the fuck up. We know that. Okay, we know that.
Say one thing because I gotta go here.
Okay, who is it? No, shut the fuck up, whoever it is. Okay, let me finish my fucking point. Now, we know that heart disease affects black men at a much higher rate than it affects white people. They are likely to die earlier of that, generally middle-aged and of an age. But when it comes to, once again, adolescent and young adult men, they absolutely are far more likely to die because of murder at the hands of another black male.
All right, dude.
Literally, other black males are the leading cause of death for young black men.
You know, I think we just got to start running for office. I think if more black men get into politics, there'll be a lot less black on black violence. Because we don't bother black politics. We don't do political killings. That's what white people do. So black males
too busy killing each other.
That's totally fucking bullshit. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You guys literally enslave each other. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't do political violence, dude.
No, you stupid faggot. I literally said that the number one cause of death.
You said that. He didn't say it.
Amazing.
You said that.
I know. The number one cause of death for young black men and black boys is murder. It's not for white boys.
No, it's not. It's diabetes. It's stroke.
No. It's heart disease and diabetes and all that shit once you get into advanced age, you fucking retard.
How you know?
White people don't have a drug culture.
It's suicide. That's the number one cases. The number one causes to like younger men dying is diabetes. Still, I know you think that it's only fucking older people that got diabetes. No, diabetes, strokes, and fucking suicide is the leading cause for young.
No, it's not. You fucking retard.
Yeah, I know, man. Come on, dude. Have an actual conversation about something instead of this shit, dude. Come on, dude.
No, Pepe, I agree with
man.
you.
Do something
But
different.
also, isn't there a correlation with more black people being a part of the Democrat Party? So that's the point I was trying to make.
There's a correlation of Pepe's statistics and hating black people. How about?
Okay, how about you stupid goddamn cracker. Somebody move that filthy fucking cracker back to where he was, the fake billionaire. Amazing. Fuck you, Peckerwood.
So, Pepe, I have the exact numbers.
Why do you have to call people so many names, man?
Pepe, can you hear me or no? Yeah, I got the exact numbers if you want.
Yeah, okay, what is the number?
All right, 15 to 24-year-old males are significantly higher. It's the leading cause for 15 to 24-year-old.
Black or white or all?
For black males, 15 to 24 is the leading cause is homicide amongst African Americans. It's the leading cause.
Amazing, proves my point.
So the exact comparative numbers for 2023 aren't specified in the data I found. Historically, the homicide rate for black males that age has been over 70% higher than their white counterparts.
And for what is the leading cause of death for white males? 15 to 24. Hold on, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth. Because I'm curious, like, what is the leading cause of death from 15 to 20? He's looking it up. But like I said, he said 15 to 24. Now, this is a statistic that has been it's been solidly trending. It hasn't changed too much. We're the leading cause of death for young black men and older boys. It's been homicide. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. And it's obviously not white people killing them. It's them killing themselves.
Bro, where did y'all find this nigga Ken from, bro? Niggas need to beat Ken ass. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Like, Ken, bro, this shit was just embarrassing.
Yeah, I know that.
I found the stats, bro.
Okay, I got the answer.
I found the
So
stats,
it's hold on. It's unintentional accidents, like motorcycle accidents, car wrecks, all that type of stuff. Secondly is a suicide, and then number 3 is homicide.
I thought sucking cock was number 1.
So your first inclination is to beat up somebody for reading off facts? Like you have the inclination for violence?
Huh?
Somebody said they wanted to beat up Ken because he read off some statistics.
Oh, I mean, they can come fuck with me. I'm 6'4", 260, and I stay strapped. I got over 100 fucking firearms, and I'm trained, so bring it the fuck on.
Whoop-de-doo. Let's go.
My gun sideways.
Y'all did a great job. Just shoot him, motherfucker.
I hate niggas.
I'll show you a shooter, motherfucker.
I hate niggas and I hate crackers.
You ain't gonna bust it.
No, I'm worried about our general public.
I don't miss when I shoot, bitch.
White people just lament in the fact that you all did a decent thing today. You all had a great revival.
Throw some hands.
Nah, I'd rather shoot you.
What I'm curious about is when do we see you, Black? Okay, shut the fuck up, Big and Rich. Okay, when?
Just fine.
Okay, look, there is nobody, and I'm gonna be very blunt about this, and you guys all know this. Whether you're Black, whether you're a tranny, whether you're gay, whether it didn't matter what your orientation was. If you would have gone to like Charlie Kirk's event, you would feel safe. You know this. I know this. Now, because you guys wanted to make this a race issue, when it comes to the average everyday MLK parade, you guys are on high alert. You guys know some shit's about to pop off. It's a lot different. I mean, dude, like when it comes to like conservatives, we're so much different from you people. And I'm talking about blacks and whites. We're so much different. And it's and like hearing a lot of the black people on here, which I would consider radical. You guys know what would go down on the average MLK day or parade in whatever black part of town you live in. There's going to be some ghetto drama, which involves gunfire and deaths.
Why did you guys call me Black when I was speaking?
What the fuck is this nigga talking about?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's that trailer park. That's that trailer park shit that these niggas done picked up and then inherited.
I just have a question.
It's a lot of white demons. It's a lot of white demonic energy that came from the 60s and beyond. And this has flowed into the black community. I don't know when black people started doing this to each other. I mean, this is what white people used to do, just mind their own business. They used to just get out of the and bother black people. Now it's certain black people in certain.
These niggas weirdos.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, these niggas.
Hey, we need to like cleanse that shit off of us, y'all. It's a bad energy, dog. It's a bad energy.
That's because we are getting sick of you niggas too. You guys are fucking it up for us too.
Oh, and that's a black man saying it. Oh, y'all fucked.
Be black like that. I don't know what niggas you think of. Every nigga I know.
We're tired of trying to live peaceful lives.
Who is the where though? I'm trying to identify. I don't really understand what you are, brother.
Okay, so here I'll help you understand. If you just shut the fuck up for 2 goddamn seconds.
Okay, bitch. Go ahead, bitch.
Let me PTR this for a second. I'm gonna show you what I'm right now. Let me put it on my PTR real quick, and I'll show you. Where is it at? Okay, boom, right there. Go ahead and PTR, man.
I'm tired of niggas like Dylan Roof.
So
like
if you PTR trap, shut your dreadhead, skinny jeans wearing ass up. So if you PTR, that's my cousin right there. That's what we're tired of. My cousin was a decorated Vietnam veteran. If you read that article there, he was gunned down, shot in the back of the head while he was driving. Okay, and if you look at the description, it's a 14 and 50-year-old. Wasn't a white boy, wasn't an Asian boy, wasn't a Hispanic boy, wasn't a Ku Klux Klan member. It was niggas like y'all. So that's what we're getting sick of. We're tired.
I'm Nigerian American. It was
young niggas like
Nigerian American. You're the fucking worst. You sold your own people, you piece of shit.
I hate niggers and crackers. I hate everybody. I hate everybody so fucking much.
I agree. I'm an equal opportunity hitter.
So do we not think that these same crimes are occurring inside other communities?
They're not at the same rate, Trap. Not at the same rate, Trap.
Fuck the rate. Because if we talk about race, more white people are in poverty. More white people are doing this and that. So fuck the rates.
13.5% of the population. It's actually 3.7. Hold on, let's see. I got this real quick. It's actually 3.75% for 14 to 40-year-old black males make up 54% of all homicides in America. 3.75% of the fucking U.S. population makes up 54% of all homicides. So that means if black men decided to go back to fucking Nigeria tomorrow, we would have 54% less fucking homicides in America. And if all the Hispanics went back, we would have an additional 24%. We'd be down fucking 78% lower in homicides if blacks and Mexicans fucking just left. Like just 14 to 40-year-old men, or they could just stop killing themselves, or they could just stop killing themselves. Oh, the Holy Spirit hates you, got you in the Matrix.
Bro, listen, y'all
you in a blender, bitch.
Let me tell these niggas something.
MOG, you in the Matrix.
You talking points, you automatically join the club or something. Nigga,
no, I'm saying just stop killing each other. That's what Charlie Kirk was literally saying. That's literally what Charlie Kirk was saying. When a black man came up and said, Charlie Kirk, why are you racist? Why do you hate black people? And he said, I love black people. I love gay people. I love Hispanics. I love everybody. I want them all to come to Christ, and I want black men to stop fucking leaving their fucking kids. I want black women to stop aborting their babies, and I want young black men in the inner cities to stop killing each other. That's all he's saying. He's such a white supremacist.
Okay, so hold on. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So the question I would ask is this. Okay, we saw the memorial for those of us that watched this. Do you think that whether or not you were white, let's say you're a black person who ended up going into the State Farm Stadium, do you think that if a group of white people were to fuck with a black man, that anybody in that crowd would have been okay with it, that they would have not stepped in? I'm just curious. I have my answer.
Wait, say it again.
Okay, Charlie Kirk's memorial service. You had anywhere from 100 to 300,000 people that were there. But in the arena, I don't know what their capacity was. Do you think that just in that company, that if I or somebody else or anybody was going to prey on a black person because of the color of their skin, that we would be able to do so without any kind of pushback?
We would all beat your ass for doing so, Pepe. Every white person, every black person, every Hispanic person who follows Charlie Kirk would beat your ass for fucking with a black person at any of Charlie Kirk's events. I mean, they've had it before. They've had it in multiple situations where a black person comes up and says, fuck you, you racist piece of shit. And then, everybody stays calm. They boo him and shit. And even Charlie Kirk would say,
I was asking this guy.
I know, but here's the thing. Charlie Kirk would tell the entire crowd, hey, let's be nice. Let's be kind to this person. Allow this person to speak. And they shot him for it.
Yeah, but so this is the thing, though. It's like when it comes to Charlie Kirk, any of it, if I was to fuck with people and, let's say really racist shit, I cannot see myself being welcome amongst that crowd. Like, they're not those people.
Fine, bro. Stop that shit, bro. Y'all niggas be acting like, bro.
Just by listening to you, Trap, you've never watched a full Charlie Kirk video.
Shit any motherfucking way, but stop that shit. You'll be perfectly fucking
Trap, can you be intellectually honest and tell us right now that you've watched? Hold on, Trap. Can you tell us?
Hold on, everybody, hold on. So I'm somebody. Pepe, as racist as he is, you guys love to call me like Hitler and all of that stuff. If I saw like a black guy being kicked on because he's black at something at like a Charlie Kirk remembrance event, I would say, like, dude, like, you guys go fuck yourselves. Like, leave this dude alone. He's on our side. He's showing his support. I would not allow it, and I would disavow any. Like, look, I've always thought like the racist thing is kind of like funny because I've always thought that people overreact to it, but at the end of the day, like my identity as far as being white, it's not really existed so much, except for like when I hear the left just like demonize us. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm proud to be white and amazing. I'm gonna piss you people off, but like on this app, even like most of the people that I'm cool with and that I'll mod up, they're not. A lot of them are not white. A lot of them are black. There's an identity, you know, and then some of the people that I really dislike on this app are white. Like there is, I do think that, and I think I'm shooting myself in the foot when I say this, but I do think ideology matters over, you know, the color of your fucking skin. I think that the biggest enemies of people like myself are primarily other white people that think a lot differently than me. It's not black people. It's not racial minorities. But I do think you know, and I am a agitator and a troll and all of that stuff. I'm not a uniter. I'm not a healer. I'm not Charlie Kirk. You know, I'm a piece of shit compared to him. I'm somebody who. What?
I said we all are.
Yeah, you know, we out of that shit.
You are too.
Fuck no.
He united fucking 80 million people who follow him globally.
I don't give a fuck
bring
about
people
that.
to conservatism, you
I
piece
don't
of
give a
shit.
fuck about that.
Conservative Judeo-Christian values. The
the
same. Hold on, Trap. The same values that your fucking grandmother espoused to you as a fucking kid, that you fucking denounce because you want to go out and get pussy and smoke weed.
I don't give a fuck.
Fucking low life.
Trap, can you spell conservative?
Fucking shit. Like this nigga just shooting shit.
Trap, can you even spell conservative?
Your grandma's rolling in her grave, bro.
Bro, you a black man. Calm down. If you can spell it, I can.
Well, hold on. No, hold on. He can. Sig did ask you to spell conservative. Can you spell it?
Bro, I know you want to watch two black men fight, bro. He's black. If he can spell it, I can spell it. The fuck is wrong with you?
Just spell conservative.
Like you can spell it.
CONSER.
It's a lot more ignorance on your end of the world than mine.
Okay, never mind. He doesn't want to do it.
I know you might not know the stats for real, but it's a lot more idiots.
What is 8 times 7? What is 8 times 7?
What are you talking about?
What is 8 times 7?
I don't know. This is not that type of party.
But I knew that in 3rd grade. No.
56, come on.
We're raised differently, so, you know, I'm not going to knock you. How do you spell Mississippi? Can you spell Mississippi?
How were you raised?
I did go to Catholic school.
That's not the majority of your community, though. Like
Exactly.
So, like...
So I went to school that was, like, better than most of my community.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're privileged. That's cool.
Amazing.
But
Can you spell Mississippi,
though? Most of your community is in poverty.
Can you spell Mississippi?
Yeah, you remember you guys are like broke.
Most of us are not impoverished. That's a lie. No, that's literally nothing.
Overall, y'all broke as fuck.
In fact, even the black community overall in America is not poor.
I guess we still a minority. I mean,
Bro, he grew up in South Carolina. You can't expect him to spell Mississippi.
We're a minority, remember? There's more poor white people than black people since we're
Can you spell Idaho? Okay, can you spell Idaho?
I mean, I guess I could, but it's not that type of party.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you see, he can't. You know, this is mean. I'm you know, my bad. I shouldn't have even asked.
Yeah, you can't expect too much about that. Carolina's a terrible place, just so you know.
So you see, that's what I was talking about ideologies and which commit more crime. Even if somebody doesn't follow an ideology, look at which cities and how they're governed. And the cities that are governed by the left, those are the ones that tend to have more crime because the people are just reaching. And those the people that are being governed by the left, well, it's because usually the citizens vote them in. So, I mean, that's not always the case. Like, for instance, I'm in California. I'm a minority because I'm a conservative, and I do not vote for Kamala. But anyway, the thing that you see.
Y'all really think this shit is two different parties? Like, these people don't got the same agenda. Like, y'all really is that small-minded. Like,
you can't spell Idaho or Mississippi. Shut the fuck up.
That shit don't make no sense. How many times have you seen presidents or candidates go against each other? I'm talking about literally hardcore go against each other. And then in another goddamn picture or clip, you'll see them sipping coffee and smoking cigars.
I'm glad you watched the YouTube video,
like,
you fucking tart.
Y'all so intellectual that y'all became idiots.
You seem to think that I look at somebody like Gavin Newsom.
It's not no difference inside none of these sides.
No, you fucking retard. You seem to think
it's all right. You'll understand one day. Maybe when you're 90.
No, I won't.
No difference inside.
You subliterate piece of shit. I don't think you fucking understand. Okay, I gotta mute you. Okay, now I gotta mute you because you're just fucking running your mouth.
You want to mute a black man? I got it.
Yes, I'm gonna mute the fuck out of a black man. Absolutely, I have zero problems with muting a black man.
He also mutes me too, and I'm white.
So. Okay, like, I can look at a piece of shit like Gavin Newsom, who I think is a very dangerous individual. I think he's a sociopathic piece of shit. He's a chameleon. I don't think he has any real ideology except for, he'll promote whatever values has to keep him in power.
Like a grifter.
All of them.
Obviously, now when it comes to white people, like once again, like the people, by and large, that still hold the levers of power. Excuse me, in the United States. I mean, they're white people. White people. We do not agree with each other in a lot of shit. I mean, we can look at how they were going after Trump. We can look at who are the power brokers in America. Realistically, it's mostly white people fighting against each other, and that's who we fight with the most. I don't.
No,
black people are not the main issue when it comes to the United States.
No,
Set Dr. Articulate there, that faggot.
It's literally
unmute Dr.
going against small brains. So you have these people who come and then they say that they're running for this, they say that they're running for that, and then they let us, aka you guys, because I don't fall into this. I don't vote. I don't fit into none of that shit. Only thing I do is work a fucking job. You feel me? And pay my fucking taxes. That's it.
Pepe, can we move this one down and engage?
You feel me? I don't fit into none of that other shit.
Dr. Unbelievable one.
What they do is they come and then they try to create this illusion to the masses of the people and try to tell you that, hey, this side is better than this side. This candidate is better than this candidate. When in fucking reality, all of these people are friends with the same goal. Keep you broke people broke and under them. It's literally
amazing. And you know what?
It's literally amazing.
Yeah, I'm bored of you. Okay. Who else wants to speak?
I think Dr. Unbelievable Truth wants to speak. Go ahead, Doctor. MOG, you're in the Matrix, bro. Like, really good.
I understand her friend. R.I.P. a friend. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Thank you.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, MOG, your Obama fund's breaking up, bro.
That's so sad too. Is that her son she's holding in that picture?
It is. Little Eli.
God, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're sick of this shit, man. I'm sorry, man, but these YNs and YBs, man, their days are numbered. Everybody's moving to the right. We're sick of this shit, bro.
Yep. Go ahead, Dr. Dr. Unbelievable, you wanted to say something.
He wanted to say.
How's everybody doing today?
Oh, it's not Doctor.
Hey, what's going on, Doctor? Welcome.
Okay, yeah. Oh shit. About so the title of the room is, can you point out anything Charlie Kirk said that was wrong?
Wait, before you start, Doctor, have you ever watched a full Charlie Kirk segment or not? Not the clips, just a full segment.
You said full segments?
Yeah, like a 1 hour video.
From ending.
It's hard. In its entirety.
Yeah, I stopped. I don't.
So that's enough.
I haven't really just sat there and watched the whole video since Candace Owens and the rest of them stopped. But to me, honestly and truthfully, it was just a bunch of rhetoric, misinformation, bunch of skewed statistics.
But have you
But
seen?
But you hadn't seen it though, right? Well, sorry, Sid. Go ahead. If you
No, I was gonna ask the same thing. Like, if you have, I mean, you really didn't answer the question. Have you seen a full segment and clip?
You pretty much said no.
Yeah, I said yes. I said I like, but I was never fond of anything him or Kenneth Owens or Brandon Tatum said or what's the other one? Jordan Peterson. I just didn't.
I like Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum. He lives here in Phoenix. He's a pretty cool guy. I've spoken with him before. I like him.
See, Brandon Tatum is a token black.
So what? And it's fair. You don't have to be fond of anything Charlie Kirk said, and that's fair. That you're right. But is there anything from what you've seen that he stated that was objectively false?
False. The way he threw rhetoric about black on black crime.
Okay, what specifically was wrong about that?
Well, he said he basically said the 1350 argument is false. The argument that black children
it's not false, you fucking
black children not having their fathers around, that's false. These are all false narratives.
Okay, so the black children having their fathers around, what's false about that? Do you counter that?
He said black children don't grow up with fathers.
Oh, Stick, this is where he talks about that black men are kind of in their children's lives, but you actually have to look at children born out of wedlock, and then that actually explains it, that they're being born into households where the father's not 100% in the household. They'll be like, oh, well, he comes over on the birthdays and like once a week. It's like that's not being a dad.
I want to hear what he's got as far as. Yeah, Doctor. What makes that statement fall?
In another statement he made false about these black people committed most of the murders. That's false. If you look at the FBI crime statistic, we know who do most of the murders here in America. Pew violence. We know who are the biggest and the most active school shooters,
Bro, this is
church shooters,
I'm trying so hard, bro.
Yeah,
it's high time.
I'm trying really hard not to be racist. Like this is he's so fucking ill-informed.
Hey, don't bite your tongue. But I'm gonna tell you something, right? It's high time we have a talk about white on white crime. It's getting out of hand.
The white on white crime. No, it's not. Hold on.
This is when you talk to Alan about titties. He speeds up.
Hold on. Okay, if we look at the white Latino / Hispanic population in the United States,
why are white people so inherently violent?
Okay. No, that's a baseless assertion. But like when it comes to white Americans, the non-Latino / Hispanic Americans, our homicide rate is not much different from Western Europe, which has much stricter gun laws. It's just a fact. You can say that like, oh, that's racist, amazing. But I would say it is something within other communities in the United States where it's different. Now, I'm somebody who did grow up primarily in Arizona, where even kids, when I was a kid, and I mean like even under the age of 10, a lot of us shot guns. I shot guns before I was 10. My dad took me out shooting. I didn't
training to be a serial killer. I see.
Amazing. We didn't look at guns as like this like superpower.
But that's false. Y'all do. That's why y'all do.
It's not. No, but it's not as. It's not as.
And it's crazy that
oh my god, you fucking retard!
Hold on,
literally the majority of you. No, hold on.
Children got y'all ain't up in arms about that, but y'all up in arms about Charlie Kirk.
Okay,
that makes sense. Children lost their lives, and y'all.
I'm trying so hard not to be racist. I'm trying so hard not to be racist.
20 minutes after.
Okay, you fucking retard. Once again, we can look at the. First of all, these school shootings.
Got shot.
These schools shoot. Amazing.
A white boy.
Okay, you just don't know how to shut your goddamn mouth. These school shootings, where you hear about all of these
by a white man.
Kids that were shot. No, not necessarily.
Predominantly white.
They were. Yeah. So what ends up happening there? They're anomalous, like literally very rare events, and that
very rare, motherfucker.
They're literally very rare.
Statistically,
to be killed in one of these shootings, to have that be your cause of death is very rare. Now, when it comes to
so what about Dylan Roof? What about people like him?
Once again, very rare. That's why we're talking about him. He's very rare.
He's very rare. What the fuck is you talking about? Listen, he
okay.
Listen.
How many times? Okay, hold on.
He literally targeted.
Okay, very rare. You goddamn retard.
It wasn't rare.
You're trying. I understand because like you're too stupid to even like understand the fallacy that you're committing. Okay, there's an appeal to empathy there. Now we agree that what Dylan Roof did was horrible.
Y'all didn't have no.
Now, amazing. So I can think of Dylan
Black
Roof.
people was losing their grandma.
I can think of Dylan Roof. I can think of the Buffalo shooter.
Dylan Roof was a piece of shit.
Amazing. Okay, you know what?
If just you, like since Charlie you don't Kirk, know how to, I'm smoking on Charlie Kirk.
Okay, since you don't know how to shut your since you don't know how to shut your mouth, because you're just like literally you didn't want to engage in a debate. You just wanted to fucking run your fucking mouth. Nobody is going to look at Dylan Roof. He goes into a black church. Here's this goofy, autistic-looking white boy. He looks like he has problems. I would have looked at him and be like, wow, dude, you're weird. But these, just like I would if I was at church, I would say, no, we'll take him in. He's weird. Yeah, I get it. He's different. I'll accept him. And he did it. Then he did the unthinkable. The fact that he shot these people afterwards, I think is It's horrible. There's no justifying it. There's no way to whitewash it. What Dylan Roof did was horrible. We can look at the Buffalo shooters attack. He's somebody that just like started shooting colored people in the head. When I say colored, the reason why that popped into mind is like one of the first people I saw him shoot in the head was like a light-skinned mulatto woman. He starts going in shooting black people. There's one. Then he's going by the cash registers, and there's a white man. He's like, "Please don't." And he's like, "No, I'm sorry, bro." And he spares the white man. That kid is a demonic piece of shit. Dylan Roof and I don't even know the name of the Buffalo shooter. They ended up being found guilty. You don't see white people like me saying like, "Oh, well, it's a travesty of justice." Like, why? His only crime is killing a Negro.
And you know what's so crazy?
You haven't heard me say that.
And I heard it just now. But you know what's so crazy? Every damn thing that a white person can goddamn complain about right now, 2025, your founding fathers, your ancestors, the people inside the fucking history books that they made us read about, you guys created the concepts of it. They came inside your skin tone. You created the concept of gangs, all these hierarchies.
That's not true.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut up, nigga. Yes, they did, nigga. Shut up, nigga. They created all these concepts that we now fit into. So shut up, because y'all gonna try to gaslight. I don't give a fuck. If we gonna give them the credit, give them the credit. Y'all want to give.
Hey, shut your fucking ass up. So no, look up the Congolese Empire, you fucking numbskull. That's who started the shit. Look up the Congolese Empire. That's who started gangs. That's who started the fucking the brutality with blacks on black and treating blacks the worst, bro. Do some fucking research here. It reminded me too, Pepe. The hold up. I put in the chat. I don't know if you saw it, but what has 6 arms, 6 legs, 3 heads, and says "Hody do, hody do do." 3 black guys running for an elevator.
I just want to say this: like, I'm not somebody who's going to put white people on a pedestal and act like we were like good people. Somehow, all of us, you know, in my everyday life, a lot of you will not believe this. It's you know, and I get it. I was kind of like a shock. I had like a shock value on this app, but I like when I first meet people in general, whether you're black or white, I can't. There's no let's just say it's only white people. I cannot tell what kind of person you are just glancing at you. I can see some cues where, you know, okay, well, you know, maybe this person feels a certain way or whatever. Maybe they're a potential ally. Maybe they're not. With black people, it's relatively the same. When it comes to judging individuals, now I do talk about group differences, but when it comes to individuals, it is so hit or miss with white people, and even with black people. I mean, look at my fucking history on the app. Like, and this is what I find funny is like most of the black people, or not most of the black people, most of the people that I end up kind of having, you know, I end up becoming cool with, you know, so happen to be black. We're like more politically aligned, and then the people that, you know, I don't like are people that are black or white, and it's rather consistent. It's just people that are politically way differently oriented in myself.
Okay. So listen, me as a black man, I know y'all think I'm like uneducated, but Sig, you as a black man, you shouldn't be saying stuff against us without proper knowledge of it. Gangs right now, the modern term for gangs, you might be correct on. Like maybe we might fit into the majority of that. But gangs, again, the concept of being in a gang, a group, the white man did create. And they called them many things before the modern term. A band of travelers in the 1630s, that's a gang. A set of workmen in the 1620s, that's a fucking gang. The shit that you talking about with the Congolese in the fucking 2000s has nothing to do with the Congolese.
You're retarded, gangs.
Fuck out of here.
You're retarded. The gang,
fuck out of here, nigga.
Gangs
fuck
existed.
Here, nigga. Don't piss me off, nigga. You better do more
gangs
research.
Existed in East. Okay, shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot.
You better do more research, Sig, before you start.
Okay, shut your fucking mouth,
nigga.
Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Gangs
take the credit for what you got.
If we look at shut your fucking mouth.
Created,
okay, I'm gonna move you to the goo if you don't shut your fucking mouth. Like, gangs existed, for example, in Eastern Asia. We can look in China and Japan. Gangs existed before colonization ever took place there. And of course, colonization didn't really take place in Japan. But they had the Yakuza. When it comes to like caste systems, like for example, the Indian caste system, that's existed for thousands of years. In fact, it's taken place for so long that there's a genetic distinction between the castes. In India, a lot of the shit that people like to attribute towards like white supremacy or Europeans, dude, there are opportunistic bandits that will band together and commit crimes together. And somehow it's white supremacy. This is like such a default human behavior for malaligned sociopaths that it's laughable having to hear people say, oh, it's just whites that do it. You see it in every fucking group. It is so retarded.
Well, that's what I was saying, Pepe. I was trying to explain to this this young man here, is that before the Muslims came into Africa, before the Portuguese came, before the whites came, that's what I'm saying. If you want to talk about the concept of gangs, they were called tribes. And as far as taking over territories, prescribing brutal violence, murders, all that type of shit, Africans were doing it to each other before any other ethnic group stepped into that territory.
You can say Nicolette, I'll give you the pass. Also, does this feel the trap is giving off single mother energy?
Oh yeah, no, bro. Listen, that shit sound corny, but again, you are not accurate from what again, what we all can search up. You niggas search up everything else. You search up all the statistics that you want against black people. Now let's start searching up some facts. A band of travelers is a gang, nigga. Again, a gang, nigga, and the shit that you're talking about when you refer to the Congolese, when you refer to the Congolese, because you tried to use that dumbass shit. When you refer, bro, now you're trying to go to Africa, but the first statement that you made was not true at all, sir. So at all, sir.
So again, you brought up Congolese 2000, sir. We're talking way before that. So again, the Congolese Empire. What was the Congolese Empire most notable for? How did their empire get as big as it did, Trap?
Slavery.
Dude, bro, I'm not even gonna lie. It's multiple ways.
Okay, well, what was the biggest way? How did the Congolese Empire rise to its infamy? Trap, can you answer that question?
Tribalism, rape, murder, slavery.
Right.
He was asking Trap. I know, but Trap's never going to get it. He's too dumb.
Yeah, he's too dumb. So again, Trap, to try to blame white people for these things, it's just not true. Africans were doing it to each other way before any other ethnic.
Hold on, wait. My bad. Y'all boys went out in ends like completely. I don't know if my phone fucked up. you were saying before you went out though. What did the Congolese do? Like to gain their empire?
You understand the Congolese Empire is one of the biggest African empires in history. How did they get so big? How did they get so notoriable? And this was before the Muslims. It's multiple Portuguese and the whites came over.
It's multiple things that these people do. It's not like
there was one thing that caused them to grow as big as they got.
And what is that?
It was fucking enslaving, brutally killing and enslaving other African tribes. That's your first instance of gangs in Africa when it comes to black people. It has nothing to do with.
And when did this happen?
1390.
1390.
Hold on. Can I say something?
Let me ask you a question.
I want to read something.
Let me ask you a question. First thing, when you say the Congolese in 1390, that shit was hella like strange because I want to know what fucking like. What are you talking about when you say 1390s in the Congolese? Like that shit was hella strange. When you say Congolese, I'm thinking like 1800s, like late 1800s. Like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Either way, he's wrong though.
I think he said. I think.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking.
I think Ash is trying to talk 1490.
Line shit and move time snaps and shit. Like niggas don't really know, but I mean I get.
But Ash is making a different argument. He's trying to make the 1490 argument where. He's trying to say like once the Muslims.
He's trying to put the time. He's trying to put what happened with the Congolese.
No. That's what I'm trying to do because nobody lets me talk. I can explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay, go ahead. Explain. Go ahead and be a dirty sand nigger and explain what you're trying to do.
What? I'm a white man. You can hear it in my voice. I'm white. Modern street gangs. The kind of gangs we think of today, organized urban street crews, mostly appeared in the 1800s and the 1900s. Started with Irish immigrants and Italian immigrants. We did create gangs. Let's give us some credit. Yeah.
Okay.
We created street gangs.
So, you guys, I've heard everybody go back to like the Civil War and all this stuff, and now we're going back to the 1600s and the 1300s.
Black people didn't invent everything.
Say that we like came along.
We created some shit.
Like, can we maybe keep it to what's going on today instead of 400, 500, 600 years ago?
But what you guys created a long time ago, it affects us now. And y'all looking at bad people for fitting into the concepts that you
You feel me? We actually influence
That's the truth. Guys, I'm gonna switch to listening. I'm just gonna listen for a while. You guys, if whatever happened, if you have to kick people, if you have to do whatever you have to do, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna listen to this point now.
Yeah, Susanna, the point is typically what these types of blacks do to circumvent accountability for their bullshit is they try to blame whites and they try to go, well, white people did it first and white people this and that. And history just shown true. Before white people were even a thing over there, before any other ethnicity stepped over there, they were doing this brutal shit to each other. This tribalism existed. So it's just to counter the point that you can't blame whites for shit when whites weren't even fucking there.
I'm not even away from our accomplishments.
Just sound like
here's the thing.
He's taking away from our accomplishments.
You trace back
the white man taking away from his accomplishments.
You trace back any civilization back far enough, there's going to be slavery. There's going to be oppression. There's going to be shit. White people had white slaves. Black people had black slaves. How do you think the United States got slaves? Because black people sold them to the white people and other black people. So, I mean, just everybody has slavery if you go far back enough. And if you're starting to go back to the 1600s and the 1300s and whatever, then you're kind of losing the thread of your point. You're kind of like...
He's absolutely right. Hold on. He's absolutely right.
Y'all hate when we go back to the roots because y'all always...
Yeah, we are the
y'all
roots.
Call us that. Y'all say that.
Yeah, so we are the inventors.
Y'all hate going back to the roots because it always shows who created the problem. Like, fuck the fact that the problem got so big. Y'all hate going back to who created the problem.
Black people sell black people into slavery too.
Let's go back to who created this shit. Let's see who get this shit goddamn rolling.
Shout out to Pepe, good little niggers.
And after black people sold black people to people. So everybody has some trauma and has some fault if you go that far back. That's just ridiculous to say, oh, only white people caused all the problems of all the universe, especially considering globally, white people are a minority. We're a majority in the United States, but globally, white people are a minority. So to be like, oh,
but I ain't worried about the universe. I'm worried about America.
Before we were even a country,
we ain't worried about the universe.
We're worried about America. We're talking about how the white man brought you down.
I can't worry about the universe. But I'm an American, though, so we worried about America. What did the white people do to us in America? Fuck the universe. Fuck that shit. See, y'all always trying to throw these straw man inside here. No, fuck what y'all did to the universe. Fuck what happened with the universe. What did y'all do to us in America? Why is the Americans right now operating as such? You guys. That's why. Let's be real. You're founding fathers.
Do you hear yourself?
You're operating as such right now. You're fucking people. Your ancestors, not ours. Yours.
Yo, Trap, do you love
my ancestors were here before your ancestors, buddy.
Trap, do you love
I believe you. I know.
You know who my ancestors are.
Nobody here speaks in truth. Nobody. I don't care if it's the black people or the white. None of you guys are speaking in absolute truth. You guys all have biases.
Trap,
I agree with him.
Go ahead, Sig.
To be human is to have
Every
biases.
single person talking has a bias right now. Like,
Of course we all have biases.
I'll give you some unbiased
I want to
truth.
hear Sig.
The
Hold on. Let's
okay.
let
That good
let
white
Sig-
man.
Trap,
Sig to me.
do you love black people?
You said what?
Do you love black people?
You said, do I love black people?
Yeah.
I love everybody.
Do you love white people?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Yeah, we love white people. White people, we love you guys.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just checking. I'm just trying to see, man. Just trying to see, because y'all sound like you hate white.
Bro, my wife white, bro. Y'all know this, bro. Stop acting like y'all don't know who Trap is.
So wait, you're another pro-black married to a white woman.
What the word?
Yeah, my wife white, bro. Stop acting
Wow, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this.
There's no such thing as a pro. There's no such thing as a pro-black person married to a white person.
I was just gonna ask that. Is that a real thing?
No, that's like saying you could be down with the Aryan Brotherhood and marry outside your rights. White people, I love it.
Can I give some hard facts real quick? There is deeper history than just white and black guys. Like the fuck? You got like nobody ever gives respect to the fucking Mexicans. What is going on, man?
What respect to what damn Mexican? The conquistadors?
I'm telling fucking missions were here as the first medical centers. The fucking Mayans were like these fucking gangs, but all you guys want to claim gangs are the head shit.
Yeah, Mexico had the first gangs, the Serrano. White people, do you love me? Do y'all love me? God damn it. Confess your love for me, white people. Because I love you. Sound like a bootlicking Snambo.
Sure.
Is it me or is the stage quiet?
All right.
Yeah, the stage quiet.
You guys have a good night.
Take care, Suzanne.
Yeah, the stage is quiet.
Yeah, have a great night.
Get off the damn with all that foolishness you be talking. Fuck out of here. Yeah?
Yeah, Clubhouse is just one big ass daycare.
It's okay because the Mexicans are still cooking at the cookout too. That's fine.
can't hop in a single room and talk about anything real or legitimate. About anything, not just in this country, but in the world. Everyone's too narrow-minded, ignorant. They talk out of hate and spite and love to judge people like they're God.
Yeah, you just can't have an honest conversation with these people, man. It's a waste of breath, man. It's like banging your head up against the fucking brick wall, dude.
Yeah, it's taking me energy running through this app.
I think this app is amazing. I find joy in the telling you niggas that you're lame.
Yeah, and I rebuke the evil negativity. Energy.
Hey man, nobody want to hear none of that religion shit, man. We don't. Hey, look, man. If you gonna talk to me about anything,
I told you your grandmother's fucking rolling over in her grave.
Do not bring religion into it, because I was
Niggas trying to give us more concepts that the white
everything you say after that, bring religion into it. Make everything you say none and void, because you believe in fairy tales.
Oh my soul. Okay. Oh my soul. So you're God's chosen people, then, correct?
I don't believe in that tomfoolery. I'm not religious. I'm not. Look, man. Okay. Hey, look, man. Ain't no Jesus.
So you would have to be
ain't no Allah. Ain't no Jesus. Ain't no Buddha. Ain't none of them folks.
You would have to vibrate at a higher
all
frequency.
that stuff, like, bro. Disney couldn't write a better story than the Bible, bro. Disney could not write a better story than what the Bible got, bro. Talking bush, 2 of each animal on the goddamn. Come on, man. We through. We done with Christianity.
Bro,
we done
listen,
we're done with the Abrahamic religion.
Bro, listen,
we're done
they
with the
shooting themselves in the
religion.
foot because these people know everything, and you should know about this. What is it? The super church that they're building?
Well, you just got too much hate in both of y'all's hearts.
No, listen,
ain't no hate. You worry about everyone else but yourself. You worry about everyone else but yourself. That's going to be your biggest downfall.
So can somebody tell me? Because I heard what you said, and I kind of agree with the other brother. Like, shit, y'all like that religious shit. Y'all need to kind of like let that shit go. Y'all need to kind of let that shit go. Do y'all know about the super church that they're building? Do you know about it? Like where they're mixing all different type of religions inside one, and they're gonna make it like I said, a super church.
Yeah, you're talking about the one religion,
you don't
world.
Think that's kind of strange? You don't think that's kind of funny?
You fucking retard.
After
the one world religion facility in Abu Dhabi,
arguing
that's
about
a mosque,
what religion was better than what religion,
and a church.
I got a question for you. Name one white baseball player who better than Ken Griffey Jr. I'll wait.
That's why I have Ken Griffey Jr. on here, you dipshit.
Yeah, I know.
Pete Rose. Pete Rose. There you go. Pete Rose.
Pete Rose is a gambling scumbag.
Pete Rose is one of the greatest fucking shortstops of all time.
One of the greatest nothing. He not in the Hall of Fame. He died a junkie.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth. It's over. Quiet.
Yeah, Babe Ruth. Pete Rose.
Babe Ruth couldn't hold a candle to Ken Griffey. Fuck you talking
You're an
about.
idiot.
You're an idiot.
Go study in the audience.
Hey, Trap, you believe black people are owed reparations in this country?
Shit. I believe that all Americans is owed reparations.
What about black people specifically?
Shit, fuck yeah. Why not? Shit.
You think you deserve more reparations?
Can somebody really, since we're so like intellectual, can somebody break this down to me? If we believe, because I know that some of you guys are religious, I'm not talking to the people who isn't, the people who are. If we believe inside of God, tell me who created these concepts and who told them that it was okay to create these concepts. God did not okay none of this shit. Yet we fall into it. It's been going on for a couple 100 years now.
Deception. That's what created it. Deception. and evil and greed and corruption. That's what started it. That's what created it.
Yeah.
Everything that you're talking about, evil and negative, that's what came.
And you know what's so crazy, Ziggy. And you know what's so crazy, Ziggy. But I don't even want to do this. I don't even want to do this because, like I said, I'm really not a racist person. Like I'm the farthest thing
Watch
from a
him be racist stuff.
No, but when I look at the eyes of the evil or the person who's on the face of all these fucked up ass constructs that we spit into, concepts that we
Black
fit
people.
into, it's a white man. Fuck that. It's a white man every time. Like even if it's a nigga, even if they have
So Trap, you're saying we're the worst?
Everyone had.
Hold on, Ziggy. You're saying that we're the worst and also the greatest or the best.
Fuck no,
that totally makes sense.
Anything. I think y'all
have you ever heard of a bell curve?
I think y'all one of the greatest disasters.
Trap, do you know what a bell curve is? You know what a bell curve is?
A bell curve?
A bell. Ding dong, ding dong. Yeah, bell curve where you have like the extremes at both ends. You have like the best and the worst at both ends. Then in the middle just kind of fills in the majority of people.
Yeah, I never heard of that term before.
Yeah, I figure you had.
Yeah, no.
Yo,
it's a new one though. I'll put it inside my books. You see, I'm not above learning. You see that?
I got another question for you, Trap. Why did you choose to marry a white woman instead of a black woman?
Listen, proximity. I just married, who I believe is for me. The color really didn't matter. Shit. It's 20.
He knows white women are better. Black women are so hated.
I wish I could jump on one of you niggas' cow fucking goddamn horses and goddamn ride off in the sunset and go with that ideology. I just see women as women. I see women as women.
Wait, you didn't want black women to murder your babies in the womb?
Nah, listen, I don't think if I decided to have one with a black one, I don't think that would have been a problem.
Yeah, it would have.
Shit. I'm be real. I don't think it would.
That would fuck up her EBT and her welfare.
Shit.
Her housing.
I don't know. I see women as women. You feel me? If I came across a woman that was looking for a financial gain, then she would have looked for a financial gain regardless of what her color was, right?
But they're the same. They're the same color as the man version that you hate of these same people. Correct. So what you said to me earlier is contradictory.
I ain't said I hate nobody. I literally said earlier that I love everybody. I don't hate nobody. I just understand.
Yeah, think about Trap. Think about that good white woman that you married was raised by a good white father, more than likely.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
So in essence, you married her father. You married the values that her father instilled inside of her. So thank you, white man.
She had that good white pussy.
Well, of course. I mean, come on. She hasn't had 17 abortions.
It's white women and white men out here who don't have their fathers either. So my wife's relationship with her father was not amazing.
Yeah, I didn't find out who my dad was.
Let's stop differentiating so much.
You got a point.
He's right. There's a lot of.
But I live my life. I worry about myself, and I put everything that I do, day in and day out, I put it in God's hands. And my life has been much better since then. Because I'm not gonna sit here and be a hypocrite like you, and say, oh, well, I'm gonna pick apart situations how I want to or how I see them fit. I used to not be this person that I am today. I had to be homeless for most of my adult life, being on my own and worrying about myself to become the man I am.
That was amazing. Let's all rejoice in a song.
Niggas taught me about the ride off.
Hey, Ash, won't you stop being such a piece of shit?
Let's all rejoice.
Bro, welcome to America, cuz.
This shit terrifying.
Remember, everyone, this is the face of Black America. Ash, fucking Trap.
I'm actually not not black. I told you a million times.
Oh,
I'm not black.
Yeah. African, melanated, whatever the fuck you want to say.
Do you want me to change it to my profile
Native
picture? I'm not black.
Oh, well, we never came across on slave ships.
No, I'm white.
We've been here forever.
Red beard. I'm literally white. I don't know why you guys keep saying I'm not white. Stop not claiming me.
You's a lying bitch, Ash.
I'm not lying. Americans act like Americans.
That's the point. That's the point.
What Ken said was completely
we should be worried about who is black, red, blue, yellow, fucking pink. Who cares?
Nah, yeah,
who cares? We're all human. We're all sisters. We're all brothers. We all bleed the same color.
I'm just sad that I'm not getting
credit. If you get down with that, then you yourself don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Do you guys not like gingers? No, that's the problem. You guys don't like fucking gingers.
No, we don't like red buns.
Yeah, you don't like fucking gingers. That's why you guys can't claim
red buns.
I'm about to switch sides.
I heard the beat.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Hear that shit?
Ash is black.
I fucking know.
You liar. I heard that beat.
Bro, I wish this was a video chat app so I could get on with you guys.
Yeah, you niggas in the project.
Come out of your fucking mic, bro.
I'm just a
black niggas in the project.
You are black.
Why are you white about someone else?
I grew up in Rhode Island. I'm white.
Female trait. Dog. Skin, babes. Get over yourselves. Like, what are we even talking about right now?
I'm a white man.
Hey, leave your mic open, Ash. Leave your mic open.
No, you guys really caught me with you guys really caught me with the fire alarm things. You guys really caught me with that. Like the fire alarm is a giveaway, but I'm not black. See, I'm not black. I don't even know if it's a smoke detector or a fire alarm.
Yeah, black people don't know what the fuck it is either. That's why they'll change the batteries in it.
Right.
Guys, I'm white. Give me white questions. I will answer them as a white person.
Leave your mic unmuted for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah.
No, give me white questions. I'll answer them.
That shit.
No,
do you know who Panic at the Disco is, brother?
It's a band.
All right. We're getting somewhere. All right. And anyone else has some questions they want to ask?
Sing a Neil Diamond song.
I don't know Neil Diamond. I'm white.
Yeah, it's black.
You're black.
I know Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, every black person is Fleetwood Mac. Come on.
Yeah, just wait.
Bro, you guys making me switch sides.
I've yet to run into a white person that can sing a Neil Diamond song, or at least.
No, I just realized I'm too far gone. I've lived around too many black people. Now I can't even fucking differentiate myself. This is crazy.
What are some dad rock bands?
Dad rock bands?
Yeah.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Siggy, he's black. He doesn't know what dad bands are.
Yeah, I'm about to have
Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. No.
This happens never in his life. No.
I got you right now.
Look at him looking it up on Google.
I'm not looking at Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, ChatGPT, hurry up. Give me some white dad bands.
I'm not.
I don't have no daddy. He left to go get milk.
This is crazy. This is crazy. No, this isn't.
Why do we gotta keep assuming, yo? That makes an ass out of you and me.
That's
no. We know he's black.
That's crazy. I'm not.
Ash, what is name of ska band?
A sky band?
Ska band.
Wow, I don't even know what that is. I think you're whiter than me at this point.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
I am. Led Zeppelin.
Hold on. Name some death metal bands.
I never listened to death metal.
Cannibal Corpse, Morbid Angel, Dying Fetus, Vader, Clan Shots, Gory, Deicide. See, that's what a proper white man answers.
You niggas ain't white. You niggas can know all the white people shit. You still ain't white. Fuck is wrong with you niggas? You see I got a bird? That's some white people shit. That don't make
that's some fucking Trinidad and Tobago shit.
You niggas ain't fucking white just because y'all know white people.
You eat that fucking bird.
Yeah, we should be.
I'm about to put my profile.
Y'all eat fucking iguanas, trap.
I'm about to put my profile picture on my thing. This is crazy.
Yo, Ash, what's
so just because I'm half native, should I be listening to like tribal music and stuff then, or should I know like all the indigenous tribal
which tribe
musicians and artists?
What?
Osage.
Osage.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Osage sucks.
Yo, Ash, what's
Wow, I'm like, wow.
Ash, what's the charcuterie board?
Oh, that's like the cheese and the fig and all that stuff.
No, he's wait, Sig. That's an easy one. He's a black guy. He grew up in Rhode Island. Come on.
Okay.
Of course he does that. He's been to Connecticut.
That was
Bro, what's wrong with this nigga, boy? Hey, Ken,
Look at that beautiful ass face. Look at that beautiful face.
Ken, is that Ken? The way a nigga will whoop your ass, like, Ken, what's up with you?
That is not fucking you.
That is literally me.
All right, then hold up 3 fingers in front of your face.
I can believe it.
Do I gotta take another picture?
Yeah, take another picture with holding up
I'm
3
not even
fingers.
gonna lie, that's definitely Ash.
You hold up 3 fingers. Oh, shut the fuck up, Trap. You hold up 3 fingers in front of your face.
That's definitely him, bro.
No, I'm taking a picture right now, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I was say,
you know how many white friends I grew up with?
His voice matches face, bro.
Exactly.
Sounded black, dog.
All right, we want the 3 fingers, Ginger Snap.
Oh, I got you right now. Since you guys all want to doubt me because you say all the things I say couldn't be coming from me. Look at that. Look at that. How do you guys feel?
I'd say, God, you fucked it. You just looked at the fucking guy holding 3 fingers up.
Oh my God, no. What else do you want me to do? What you want me to put my dick in the camera too?
Let's get to this.
What you want? What?
Wait, hey, hold on, dipshit. That picture's taken in the daytime. You can see like that.
You are retarded. My lights are on in my house.
What time is it where you live? Because that's natural light feeding in from the windows.
Guys, 12.
You don't fuck with 4chaners, bro.
Oh my God! I'm about to go outside and take
What room are you? Is that? Are you in the bathroom? Your room? Like, because that looks like a ceiling fan.
Bro, you niggas really over here trying to be mad because
we're gonna capture the flag. I'm just saying.
Look at this. Now I'm outside and I'm doing this too. This is for all you.
But these niggas mad because you really white is crazy. What the fuck is wrong with these niggas?
Look at that. Boom.
This is hilarious, bro.
How's that? How's that for you? Now I'm outside taking a picture.
These niggas like, fuck, I wish I was him. Like, you niggas mad because he white? No, it can't be. It's no way. He got the card. Like, sit the fuck back, nigga. Like,
just
bro,
because I have different opinions, like it's.
I already told him that the voice
fixed.
matches face. Like, you can clearly see that this nigga voice matches face. He looked like he be around niggas. Ash looked like he be around niggas. Like, he just talk like a white boy who be around niggas.
Wait,
like
Ash, we got a last question.
And yeah, my fire alarm fucking batteries is fucked up.
Ash, was your father in your life your whole life?
I don't know why, but damn.
Ash, was your dad in your life?
Yeah, my dad is in my life, and my dad was in the military.
You might be white.
Exactly.
But why does it really matter?
What the fuck?
He also might be like a.
Why are you so caught up on what someone else is or what they're doing? Like,
Ziggy, what fucking room did you think you just walked into?
I already said earlier.
What do you think? This is fucking healthy debates or something? You think we're gonna suck everybody's dick and be like, "Oh, you're so smart. You're such a really good guy. Oh, I love this guy."
No, the point being is that you have a lot of hate in your heart, brother.
Yeah, why do you guys get so mad?
How is that? Wait, how is that hateful to fuck with somebody?
Are you deceived by a certain energy or something?
Oh God, messing around, having fun, and you're like,
so
that's got a demon in him.
So that's solely what
messing with somebody is demonic, having fun. You think I'm genuinely
the way you talk to people and treat people.
The only time that I've been upset during this the only time that I've been upset during this entire conversation. The only time I've been upset during this entire conversation is when somebody was justifying killing babies in the womb. That was it.
I don't think anybody justified killing his
they did. No, we're talking about abortion.
Oh yeah, when I first got into this room earlier, that's what I came into. Talking about abortion.
One question I do have is, why does every time somebody says anything that's different in opinion from somebody who's a quote unquote conservative, it's automatically, oh, you're a libtard, you're a liberal, this. I don't get it, because I'm not a liberal and I just have more centralist views, I guess. I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, but every time you say something, with liberals as well, they do the same thing. If you say something against a liberal, next thing you know, they're calling you a racist conservative. If you say something anti-conservative, they're calling you a libtard or something. I just don't understand why both sides seem to have a cult following now.
Because there's certain things that moderates cling to as far as their ideology, and when you say certain things or subscribe to certain beliefs, then it will put you either more right or more left.
I understand that, but it's like, I'm somebody who believes in lowering the fuck out of taxes, but I believe we should keep abortion clinics open. So it's like, damn, it's like nobody sides with me on anything.
Well, if you actively advocate for abortion, then that's typically going to give the optics that you lean more left, bro. That's just how it is. Like, what are your views on like the LGBTQ community?
I think that shit is entirely pushed too much. I feel like they put it in people's faces when it doesn't really need to be.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's more of a right-leaning stance, yeah.
I don't understand why people can't have. It just seems like both sides have more of a cult following now, because people can't meet somewhere in between. You have to be extremist or borderline insane just to have an opinion these days. You got to be either far right or far left. And I just feel like normal people, we're a little bit more central than that. And honestly, at the end of the day, too, even when it comes to abortion, I don't necessarily believe it's right either. Like, I don't know. I'm actually conflicted on that myself. I actually get conflicted on that. I don't know where I even stand with that.
What's your thought process as far as, like, when we talk about like violent crime? That's a big one. That's a big one that pretty much differentiates. So when we talk about the stats that show that when it comes to violent crime in this country, blacks are the main culprit. They're the main problem. What do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Statistically, you have no choice but to agree, but you can't you got to look at circumstances, because it's the truth. Because not everybody that is growing up broke does crimes. Not everybody breaks the law. That's true. But to just blame it entirely on a race is more of a culture. It's not a race. It's more of a culture that came from a lot of trauma, honestly. And I don't understand why it's so hard for people to understand that. I'm not making excuses for people. I'm not saying that, it's right, because this whole drill culture in America is bad. I don't really believe that, modern white people really have that much of a drill culture, but some of us do. Some white boys want to get down with the drill culture. I see it. I still see it. It's like, when you put us in those same situations, in them same circumstances, we don't always behave that much differently. Sometimes when you look at statistics and you look at a poor white town and you look at a poor town, a lot of times the black town do have more crime, but that's probably more of a cultural thing. You can't blame it on a race. When you go to see Africans and you talk to Africans, they're formal as hell. They don't even talk like black Americans. How can you even compare?
Well, no, I think that might be where you're getting misconstrued, because the majority is the people in this room. We say it's a cultural thing. Most of us don't think it's a race thing. We don't think it's like embedded in black folks' DNA. And the reason why we think that is because before the 1970s and 80s, we didn't see this level of debauchery in the black community. So it's a clear sign.
But I will say, like, people want to say that white people. A lot of people want to say, like, white people didn't create a lot of things. I disagree with that. I feel like white people really created a whole lot of things. And one of the things we did create is a mafioso culture. We did create street gangs. We did create gangs, urban, modern street gangs. That is a white person's creation. So really, I can't see, like, even when you look at black people, when you look at their rappers, Yo Gotti, like, these are white criminals they've named themselves after. We also have that in us too. It's not really that much different. So a lot of white people want to be in gangs. A lot of white people want to do that shit. I was one of them. We can't say that we're different like that. Some of us aren't different.
Yeah, but you were one of them. But
you got to worry about yourself to really change your life.
A lot of people are like that, man. A lot of white people, we really do love a tough, strong character. We look up to that same type of shit. We really do.
Yeah, but as you even admitted, you've had a lot of exposure to the black culture, so that's probably.
Man,
I mean, yes and no.
Stop doing that. Listen to this nigga. Stop trying to always shoot at niggas.
Trap, calm down, man. Calm down. Ash, so even the way you talk, like, clearly you've had a lot of exposure to black culture.
But you want to know what's crazy, though? I'm going to break it down for you. I'm going to break it down for you.
Hold on, Ash, real quick. Let me finish and I'll let you go, brother. I promise.
Yep.
So the problem is that typically the white kids that you see follow those trends, it's because they've had some type of exposure to black culture. Whites that haven't had a lot of exposure to black culture, they typically don't want to be thugs and gangsters and Yo Gotti and Playboy Cardi and broke boy never broke again or NBA, whatever the.
Let me break this down for you, actually, right?
Hold on, Ash. Before you do that, let me just tell him and every other person in here. If you think that black people, niggas, are the gangsters, or everybody want to be gangsters, or the people who want to be gangsters because of niggas, you're fucking crazy. The biggest mob bosses, the biggest goddamn, like, actual kingpins and gangsters that they fucking make documentaries and shit about, but he's just white man. Like, fucking Mexicans and fucking, no, shut up. They're Colombians and shit like.
How long ago?
They're not niggas. They're not niggas.
What you've seen, Trap, is
these gangsters on these big King Von is nothing compared to a Pablo Escobar or goddamn, like, sit the fuck back.
So again, but
they're still affiliated.
The difference is.
Yo, Sig, where you from? Where you from, Sig?
The difference.
I'm about to say something that will blow your guys' mind right now.
The difference is, Trap. The difference is that they're moving away from that culture to be more civilized. We're trying to move that culture to be less civilized.
What the fuck are you? Can I tell you an experience? Where you from? My personal childhood. I can tell you something that right now, I didn't move to a diverse neighborhood until I was like 15, 16 years old. I grew up until I was 15 years old in Warwick, Rhode Island. All the white people there, first of all, it's not a ghetto city. It's like a little working class, whatever. It's not rich or anything. But everybody there that was white, a lot of the kids there, you can look them up. They're white boys who damn near think they're black. Then I moved to
that's a blue-collar black town already. I mean, a blue-collar white town.
But then, boom, ready? When I was 15, 16, I moved in with my grandma, and I actually moved to the hood at that point. The truth is about that is, damn near the kids there was damn near trying to be kids in the other town.
Yeah, but look at you and I as a dynamic. I grew up around black people in a black environment and moved towards white people. And I got better, and I speak more
where are you from,
than you do. But then you grew up, you started off in a white community and moved with the blacks, and then now you've adopted their culture. So again, just you and I, listen to the difference in how we speak and how we articulate. That proves my point right there.
But at the same time, though, the way we're articulating, my point is still getting across. I just have more of like a slur to my voice. That actually is kind of a Rhode Island thing in general. If you know anything about there, it doesn't matter what kind of community you come from. They kind of all have a little bit of an accent. But my point is the white community, the working class white community that I originally came from, all those kids tried to be quote unquote gangster. So you can't say it's just me. It was the whole community. I grew up in an 80% white neighborhood there. And then I moved.
He mentioned. Do you mind if I just have a minute? Earlier, the Aryan Brotherhood and the Aryan.
Not before me, man, because I was trying to ask a question.
About the Dirty White Boys or the DMI, the Dead Man Incorporated, like all these white men groups, gangsters, real white gangsters and shit like that. That these motherfucking white boys will look at before they look at any fucking black niggas that's doing shit. Like this nigga just talking. He literally just saying stupid shit. It's more white gangs than black gangs. It's more white groups than black groups.
That's not true.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Bro, you can't say what's true and what's not, bro. You don't know how many gangs.
We pulled up the stats, and the number one cause of death for young black men is homicide via other black men. That's not the same.
Yeah, you just moving a goal.
Can't say that, Trent.
Bro, when we talk about gang activity,
right? When we talk about gangsters and that lifestyle, that's solely based on income level in neighborhoods and communities. Like when you talk like this, bro, like you sound like you're not from a very diverse environment. Bro, I'm from New York City. I know groups of Chinese people that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Italians that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Russians, Jews that'll give you the beats. That's not scared of no black nothing. So for you to act like black people is the only people that's perpetuating violence in communities, that's strange.
And that's the point you're comprehending.
Yeah, but you acting like black people got the gangster championship or some
Nah, but let's also break it down to being from the Northeast in general.
This proves, RJ, that your comprehension skills suck. Because I never said it's
like
only.
black
I never said it's.
have the most
I never said.
out of any other.
I never said it's only black people. But again, when we talk about the level of violence, so you talk about the Asians and the Jews and all this, but they're not gunning each other down in the streets in record numbers. Show me one Asian or Jewish community. Show me Trap. Shut the fuck up for
bro. They get them cats get
bro. That you said that was wrong.
What's the difference? They'll cut you. Like what the fuck? It's still a body.
This is fucking crazy.
It's still a body.
Are you from the Northeast?
So again, what I was saying, guys, is that show me an Asian community or a Jewish community where every holiday weekend there's 70 to 100 shootings in the weekend and there's 15 to 20 people dying. Please show me that with those communities, because I guarantee you can't show it.
Hold on, can I break something down?
I'm gonna be real sick. Here's the problem. You're trying to give people so much flowers, but then I can go back to history where these niggas was hanging us on large numbers and drowning us and slaughtering.
How many lynchings?
Fuck up, nigga. So when we talking about all this reckless shit, yeah, maybe we might.
He gonna do his music.
In the 2000s, we might be doing most of the crimes. That don't take away from the fucking hundreds of years worth of crimes these niggas already put in. Fuck out of here, nigga. Stop always doing that weird ass shit. They got more blood on their hands than a female on her period, nigga. Like,
he can't help it, bro. This is,
nigga.
You know what I mean?
Fuck is you talking about, nigga? We will never be able to do more dirt than what their ancestors did. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Are you get on us, bro? Why did you get on us for how we are?
I'm taking a shot every single time you say nigga, and I'm gonna get drunk.
So again, listen.
We know white ice is colder. We get it.
This is the crazy part, is that you guys don't even hear how stupid
we will never be able to do it.
So again,
never.
The point is that black people in this country try to blame and complain and boohoo, whine, and cry about everything that white people do, and white people do this to us. White people do that to us. But again, if we look at the stats, the number one group that's hurting the black community physically and tangibly is the black community.
And what?
So it goes.
What time?
I'll let you go. I will let you go when I'm done. Give me a second to land my plane. So the point is, Trap, is that there's a level of hypocrisy that the entire world seems to see except for our group of people. And it's a really bad look that if my house is dirty, Trap, if my house is dirty and filthy and it looks like an episode of Hoarders, I can't get on your case and talk about how dirty your house is until I clean my own house up first. So if we want white people to stop doing this to us and stop doing that to us, maybe we should stop doing it to ourselves first, and the world might take us a little bit more seriously.
Right, but you're not looking to clean houses though. You move to somebody else's house.
No. Fuck all that. Here's the problem. Fuck what we're doing right now. Yes, we obviously know that every community basically right now in 2025 need to get a goddamn clean. But when we talk about the shit that we're doing, we're trying to make it seem like black people just do this, do that, because that's all I'm hearing.
You talk about 24/7.
You just be, black people do this. There's a leading cause.
Try to pass the mic around,
leading cause inside homicide. Let's go back then. Since you guys want to make us the leading cause and everything, let's go back to when you were the leaders.
Peace, Charlie
Let's go back to when they were the leaders. And it was for a long time.
I'm very conservative, but Sig is a coon. That's this nigga.
I just don't understand why you had to say the articulate.
That's very true.
Like mass murder,
Yeah, we don't have
people,
abortions.
like they were.
We'll disown our family members for that.
if you're from the Northeast in general, everybody, doesn't matter what kind of community you have, we all kind of have like an accent. So you must be from like the Midwest or one of those places with absolutely no accent.
Bruh,
Yeah, like down south, they say New York, it sound proper. Like, what are we
the
talking?
boiling pot of this country.
Because I don't care if you're from a rich community up north, like near New York, Rhode Island,
Ash,
Massachusetts.
why are you switching and starting to talk?
Yeah, your accents is your accent, bro.
No, I'm not trying to talk. I've been talking like this the whole time.
I know that.
Why y'all talk like that? Why y'all talk like that? That's why we're all like, oh, this guy's black.
No,
that's like, why are you guys being so rude?
But it goes, stay on mute real quick, stay on mute. Again, Ash, it goes to the point that I was raised around black people in a black inner city, and my English was worse, but when I got around white people, it got better. You were raised in a white suburb, and then when you moved and got around black people, your English got worse.
Sir,
No,
all
that's
you
my
did was
point.
mature.
People had this accent regardless.
Do with anything else.
People sounded like this.
This nigga's ill.
First community. People sounded like this in the first community I grew up in. Yes, they did. You can go there right the fuck now. They all sounded like this.
There's an something. Hey, just a wild idea. Just a crazy little concept. In case people don't, an accent does not equal grammar.
Thank you.
Wow. Factual. Wow.
Huge
fact. Wow. Wow.
Thank you, Steven.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. That's the craziest thing. I mean, this conversation is.
But it's so funny because if you one thing I can't say, bro. So listen, I get what you're saying, right? I won't agree with him if he knows the whitest man here. I get what you're saying, right? I agree, but I have to. I can't ignore
the yacht rock lyrics in the chat. Go ahead, please.
So Stephen, I can't ignore the fact, though, right? People that I know, Steven, people that I know, like that's from like places like Memphis, like deep Florida, like where the majority have like real deep accents. The ones that go off to school don't sound like that. I gotta just be a buck with you. Like there's a difference between, now do some people keep their accent and don't give a fuck no matter how, how much education they get? Yeah, but that is like a changing variable, bro. Like a lot of people that come from those areas that go get educated, they don't come back talking like that. Like they change
it. It really depends on how deep you want to have this. I mean, you might be able to hang. I don't know. Everyone here can. The concept of speech. Okay, there's cadence. There's the vocab. There's the accent.
Enunciation.
You can still be a fucking idiot regardless of that shit. You can still be a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's true. Like you can talk a good one. I'm just saying, I know, I know people that's from fucked up places in Memphis and stuff. Like they come, they
all right, everybody. Here's the good, clean white man speak.
Yeah.
Well, so if you can find one, point them to me. Anyway, I was just gonna say, here's the thing, guys. There's one of the most frustrating things. I'll just keep it 100 on this app. I used to be on this app all the time. I was on for several years. I was one of the staples in the conservative clubhouse.
And then you realize they're all weird, right?
One of the things, no, actually, there's people on here, and like, some of them are mods right now. But I was just gonna say, like, one of the things that really kind of blew my mind would be that, like, people like Sig and others, for speaking in a heightened vernacular, in a calm tone, with informed topics, were attacked for doing that. Literally, that just rocked my world on this app. How often, if you sounded intelligent and you spoke with authority, that like you would actually be attacked. And yet, after all this time with this app barely hanging on by a thread, I pop on maybe like once or twice a week. We're still having the same conversation 4 or 5 years later about sounding like it's just the craziest thing in the world. I really hope that one day it can be moved past, but we'll see.
Nothing moves past Clubhouse, bro.
No, I think
It's the opposite. It's the people who speak real proper that get mad.
Words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not.
Man.
How you articulate your words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not. It has
Sure does. It's a comprehension thing. It's absolutely.
You can't even spell Idaho and Mississippi. Shut the fuck up, Trav.
Yes,
I'm talking
IDAHO.
I'm talking to the nice
Ash,
man.
we didn't ask your white ass. Yes, Trav.
I'm talking to the nice man down here because it seems like he know what he's saying. But yeah,
Man, Keith, you must be very
want to
bored.
say like, yeah, it don't mean nothing.
Trap got a white wife.
You know that
Trap, why you like shut up?
The English language has been changed multiple times. Multiple languages have been changed multiple times, and like broken English is a thing. I mean, I'm from Charleston, so like Geechee, Gullah, like. Especially if you're from like places like Louisiana and like the other brother said, Memphis.
Bro, but you're wait, Trap, you're tether.
These are things
You're
we
from
adopt.
Trinidad and Tobago.
These are things
Not even a black American. You're
Trap.
fucking tethered, bro.
Trap, let me clarify. Having localized terms and stuff like that, like, dude, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. Like, our grandparents said wash. Our grand said wash. We say both with an L. But here's the thing. That has no reflection on, well, I guess I better say everything else incorrectly too. If you've listened, how you speak really, truly, especially on a literal audio app, is a direct reflection on your intelligence. It absolutely is. And as soon as people start taking pride in that presentation, in that first introduction to how people are, then we're just forget about talking 80 down the highway towards success, and people aren't even getting out of the driveway. Like, you can have little sayings and quips and all that stuff that are regional, that are in the Northeast, that are here in the heartland, that are in the South. That is not what I'm talking about. That is not what I'm talking about at all. When you intentionally speak in bad grammar and you mix is and are and basic things like that, and that is a reflection. I hate to be breaking news. It shouldn't be breaking news in 2025, but that is a reflection. That is absolutely.
Yeah, but you can say some dumbass shit in an articulate way, brother.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but he's not saying it's the end all be all. What it is though, it's a very
it's an overall combination. It's an overall combination. That's why I was saying it's the cadence, it's the syntax, it's the structuring, it's the the dynamics, it's the content, it's all of it combined. But like if you're intentionally just speaking in a very, very poor way, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, but Steven, the point is his family and himself are from Trinidad and Tobago. That means that he's pretending. He's adopting this shit. He's adopting this fucking ghetto mentality. It's like talking like a fucking black American. He's from Trinidad, Tobago. All of your family, hold on, all of your cousins back in Trinidad talk like me. They have a Trinidad accent, but they don't feel like, yo, what's up, my nigga? What's up, bro? I gotta shoot you. I'm a shooter, nigga. What the fuck? Oh, wow. None of them do.
I'm from Charlotte, South Carolina. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, what the fuck is wrong?
That was a pretty ignorant.
No, it's accurate. It's very, very accurate. Seeing how he's from Trinidad and Tobago, where they don't speak with a fucking Ebonics vernacular.
He was raised in America.
Bro, I'm from America.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Bro, I've never been to Trinidad.
Yeah,
ever
your parents
in my life,
are.
Ever.
Your parents don't talk.
It doesn't
your
matter.
parents
Where
don't
you're
talk
raised
like
is
they're
what
from
matters.
fucking south side of Chicago or from fucking Atlanta either.
That's just, oh my God, man.
Your parents Trap Gullah Geechee. You learned it from that. You learned it from your fucking peers in school and shit. You know, you want to act like you're black. You're not.
It's a
Tether.
form of flattery. If he came to this country and started talking like that, he's paying you a compliment. Why are you giving him shade? If he was born here, then it doesn't matter where his parents
No,
are
Alan,
from.
the point is that he's
only
raised in a
that
family. He's raised in a household.
Hey, Ken, we could tell you're not from here.
Your accent.
You a fucking troll. You one of them troll tethers, man, that join conversations like this, like you from.
I'm not black, your accent. You don't own your vernacular. You don't own your slang. Anybody?
No, Alan, the point is he's putting it on.
What does that even mean? Putting it on? You're putting it on.
No, he's putting it on.
Yeah, you put it on. You fucking weirdo.
We all you use the term code switch. We
Sick.
all
Do you think he talks like this in front of his parents?
The problem is you're mad at anything that's different from you. That's the problem.
Do you talk when you talk on Clubhouse in real life in front of people? No, right? Because you know you'll get fucked up in real life.
I was mad. You was never. You wouldn't talk like that, really.
Another indicator of black culture is if you talk like this, you get fucked up. Just automatically go to violence. That's another.
No, I'm talking about these trolls. That's what trolls do, right?
So,
like,
Sick, to answer my question,
motherfuckers they come on, they literally join social media to troll people. They know that they can't do that in real life. They're getting out the aggression.
You can do it in real life.
Yeah, they can get their ass beat in real life.
Nah, you could try to fight me and I'll shoot you. That's all would end up happening.
Yeah, that's
cool. I'll pull out my Israeli weapons industry.
See, look, he against everybody. He against
all around. I reach out and grab my canic and I fucking unload on your ass. I'm not getting out of the car to fight you.
Hey, Ken, no, seriously, on a serious note, I just wanted to say, you can look at my PTR, bro, like, bro.
No, Trap, like, the way you speak with, like, this ghetto inflection and shit, you don't talk like this in front of your parents. You talk the same way about my wife now in front of your fucking, in front of your black fucking Trinidad and Tobago parents.
Do you tell your mom to shut the fuck up?
Bro, what you talking about? Trinidad, he from Charleston, South Carolina, bro. What are you talking about?
His parents are Trinidadian.
Nah, you don't say faggot in front of your parents, Ken. You don't say faggot in front of your parents. You don't tell people to shut the fuck up in front of their parents.
Yeah, Jews don't do that either.
No, that's what
say faggot. That's the community that he's in.
You've been calling people faggots and saying shut the fuck up. You don't talk like that in front of your parents. What are you talking about in front of your parents?
I'm not sitting here fucking pretending to be a ghetto gangster and then turning around and talking fucking normal to my parents.
No, the funny thing is, you got proven wrong. No, you got proven wrong, and then when I showed you were wrong, you switched sides. No, because you're an idiot. The funny thing is, you're an idiot.
I'm not talking about you're not talking. You're
actually an idiot. And see, people like you don't.
Now you're back to being black again, Ash.
No, it's not that. The fact that you think there's a difference is sad, bro. It's sad. It's sad that you really say, oh, he talked white, oh, he talked black. When I've been talking the same way the whole time I got on this app.
All right, Trap. Can you show us your mom and dad voice when you talk to your parents? Or from Trinidad?
Bro, both of my parents.
Yeah, your parents don't talk like that.
Both of my parents are from fucking America.
Yeah, your parents are from Trinidad.
So, like, what are you talking about? Bro?
It's in your PTR. It's in your account. It says you're.
No, but yeah, I got it inside my account because yes, one of my mother's parents. One of my mother's parents
don't want to use the fucking white voice to use it in front of your
Trinidad,
parents.
but my mother, she's from America.
You're fucked up.
My mother's from America. My father's
Ash, he
from
talks
America.
just like
I'm
me
from
when he talks to his
America.
parents.
Like, what the fuck?
He doesn't
Ken,
get it.
why? Wait, hold on. But Ken, I got a question. Why does it bother you? Why does it bother you how people speak? Why does it even bother you? We shouldn't even bother you.
Because it's fake.
It's not fake.
It's pretending, yeah.
Somebody could say that
it's a fucking facade. That's all it is.
Hold on. You speak the way you do. You speak the way you do to try to fit yourself into
I talk with the sim cadence and everything.
No, you talk the way that you're categorizing yourself to talk. So that's wrong. Like, just because somebody talks differently than you doesn't mean everybody got to fit your category.
You're making a point, but you're not really making a point.
I am. It is a good point.
Pick-apart kind of guy. You're right, Ash. Very pick-apart, picky-choosy. Kind of sounds like a woman to me.
By saying that a black guy who speaks in Ebonics on stage and makes threats to people.
No,
he's the same way.
By saying anybody who doesn't talk like you is wrong.
Expressing himself
but you don't
with African American fucking vernacular
all be about you
and cadence and accent.
Ego, kid.
When he doesn't do that to his fucking black Trinidad.
You don't know what the fuck he does.
Exactly. You don't know anyone.
Yeah,
in this
if
room.
his dad's in his fucking town, get his ass.
Hold on. I'm gonna be real. Like how me and my people talk. Like since I'm from Charleston, like, and it is Geechee Gullah, and it is Geechee Gullah. And when I get to saying I and Bo and like them boys perping and geeking and tweaking and like all this other shit, like bro, you ain't gonna know what the fuck we saying. I talk to my parents like this, bro. Like this is how I speak to my parents. Like my parents
because we adapted. That's how we.
Like nigga, I'm from Charleston. No, we're from Charleston. My parents are from Charleston. Like Charleston, South Carolina. That's inside America, bro. Like, what the fuck?
You shouldn't even have to explain yourself to him, though. You don't owe him an explanation.
You fucking white cuckold simp. Shut the fuck up, Ash.
I'm not no white cuck. Yo, that's what's sad about you. You can't get the people.
I'm just saying, trap would make you sit in the cuck chair.
I'm just saying, I'll fuck your bitch too. I'll fuck your bitch too. What are you talking about? Go check my Twitter.
You're not coming across as that type of guy. I'm just saying.
But see, this is like when we're talking about
Kid, you're built like a fucking Power Ranger from the 90s. Shut the fuck up.
And this is another thing too, Ash. It's like when white people like you come in and play Captain Save.
No, I'm not trying to save nobody. I don't take any type of sides.
Bro, calm down. Get your little fucking thong out.
This is my friends I grew up with in high school.
No, it's not that, because when you guys actually ask me and tell me.
Ash, just relax, bro. Jesus Christ. So again, Ash, this is another problem, is when white people come like you, come up and play Captain Save-A-Hole and tell lazy black people who don't want to become better that everything they're doing is okay, that's actually robbing them of opportunities. So when black people speak the way that Trap does, and they go to apply for a job or they go to an interview and they don't get that job because they sound like they just fucking slavery just ended 5 minutes ago, that kills an opportunity for them. And then the first thing they do is they blame racism. And they don't think that they have an issue or they need to improve it all to get better, to open the door opportunities wider for them.
Okay,
so that's a huge fact.
Here's the problem, and this is a lot of you guys.
All right, Trap, if you code switch to start talking normal, we'll let you stay on stage. Drop the fucking ghetto.
You guys make your own narratives on other people now. What you just said, I guess if we were inside the 1800s and I was doing this and talking and speaking inside this way, using my Ebonics, like my broken English, then I guess this would have been a problem. But this is 2025. Every time that I've gotten a job, like I was not like, trying to fit in or impress nobody. I was just being myself. I've done jobs such as like worked roof consulting. I don't know if any of you guys ever got on the ladder and took goddamn pictures with a drone on the roof and put pins there and called their insurance company and did a claim for a roof.
All right, get on with your fucking story. We don't care about all the other shit, bro.
Okay, so
you tell a story like my mom.
See where I'm going here? So, like, I don't know if any of you guys ever done that shit before, but I've already done that. I'm only 21 years old. I'm only 21 years old, dude. So it's like, you can make whatever narrative that you want on me. That don't mean that it's true, though. That's basically what I was trying to get down to. Like, nigga, come on, bro. This 2025.
Oh, you had to add that shit at the end, bro.
But Ken
has
money and have more
brother, so
you were doing so good too. Talking like you had to add that nigga.
You understand though, Trap. Society has had to lower standards, and this is where DEI comes into play, because we're in a society where we can't be honest. We're in a society where we can't be honest with young people like yourself and say, hey, strive to be better, strive to do better. Strive to speak properly. Strive to be more professional. It takes a little bit of work. Takes a little bit of mental, being mentally cognitive to try to push yourself to be better. But what we've done is we've lowered the standards in society. So yeah, you may be able to get a job now. But understand that's not a flex, bro.
Yeah, it's fashion. It's fashionable to be ghetto.
Right. Society has lowered the standards to be able to accept the fuckery. And that's not a good thing, bro. Our grandparents and our great grandparents, that's not what they lived for. That's not what they strive for. They strive to do better and be better and work hard at it, not say, oh, everybody's got to lower the standards. Because when everybody else has to lower the standards because you're kind of like the short bus kid pulling up, it's a bad look, bro, and it's a disgrace. You should want to be able to be around, like raise the bar up to be around and fit around the people that surround you. They shouldn't have to bring themselves down the ladder to get to you.
Yeah, you see,
does that
you
make
see
sense?
how Sig didn't have to end his sentence with "my nigga."
Or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, my nigga.
Bro, because I'm trying to remind you that you guys are niggas, like, because I think you guys have your identities like mistaken. You are niggas. You two dudes are niggas.
No, I'm a black American.
I don't want you guys
20 years ago.
I don't just call you.
Alan, we're not doing this.
Have you
That's
seen
it.
me refer
Yeah, we
to
are.
Ash
I thought
as
Ken
a
was
nigga?
white.
Have you
Yeah,
seen me
Ken's a
refer
Jew.
to Ash as a nigga? No, I'm not referring to Pepe as a
technically
nigga.
white Jewish
I'm,
Native
no,
American.
I'm not.
East
No,
Bend
I'm not.
Cherokee.
Like,
That's why I asked,
Yeah, 20 years ago, Chris Rock made clear the difference between black people and the N-word people. And he said the N-word people got to go. And it was true then, it's true now.
Wait,
But
Alan,
I'm
do you mean
sorry.
niggers?
Oh, okay. Well, you say that word because you're dumb enough to use the white man slur. I don't, and I never have.
Yeah,
in
get
my
on with
life,
the story.
Ever.
Trap shit, hurry up.
Ever.
Short and succinct.
Ever.
Why was I called a savior just for
Okay.
speaking my opinion?
So in any event, but Sig, I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. See, Eubonics is an expression of black people's expression over the centuries. So we must honor and treasure and exalt the culture that came from it. So for you to say that, say anything negative about it, well, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. We have to accommodate people. It just doesn't work.
We have to
you want to say it doesn't jive.
But the thing I get out of this whole conversation is really you're all just jealous that you don't speak the way I do. And if you just admit it, life will be
Armenian
better.
genocide.
That's really it. That's really what it is.
No, not white people. Me specifically.
You know, he was being sarcastic, right?
Yeah, he's not on your all side. He's like the most racist person up there. He's worse than Pepe.
I'm feeling what he's saying.
How am I worse
I know
than
he's talking
Pepe?
about himself personally, but I'm feeling him. I agree with him.
Yeah, but
so performative when you talk trap. It must be exhausting.
We should really break down like certain issues that we could actually talk about like one by one, so we can actually see people's stance instead of just rambling.
Ash.
Yeah, there's no topic.
Why must you be the biggest Cuckosaurus Rex on stage?
Okay, whatever you say.
Okay, cool idea.
All right, so let's debate on it then, Tim.
Yeah, I've got a question. Who here on stage watched of a significance any of the Charlie Kirk Memorial
we already
today?
talked about that earlier. We all did.
No, I'm not getting into it too deep.
so
I want to know who had a chance. Just
Just curious, brother. You can't ask
dude,
a
just
question.
one momento, por favor.
I'm telling you the answer. We all did.
Who on stage had a chance to watch a good bit of it?
I have not
Just so I
watched
have
it
that.
yet.
I watched the whole thing, Steven.
Yeah, we all
Oh, wonderful, sir. Okay. Well, I don't know if the other mods fell asleep. I'm trying to get them to wake up too. Anyway, if y'all have not had a chance to watch it, I would highly encourage it. It was very motivational. It was very moving. There was a lot of the gospel. I will also say that it was extremely powerful to see Mrs. Kirk say, "I forgive you." Almost makes me choke up to even think about it now, because what a powerful statement. Guys, like, we really truly have an opportunity to move forward from this as a country towards peace and towards humanizing. If you haven't had a chance to get back in your faith, if you've strayed, there's no day like today. And it can be as simple as a baby step if you feel like you're just so far away from it that you wouldn't even begin to know where to start, or maybe you never even were on it in the first place. Literally, before you go to sleep tonight, take 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Just pray and ask God to speak to you. And it's biblical that he says that he will if you ask. So I just wanted to say that if there's one thing that you take away from today, if you watched it, or if you haven't yet, or even if you don't have the time to do so, I would highly encourage you. I know that this app is full of wretchedness and wickedness, and people curse each other out, and they got Twitter fingers and chats, and everything's anon and ops and all this garbage. Let there be just one little dose of wholesome. Seriously, send up a prayer. Whether it's a family member you need him to look after, a friend, your job situation, health, anything. Just hand it up. Let that be the first step on a long journey towards your re-evangelization. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well said, brother. Well said. Yeah, that celebration of life. I'm not going to call it a funeral. But that celebration of life was great. It was very inspirational. Like, and I'm not going to lie, Stephen, even as an atheist, a lot of the religious and Christian principles of forgiveness and love, it really hit hard, man, especially Erica Kirk, for her to say she's already forgiven the man that shot her husband. I'm not gonna say he killed him.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, that was powerful, man. That was very
that was very powerful.
That's why I say kudos to that's the part of religion I do respect and I do love and appreciate, man. That forgiveness, man. That's a powerful thing, bro. That's a hell of a woman right there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, man. The Kirk family put on for the body of Christ, like real talk. Like they brought back the spirit, and that's why this man getting honored like that, man. Like they killed that man's body, but they didn't kill that man's soul, man. They didn't kill that man's neck, and that's why I'm a believer. Like that's why I really rock with that man Charlie, man. And I know he would have, if he had met a black person like me, we share so many of the same interests. He would have been inspired by me, and I would have been inspired by him the same way. Like I fuck with people like that. So, man, shouts out to his wife. That was tremendous spiritual courage, man. It takes a lot. Like that, it takes so much to step out of yourself and forgive somebody that took away some of the most important pieces of your life. You know. Mm-hmm. So, man, shouts out to man, all the Kirk supporters, man, Charlie family. I just wish the best for his legacy. You know what I'm saying? And man, as Americans, man, we got to protect each other from this crazy ass shit, because we still got a constitution and amendments that we have the liberty of living under, and may no bitch ass person on this land interfere with that. So shouts out to Charlie Kirk, man. It's a sad time in America, man. We lost a real one for absolutely nothing, but it will be for something great, hopefully.
It will be for something great. It will be for something great. There is a real opportunity for a reawakening and a reemergence. And one of the things that I did on this app for years, to the point of a broken clock, to where the mods could probably recite my pitch for me, about trying to inspire people to get engaged off this app in real politics, and don't just let your talents and knowledge be confined to this app, to actually translate your thoughts to words to actions. And there were a number of people that did. There really were a number of people that did, and that was always really special to hear about, because they would tell me, after the 10th time, I finally did it, and it's so meaningful. I'm really glad that I did. But now it's not even about politics anymore, and I literally work in it, and I'm saying it's not even about politics anymore. It's really about what we want to be as people. who do we want to be? And I don't mean we collectively, I mean we is in terms of a whole bunch of individuals. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be positive? Do you want to add to the world? Do you want to fill people's cup? Do you want to be a contributor? Because that is a beautiful and inspiring legacy to leave. Do you want to, that should be what it's all about. And I'm not trying, I don't typically prophetize, I'm Catholic, we don't tend to do that. But I just am so moved by today that, I guess call me an evangelical Catholic tonight. I'm telling you, we're called by the word to be salt and light, which means being known by others. Hey, that is a Christ follower. That is what that means. And we are going to do it imperfectly, but they're going to see that effort, because faith without works is dead. And so I would just encourage everybody to really try and put in that effort to add to your friends, add to your family, add to the world. And if everyone did that, just imagine how things could get better. Just imagine.
I think that's the bigger picture. I think that's what people miss about what are the point people are missing about Charlie Kirk. This is about unification, man, solidarity, and was the spirit of Charlie Kirk. This is why we're having these conversations, guys, so we can get to the point like this where everybody's chill, everybody's calm, and we can actually have civil discussions like human beings. Again, we have more in common than vice versa, and that's what we got to focus on as Americans. That was Charlie Kirk's message. What's going on, Anthony?
What's going on, my brother, man? Stig, I couldn't agree with you more, bro. I really could not agree with you more. Man, like, it's, I know a lot of people, like, they've been really callous about it. I just I don't get it, bro. Like, I don't understand, like, I can't believe we're that divided as a nation, but the truth is that in a lot of ways we are, man. Jasmine Crockett literally said she's disappointed that only 2 Caucasian people, Democrats, didn't vote against the Charlie Kirk, whatever the proposition was. She said she was disappointed it was just 2, and that, like, it says so much about who she is as a person. And mind you, like, I don't really like Hakeem Jeffries at all, but I will give him his props that he went across and he voted for it. So I'll give him his props, but it's sad, man. It's sad. And, you go in certain rooms in Clubhouse and, people are very, very, very callous, bro. But, I don't want to think that represents the majority, whatever.
Yeah, Anthony, it was 58 Democrats. The bill was a resolution that condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk and condemned political violence. And 58 Democrats voted against it, including, I think you were right, including AOC. I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries voted with it, and yeah, I give him the props. I give him props for that too. It's like, yeah, we sort of, what they're saying is, well, no, we won't condemn political violence if we agree with the outcome that somebody we don't like gets murdered. That's what they said today, without question. You can sugarcoat it all you want, but that's what they said today.
But you see how, again, this is another great example. Even though Hakeem Jeffries is on the opposite side of the aisle, but you see how more right-leaning, more conservative-leaning people can say, you know what, we may not like this other part of him, but he did something good and we can acknowledge that. I don't see that on the left. I rarely ever see that on the left, man.
Yeah, man, that's why I'm saying, man, black and white conservatives, man, we just need to unite, man. We're all against the vows in our respective communities. We don't like what's going on in our inner city communities. We hate that shit. Like we don't like it, and you all don't like the likes of the type of people who took out our beloved Charlie, brother Charlie. So it, you know, I know we get on here and troll and shit, but we really all have the same or a similar mission in mind, man. And it's that, you know, like look at how, like, this is what I will say, and I'm gonna say this because I was bringing up race in a negative way, but I'm gonna bring up race in a positive way. The way my white conservative brothers have responded to this has been a class act today, a class act. You feel me? And as a nation, we have to stand together against any vow that threatens our First Amendment right. And Charlie was a great symbol of that. Somebody like that should have never had got. Now, I don't care if you disagree. There was things he said I disagree with, and there's nothing that would make that I would see somebody hurting a person like that. You know, sometimes we get so caught up on proving a point, being right, we forget we're Americans, man. A fellow, not a fellow, but an American took out another American for what? For our First Amendment, for exercising his First Amendment right in a respectful manner. That got young minds intrigued about politics. It's just a real shame, and every day it just hits harder for me. It hits harder for me. Like it's a happy time, but it's also a sad time. I was what I saw today gave me hope. I'm still kind of saddened over the whole thing. And Sid, I agree, and I do apologize for what I said earlier, brother. You know, man, me and you, we really feel the same way about a lot of this bullshit in our community and in our country, bro. Like real talk.
Yeah. And I appreciate the apology, and I accept it, brother. I don't hold no grudges. It's all good. It's all good. It's all love, man. But this is MOG. Then this is where we gotta calm down the emotions and come to an understanding. Is that us coons, we don't hate black people. We don't hate ourselves. We don't hate the black community. We actually love the black community. We want to see black people doing better. I was in tears about a month and a half ago. Did you see that story of that black woman that had her niece and nephew? They were killed, and she had them in the suitcases, and the cops pulled them over.
Yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to see the picture of those two little black babies?
I saw the pictures of them pre-decomposition. I didn't see what happened after the bodies were decomposed.
No, I'm saying before they were murdered. Like, they had pictures of them smiling and
yeah, I saw that, man.
Yeah, you see how beautiful those black babies were?
Man, come on, bro.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about, man. Like, look at all these stories when you hear, you know, Father's Day weekend, 4th of July, 70 people shot and 15 people dead, and you look and you see the pictures of the black people that were died at the hands of other black people. Like
come on, brother.
We can't sit up here and keep pointing the finger at white folks and white supremacy and the white system. We're literally taking each other out. We're literally aborting millions of fucking babies. Like, that's my point, is that, you know, we're doing too much shit to ourselves. We got a lot of mess to clean up internally before we can start looking at other people that are causing problems for our community. But 90% of the problems that we get, or 90% of the shit that we get from other ethnic communities is because of the shit we're doing from ourselves. And if we clean that up, a lot of the heat from the other ethnicities would go away. Because the heat that we're getting is based on the bullshit that we're not correcting and taking care of ourselves.
Hey, Sake, can I say something
Yeah,
here?
go ahead. Yeah.
You know, I see a lot of things, and just in the chat now, it's you see things, and this is a common sentiment of, well, we can't let a white man tell black people how to fix their problems or how to clean up their community, etc., etc. Anything along those sentiments, like, well, a white man can't tell us what to do. Well, I think I've lived long enough in life that sometimes life's hardest lessons come from people we hate. And sometimes the most important lessons in life come from people who we consider to be our enemies. And a lot of times when someone gives us a lesson, we hate them for it because we know it's true. Now, I can, and I know in my life, that some of those lessons have come from people that really pissed me off, that I really hated. But I wasn't so prideful that I didn't see the wisdom in what they were saying. And guess what? Sometimes those lessons came from black people and came from black men. So if I, a stupid, murderous, and who some people call a racist white man, can take corrections from a black man, are you man enough to take a correction from a white man? Or are you too prideful? Are you too smart to take the wisdom no matter where it comes from? That's my challenge to everybody here, because I've done it. I've done it multiple times. And you know why I did it? Because they were right. And guess what? I'm better for it. So that's my challenge to everybody who's like, oh, well, we can't listen to white people. Yeah, I know, 400 years oppression, blah, blah, blah. Those were other people. You're living in today.
Man, I cannot believe the day has come where I agree with your sentiments. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, MOG, I promise, in the next week or so, I'll say something really stupid and piss you off completely, okay?
Thank you, brother.
Okay, all right.
I
promise, okay?
I appreciate
that. That way we can go back to our usual routine.
I appreciate that, brother, for sure. Thank you. Yes, sir. But yes, I agree with Alan's saying, man, wisdom is wisdom. And you know, when I heard the words Charlie said, of course it was cut up. It was cut up to misinterpret initially anyway. So when I heard the words, yeah, I was like, what? Shut your ass up. You feel me? I was like, who the fuck is you to say? But at the same time, these are my same sentiments. These are my exact same sentiments. So why at the same time, look, and at the same time, this is real. Because I'm like, look, hey, this is black business. We'll worry about black business. But at the same time, black business needs to understand this. Wisdom is wisdom. And there's an issue within our community. And it is up to us to address it. And that's the first step. Not to deflect. And we do that also in our communities. I don't want to hear that fake stat, that butchered stat about how black fathers are the most of all fathers. That is the stat not including the people who ran away, which is 70%, which is the same thing Charlie was saying. That's crazy.
MOG, have you read that study? Have you read that study that they use saying black men are more involved with their kids, the most involved?
Yeah, that study is
flawed. It's flawed. It's so fucking.
It's so butchered. And we see that on a daily basis in our everyday. So let's not play foolish now. And all this shooting and killing, you're literally look. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! You literally are killing our own in inner city communities where the real estate should be is appraised at the highest value in the state. You're literally in a place where if you just calm down and look around and assess the value that you have in yourself and the respect that you should have for one another, there are other ways to go about things. But when you cannot address that there is something wrong in you, you'll think that something's wrong with you. And that's why we're in our Black community scratching our heads like, how do we fix an issue that's not even a hard issue to fix? Literally. Get folk, we pray, and it's because, you know, I think it's the curse of being cool, or I don't know what it is, but it's a spiritual thing, man. At least from my aspect. But on the aspect of this Charlie situation, because I don't want to go too far from that. I am kind of a little concerned about how the left is reacting to all of this. You shoot somebody in the neck, a good man. This is a good guy. I've now seen a lot of more clips than the ones that were initially showed. The whole story, yo. This is a decent guy. You don't have to agree with everything he said, but this is a decent man. So it's like, yo, what the fuck is you shooting him for simple opinions because they're strong and he knows how to say it and he's doing something that's making an effect. And man, this is just a real wake-up call. And the response that the left is giving versus the response that the right is giving, it's really like making me never, ever want to vote for nothing liberal ever again. To be honest with you. Like, it's sickening. Like, you're really so hateful and happy that somebody died. It's crazy. Some people were out there trying to protest a funeral. My G, how do you protest a funeral? What is going on?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? So, man, and for his wife to say, yo, I forgive this man, knowing that this is something that she's gonna have to continuously go before God and do this on a daily basis. She's gonna have to daily forgive him on daily until it's something that's embedded in her, because this is a shocker to us all, especially the family. So it's deeper than a white and black issue, bro. This look at it at least at this. This is a fellow American who is doing, not beating people up, not cussing people out, but simply stating his opinions, brother. And there's a lot of clips where he's really speaking highly about where he would like to see black people. I would like to see the same thing. He's literally saying the shit that I be saying. I don't understand that shit. What the fuck? So it's like, yo, all that bad energy will do nothing but add to the legacy of this guy. It's making him greater and greater and greater. Like, I'm a fan now. Like, real talk. Like, at first I was just like, who is this? I didn't even know who he was. I had no idea who a Charlie Kirk was until all of this. So now I'm a fan, and it's really unfortunate. So hey, I hope it just lives on. You know, I hope it continues going. I hope it continues going. Like,
can I say something, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's going on? Ron, you can go, and then Bree, welcome to the stage. I saw you had some disagreements, Bree, so I wanted to bring you up to see if we can have a conversation. But Rohan, you can go next. What's going on, man? Welcome.
Hey, good to see you, Steak. I won't be that long. I saw you guys quoting studies just now, so I'm glad that you like studies, because every reputable study shows that the majority of political violence in this country comes from the extreme right. Whether or not this is comfortable or, makes people feel good about themselves or not, it is what the data shows. And then, so the people that are on the side that are more likely to commit political violence are finding ways to distance themselves from that violence by trying to blame trans people, continuing a long pattern of punching down on every minority group on the planet. We are not that long removed from the Haitians are eating dogs and cats, and the Mexicans are raping people, and the Muslims this, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The same folks that spent years disparaging the death of George Floyd and saying that he died of a drug overdose and he held a gun to a pregnant woman's baby, and they were in Halloween costumes with Skittles when Trayvon Martin died. These people are now the bastions of kindness and sweetness and moral high ground. And now they want to turn what is really a white man shooting another white man into something that involves black people by throwing threats that closed down multiple HBCUs on the day after Charlie Kirk passed. I mean, the whole thing is fantastic. And it ends with this newfound clutching of pearls that people, this virtue signaling and wokeism now that people used to hate. All of a sudden, that has become the uniform that they're wearing, as they now are completely in shock that the country is where it is, while either supporting or staying silent as they saw some of these same things happening on their side for years. The whole thing is fantastical. I'm sorry this person got killed. People shouldn't lose their lives for speaking. But some of the pearl clutching is just, to me, tremendous. That's all I got. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Shout out to freedom of speech. You know, it's a fantastic thing, and I hope people will continue to uphold it, whether or not you're on the left or you're on the right. That's all I got.
Yeah, and appreciate your contribution. I just got a couple questions for you, Rohan. You brought up the comparison of George Floyd and Trayvon Martin, specifically George Floyd. In your mind, do you see a difference between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, and why some people might not be as remorseful or empathetic towards George Floyd compared to Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, George Floyd is black. So a black person being assassinated by the state should be something that's really, really problematic for people. And to see it happen on video and then have some person that's like Charlie Kirk say that, oh, he was not murdered, he actually died of a fentanyl overdose, even though that's not what the autopsy says, and saying other things that were also dishonest and not true, like he held a gun to a pregnant woman's belly, as basically putting him on trial after his death. So yeah, his blackness is what did him in when it comes to certain circles of people.
So you say it's his blackness, yet the majority of people that were out protesting were white. So how could you say that it was his blackness when white America actually backed BLM and backed George Floyd?
No, white left America. The people that were on the right that tend to not have these that tend to end up in the positions where they now have to defend Charlie Kirk are the same people that were posting. Matter of fact, I even found people trying to delete some of the things that they posted about George Floyd now, because now that they're the newfound moral high ground. There's a site, an account on Twitter that says "this you" is this you, and all it does is it finds previous tweets of people and then try to match it up with things that they say now. Look at that account and just laugh your ass off at some of the people posting Skittles with Trayvon Martin's death, now having to try to delete it while saying, well, you should never disparage the dead. So, I mean, miss me with all that bullshit. I'm not the one. If other people on here buy into that stuff, it's okay. Buy into it. It's not me. Skip me with it. That's all.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you're trying to make the difference between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd a black and white issue, I would beg to differ. A lot of, I mean, here's the thing, Rohan. People's past matter. Every other facet of life, we rely on people's past. Background checks, credit checks, resumes. So to sit up here and say, try to absolve someone of their past, I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that aligns with the way the rest of the world works and how we operate. So that's one. Second thing is.
Can I respond to that before you go to the second one?
Yeah,
I actually agree, because in that same vein, we should not absolve Charlie Kirk from the deplorable things that he said.
Well,
right?
but now, Rohan, you're talking.
Now is a problem. Absolving people of their past behavior now becomes a problem the minute it's being assigned to Charlie Kirk. I want you to feel how that feels. Think about it.
But that's not a good comparison, because
gosh.
Here, let me explain myself.
Okay, go ahead.
Now you're trying to compare speech and actions. Actions and speech are two different things, right? So George Floyd actually has actions where he victimized other people. Okay, so the home invasion, when him and his boys broke into that pregnant woman's home, and they robbed her looking for drugs and jewelry, and they pistol whipped her and pointed the gun to her stomach and threatened to kill her unborn baby. You can't compare that type of vile action to someone just stating some beliefs based off of statistics. That's two totally different things.
But you're doing the same thing, right? What did any past action have to do with his death on that particular day? One. Two, why would people then spread lies if should not be disparaging the dead? Why support people? I'm not saying you. I think you're actually a cool person. Why did some people spend years disparaging that man's death? Why did they do the same thing with Trayvon Martin? Why did they do the same thing with multiple black people that lost their lives at either the hands of other people that they support, or at the hands of the actual state-sanctioned murder in the street? So why, every time that happens to black people, they find ways to disparage? Well, let's go back and see if he broke a pencil in third grade. This is what they do, as a rule. And then the people that tend to be the victims of the speech, because speech does matter, right? I'm not saying that you argue the opposite, but speech matters. So the people that have been the victim of this speech for years, the speech about Mexicans being rapists, and saying, Charlie Kirk specifically saying that, well, we're going to dump 100,000 Haitians into your city, and they're going to become your masters, and then the Haitians are eating the cat, all this stuff. The people that are the victims of that are now being asked to feel empathy for their abusers. But the people that think about that.
Yeah, but
I don't want to go too long, but because I want to speak. But
again, come on. You're saying victims of speech. What tangible harm happened to these people based on this man just stating his opinion, based on what he's observed?
Sure.
We can actually show tangible victims of George Floyd's actions. Can you show me one tangible victim where they were tangibly adversely affected, where it harmed them, based on this man just holding up a microphone and having conversations?
Sure. Two things. Again, George Floyd, if he smacked, I like how you're singing of George Floyd, right? Because the same thing that I'm saying with George Floyd happened to Trayvon Martin. Go on Twitter right now and search for Trayvon Martin Skittles and see how many results you get. If you want, you can do it in real time.
Okay.
So no. You want to You want to stick on George Floyd because it kind of makes a point that to me doesn't exist. But this is something that is symptomatic across it. George Floyd is just the last big version of this, right? So to the extent that George Floyd did something in his past makes no bearing on his death, and then to have people, it does not. To be killed in the street. To be killed in the street for some type of whatever he's being killed in the street for by the police has no bearing on something he did 10 years earlier. I'm sorry. In your mind that works. It doesn't work when you think. I'm sorry. I don't want to call you a not thinking person, but you're not thinking right now on this particular subject.
It does not thinking. No. Because this is the problem that we have as black people, Rohan, is that when it comes to positive things, we'll take it all day. Just like when it comes to stereotyping, black women are most educated. I've never heard a black woman stand up and say, "Well, not all." Black women have great skin complexion, and aesthetic features. I've never heard them say not all. But if you say, "Hey, black women have the worst attitudes," then there's a fucking there's a level of hypocrisy and irony, Rohan, that we only accept the good but not the bad. And I'll give you an example of someone's past actually affecting their death. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, George Washington Carver, all these great black people that have passed, Madam C.J. Walker, what they did in their past affects their legacy. We only accept it because it's good. But the minute someone's past negatively affects their legacy, then we have a problem. That by definition, Rohan, is hypocrisy. So if you're going to state the rule that, hey, what you did in your past should not affect your legacy when you die, then we've got to get rid of the good and the bad together. We can't just accept the good and then want to throw the bad out just because it doesn't benefit the narrative.
I made one last comment so other people can speak, and I appreciate the time to speak. I'm talking about the cause of death. We live in a country where you are not supposed to be murdered for a past crime that you did 10 years before by the state. This is basic, right? It's not North Korea, right? So I'm not saying you're arguing this, but it's really, really close to arguing that. It's nonsensical. It makes no sense. Two, if you're talking about people do bad things and regardless of the cause of their death, it can affect their legacy. I actually agree with that. That's why I'm saying that yes, if you do or say, which you don't believe in, I think, or say bad things, it can affect your legacy. So to the extent that you are saying disparaging things about black people, a community that I tend to find myself in because I am black, then you can't then expect black people to show this level of empathy that you would otherwise find in other situations. And to the extent that there are people trying to twist your arm, especially when these people are the people that are well known for saying deplorable things about everybody else for years, and now they have this level of sensitivity that did not exist when it comes to people that look like me. Miss me with that. That's all I'm going to say, bro. I really appreciate the time to speak. Thank you. You've been very fair. And I'll go on mute and let some other people speak.
Yeah, if I can jump in. To be fair, Rohan, all people will forgive the sins of their friends and people they like. That's human nature. Yeah, Bob, yeah, he gets drunk at parties. But yeah, he's a good guy. We like him. Yeah, he threw up on my carpet, but then he gave me some money the next day. That's just human nature. So, we're all going to do that. The issue here, and yes, I understand why black people and white people who are sympathetic to black people are going to defend George Floyd. And I think I know you're smart enough to understand why white people are defending Charlie Kirk. I think the difference here is how vehemently the Democrats are going after him in this particular case. And a lot of things have pointed to that. And my assessment is they're trying to deflect from their guilt and responsibility over what happened. But that isn't the main point I want to make. The main point I want to make is I don't think I will ever convince you, nor do I think there's any point of George Floyd's character and why that makes a difference. But let's be clear, the left is not going to convince the right that Charlie Kirk was a bad man. And we can argue, well, he said this and he said that, etc., etc. But the left is saying it to say, well, he said these things, therefore he's a bad man, therefore we should not mourn him. And I think that's what people are objecting to. But as far as his character or everything else, no, the jury's out on that. And the right has decided he's someone worth mourning over. He's someone worth defending. And the fact is that now he went from 3,500 turning point chapters to now it's going to be, there's going to be 40,000 of them throughout the United States. So I think this particular issue is settled.
I'm not too surprised. It's the last one I'm saying, and I'll go down. Alan, I'm not too surprised that the right have decided that this is a good person that they support, because the right has been comfortable for years supporting deplorable speech, right? So this is not a surprise. Matter of fact, I would be surprised if it were the other way. They were comfortable supporting every type of misogyny, every type of hatred against Mexicans, every type of proclamation against black people or shithole countries or Haitians eating dogs or blah, 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 or grabbing women with the pussy or, I mean, everything. So the fact that they find this person who has said these things against people that look like me, and they find that this is a good person for them to support, is not a surprise at all. It would be a surprise if it were the other way around. So anyhow, that's all I got. I'm gonna go back down.
All right, cool. Thank you, and I do appreciate the civil dialogue, Ron. Oh shit. Well, you can stay back up on the stage, man. But I do have to give you, your props for a respectful dialogue, Rohan. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Bree, what's going on? Good morning.
Good morning, Sig.
How are you?
Lovely at 2 o'clock in the morning, as lovely as I can be.
Good. All right. So I seen your comments in the chat. Saw your emojis. What do you disagree with, Bree?
I don't really. I guess I just simply say it. I'm still mourning Emmett Till. I'm still mourning Tamir Rice. I'm still mourning these innocent lives that were taken and mocked online, since we're not talking about race. I'm just looking at a pattern of mockery. So, you ever seen a wolf cry? That's just how I feel about this situation. That's really about it. I don't think it's about, I guess I've said earlier, it's not trying to make it a black or white thing. Okay, if we're not going to make it a black or white thing, we're going to keep it as, I guess, let's keep it political, as the right and the left. These are the same wolves that I've watched. And maybe my algorithms are a little different, that even being in the comment sections, I don't know if y'all remember being banned on Facebook jail, over 800 comments and even memes of these children murdered. So when we talk about numbers and statistics, we're the minority. Of course, it's magnified. When something happens, your margin is going to be larger. So, looking at these children again, looking at these memes of not even just these, as of then, they're still laughing. And now it's like, now that your grandma died or your superhero done died, it's like, okay, can you have some empathy and compassion for me? Listen, my grandma died on the 8th. I don't hear nobody over here complaining or crying. I mean, at the end of the day, we as a country have become desensitized to death in a whole, in general. So, hey, at this point, it's above me. This ain't got nothing to do with me. If we talk about nature versus nurture, the actual shooter, was raised in a conservative household. He was nurtured under those values, under those principles. So whatever made him turn, whatever made him decide to go against this man, only him and the FBI during this interview is going to find out. It ain't got I think, this reverse psychology, or the attempt at it to pull on my heartstrings. Why you need my sympathy or empathy? Y'all the majority. So if we talk about conservatism, you're the majority. My little opinion shouldn't even matter. So if you say, well, man, this doesn't move you, no. Like y'all was saying earlier, this is like another day in the neighborhood, right? People die all the time. People die every day, B. So at this point, what are we talking about? How do one person, and you don't get to speak and share hateful rhetoric and slap Christianity on it and tie it in a pretty bow and box it up and say, oh my gosh, he's a great Christian man. Hell, I know a lot of Black Christian men, and they still get demonized. So at this point, I love my Black brothers who love their Black woman, who honestly can be actual leaders. And when I say leaders, I mean, I'll back up what I said in the chat. There's no reason somebody who don't know the ins and out of your house can tell you how to clean up your house. You should be strong enough to know what the problem is. If you have an infestation in your home, there's no reason why. Common sense and logic, you need to go ahead and hire an exterminator to tell you got a rat in your house when you see it with your own two eyes. And then you sit here as a supposed leader and say, man, I needed this exterminator to tell me I had an infestation problem. If that's what it took for you to say you have an infestation problem, there's a bigger problem at hand.
So then, okay, so take that logic, and I got a couple questions based on something you said in the past, but let's address this very last point you made. So if that's the case, Bree, can you admit that in our community we have some problems that we need to take care of, and it shouldn't take other ethnicities to tell us that?
Yes.
Okay, so then why is there so much animosity if we know we have problems? And it's not like our problems are contained within our community. They're out in the open for the world to see. We can admit that they're problems. Why are we getting upset that other people who are observing from the outside are saying the same thing that we acknowledge and we know and we understand?
Okay, let me explain that right there. I just said it earlier and said we are the minorities. Our margins are going to look and seemingly be larger, correct? Can we agree on that?
No, they shouldn't. They are, but they shouldn't be. Because we are the minority, our margins should be extremely lower. They shouldn't exceed the margins of the larger group.
If we have 100 of ours and 100 of theirs, our margin is going to be at 50%, and their margin is going to be obviously lower. Is that not correct? Is that not?
Repeat that one more time so I can grasp it, because I didn't quite grasp what you.
Okay, since we're talking numbers here, if we have 100 to match their 100, if 50 of ours do a crime and 50 of theirs do a crime, is our margin not going to be higher than theirs?
Yeah, that's you see, your math isn't math, and that's where you're wrong. So if they have 100 and we have 50, right?
No, I didn't say that we have 50. So
I know you didn't say that. I'm correcting what you said and just trying to explain to you what it should be. So the way the margin's going to work is if they have 100 and 20 of their people are committing a crime, and let's say we have 20 and 10 of our people are committing a crime, technically in raw numbers, yeah, they are going to be committing more crime, but the margin and the percentage is going to be higher than ours, and that's what we're looking at. The frequency, right? The rate at how often it happens, that's the determining factor of how good or bad something is. So then that means our rate and our frequency of committing violent crimes is way higher. That's a problem. We shouldn't be above what the biggest group is. We should be either right at that margin or we should be below it. Once we cross the bigger group, that's when people are going to start noticing and saying, hey, why are you such a small population, but now the frequency of how often you commit crimes is exceeding everybody else, and everybody else that is 5 times more of a population.
Okay.
That's not a good thing, and that's how it's mapped up.
So Sig, you're absolutely wrong with those numbers, and that's where the shit becomes inflated. One, we know Black Americans were criminalized and marginalized. For one, we make up more than 55% of all violent exonerations, and on top of that, the prison population numbers, the numbers that Charlie Kirk was pulling out of his ass, literally came from the depths of each cheek. Okay, so the numbers that he was saying weren't even accurate. He never even sourced up where he got those numbers from. He just quoted them and people believed it for whatever fucking reason. Because it's been marketed about the criminal behavior of Black African Americans, which drew on the ongoing institution of slavery through the criminal mindset. So when you criminalize a group of people, and the only way that slavery is possible is through the criminal element, guess what they're going to do? Of course, they're going to create guns and put it in our neighborhoods. Of course, they're going to create gang wars. Of course, they're going to create drugs and crime elements. Even when BLM was popping off, it wasn't black folks that were starting those riots. It were white officers, white police officers, white people in general infiltrating those things. And it's just amazing that we focus on the degeneracy of our population, but no one else. Because if we were to look at who's really violent and who's really fucked up, there's no comparison to white society, to black society. There's nothing about them that is peaceful. There's nothing about them in antiquity that was ever even civil. Black Americans are the only people that were oppressed the way that we were and did not burn down whole communities and start whole fucking revolutionary wars over the fucking price of tea in China, literally, right? So if we're talking about that, there's a reason why they have to brand us that way. There's a reason why the narrative is spun that way. I'm not saying that there's no degeneracy. There's degeneracy in every single population, but you couldn't compare the worst of us to the best of them.
Yeah, you know what?
Yes, I agree with that whole I wasn't finished, but I do appreciate Cypher coming in to back that up. And so that was my point as far as when you talk about the frequency. And it's like, where's the outrage with Charlie Sheen? Why are you hyper focused on a community that you don't live in? No, Charlie Sheen. Yeah, Charlie. I'm talking about not Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about Charlie Sheen spreading HIV to these women. Because this is my thing. This was swept under the rug so briefly. Like they have enough to keep them busy. Why, when now Charlie Kirk goes on his platform, is it focused on what black men should be doing in their community? He has never been raised in a hood.
But
this doesn't affect him at all.
It doesn't matter. I don't need. If I'm stealing something from a store, I know stealing is wrong. It doesn't matter what the person looks like or where they came from. If they observe me stealing and they say, "Hey, Sig, what you're doing is wrong," it shouldn't matter. What I'm doing is wrong. I just need to accept it. It shouldn't matter who it comes from. Let me ask you a quick question, Bree. Do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay. Would you accept your child coming home with, let's say they had 6 classes in school, they got 4 D's and 2 C's? Would you accept that report card from them?
Depends on if they are on RTI, if they're receiving RTI interventions, if they have an IEP, if they're on a 504 plan. So if that child who used to get F's is now getting D's, yes. If that child who's getting D's is getting C's, yes.
That's not what I see. You had to. You see, I just threw in a whole bunch of other
You see, no. You just asked a real scenario.
Bree, I asked you a simple question.
It's not black and white.
Bree, it is. It's a very simple question. This is what you guys do.
I gave you a simple answer. What I accepted, and I said yes.
Bree. If your children came home with 4 D's and 2 C's, would you accept that? Would you give them a thumbs up and say, "Great job"?
If I knew their background, yes. If I knew their struggles, yes.
So you would be okay with your children with having 4 D's and 2 C's on their report card? You wouldn't try to figure out what's going on or there needs to be some improvement. You wouldn't try to talk to your kids and figure out what's going on. So you think that's a good report card and you would accept that?
You know what RTI is?
I don't care because it has nothing to do with it. If you ask me the same question...
It has everything to do with the scenario you're giving.
No,
you just don't like the answer because you don't know what it is.
It's not about me not liking the answer. It's about having an honest conversation. So if you were to ask me the same question...
honest conversation, and I just gave you an honest answer. You want my answer to be no.
Bree, stop.
You're not going to change my answer.
Bree, I didn't overtalk you. Don't get disrespectful. Did you see how Rohan conducted himself?
That's Rohan. Rohan raised by his mama.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you politely and respectfully to not cut me off, and let's have an honest adult dialogue like Rohan and I did. So if you were to ask me the same question, Bree, Sig, would you accept your kids? And I have 2 sons. Would you accept your kids coming home with 4 Ds and 2 Cs? My answer would be hell no. Because I want my kids to get the best grades possible to open up more doors of opportunity for them. So again, would you, it's a simple question. Would you accept your kids having 4 Ds and 2 Cs on their report card? Okay, let me
microphone back. I'm gonna wait till you put your microphone back up so I can answer. So you don't accuse me of overtalking. Now you're about to overtalk me.
Okay, see, now,
you asked the question.
No, because this
you
is the
asked
problem.
The question.
You don't have
you
to be
just
an
asked
asshole.
The question.
You don't. Okay, I'm not doing this, man. I'm not doing this low IQ shit. I'm not doing it. This is the problem with you people. This is a very simple fucking conversation.
So see,
no parent would accept their kids coming home with 4 Ds and 2 Cs on a fucking report card. They would have a problem with it. Okay, any parent that gives a fuck about their kids. And the point that I was trying to make. What's up, Cypher? What's up?
The reason why I don't mean to cut you off, but
you're good. You're good, bro.
There's a sense of urgency to it because I see the misunderstanding. Her articulation wasn't to your standard, to your liking. You wanted a direct answer. To her, she's introducing nuance that if there's a systemic issue in the child's ability to learn, she's not necessarily saying she would accept it, but she would and I'm just speaking, and I could be wrong, right? But I hear both on your end. I agree. Nobody's going to be like, oh, that's okay. Did your best. No, you're going to run.
And that's all I'm asking for. So just a very basic analogy and a very basic question. And what happens is just the communication. Yeah. Right. But see, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not going to let that slip because it's like when we have these conversations and people who don't align with my ideologies want to dig a little bit deeper and ask me questions, I just give them straightforward answers. I don't have to throw in all this extra shit and try to convolute the discussion. And what it is it's typically, Cypher, a deflection tactic. And it just wastes a bunch of time and muddies the conversation. And I typically tend to see women doing that a lot more. Because you notice how Rohan came up, and me and him, I asked him very simple questions. He gave me very simple, concise answers. We didn't have that issue going back and forth. So it can be done. But let's just be honest and just have the simple dialogue. That's all I'm
Nobody's accepting that shit. No real parent is just going to be like, okay, that's cool.
Thank you.
There's going to be an area of concern, and they're going to find out what the problem is. And if they love their children, they're going to get them the help that they need.
Right. Thank you. And that was thank you. At least thank you for being honest, Cypher. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. I mean, look, I got a 16-year-old son, bro, and he went through some challenges too, like all kids do. And we're not approving bad behavior, although there are parents out there of every hue that do approve bad behavior. And that's problematic.
And Cypher, you being his parent, you know how uncaring the world can be. And when he turns 21, 22, 23, whenever he's out of the house, he knows that he's going to go to employers and they're going to have 200 people in front of him, and they're not going to care whether or not he had challenges or not. He's either got to make the grade or he's out. It's as a parent, it's your job to care about that and help him guide him through those challenges. But you know the real deal. I mean, you know what's going to happen when all is done. Yeah. And it's like, that's what's so infuriating about those kinds of answers. Yes, she's right. If you had a child, and I've known people who've had children with serious behavioral issues, et cetera, that weren't their fault. And they were working with teachers and all of that. And yes, what she was saying was true, but that is not the usual that's not the usual.
It's a deflection. Let's just keep it real. It's a deflection. It's a deflection. Because again, when you start asking specific questions and start breaking down the logic, and it's going to start showing flaws in people's arguments, they do shit like that to try to avoid.
And it became a bit emotional, right?
Yeah, I get it. And then I've been off. Yeah, just because I'm off mute. Again, I gave her the respect of letting her talk and trying to hear her out and understand her point. So to go into I'm just gonna wait for you. Now you're just being a fucking asshole. Like, come on, man. Let's be adults here. But the point, Cypher, was that based on her answer, well, Charlie Sheen and white people, and if your kid came home with bad grades, and you said, hey, you've got bad grades, I'm not gonna accept that. There's a problem here. We need to nip this stuff in the bud. And your kid said, well, Billy down the street got all Fs. You're not gonna be like, oh, okay, and then deflect the focus on Billy. What's your answer gonna be? I don't give a fuck about Billy or what he's doing. He's not my fucking child. He's not my responsibility. I'm focused on you. And that was my point. And just like if your child was stealing, you caught your child stealing something from the store, and you went to reprimand your child and say, well, Susie down the street stole this and that. I don't give a fuck about what Susie's doing. We're talking about you and me right now, what the fuck you're doing, because you're my child. You're my responsibility. I have some type of relatability to you where I want to see you doing better and not doing dumb shit like this. That was my point.
And then you have parents that raise their children like Spartans, Visigoths, Goths, and Vandals. Do you know how they were raised? Like, they were literally taught to steal, to kill. Their disciplines were not even, they were savage. And there's a brand to that. That's where you get the word vandalism from, right? That's where you get the word horrors and terrors. And there's a brand of Black American families that do the same thing. There's bad parenting every fucking where. There's degeneracy everywhere. Ignorance and evil has no color, ethnicity, or zip code. It could be marketed and or pronounced in different ones if it's manipulated or if you're telling the truth, right? And it just so happens to be when it's manipulated, it's more apparent on one side than the other, but when you're telling the truth, it's the opposite. Now, the point to it, though, what I was saying earlier, and it goes back to Bridge, what you and Bree were saying, talking about, is that why is there such a focus on Black Americans, right? And when it comes to degenerate behavior and all that shit, why is it that? There is a reason. And it is driven by racism. It is driven by propaganda. It is driven by the criminal element to justify the mistreatment of our people. Because if you really unpack it, 37% of the prison population is Black and 57% of it is white. If you really unpack it, the majority of the violent crimes, rapes, and every damn thing else come from the opposite community. White people don't have a fucking moral argument to have about degeneracy and fuckery, because we can unpack their whole entire history through antiquity to find nothing but terror, war, and fuckery. And until today, no one pales in comparison to the atrocities that white Americans and Europeans have caused the earth and animal populations on top of that. Literally, no one can fuck with those numbers and actions. But I'm gonna land right here. I'm gonna go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead. Yeah, if you're gonna land, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You're good.
Yeah. The point that I was trying to end on it is that when you point one finger, there's three pointing back at you. White people don't have the luxury or the integral position or a moral position to honestly reprimand or criticize any other culture before they do that to themselves.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Say you go to apply for a loan at a bank and they deny you, and you ask them, why were you denied? And they said, well, because your great grandfather used to be a member of our bank and he defaulted on a loan, so therefore we're not going to give you a loan, Cypher, even though your income qualifies, your credit score qualifies. What would you think about that?
I would go to another bank.
Okay, but would you think that was fair, that you were being judged based off something your great grandfather did?
It depends on the policy of the bank. And yes, I would feel that way if I knew the policy of the bank and still applied. If I did not know, I still say, oh, that's fucked up, but there's thousands of other things.
There you go. But the notion is
it wouldn't stop me. It wouldn't stop me from getting along.
Right. I'm not asking that, but what you think about that situation, you said that you would think it's fucked up. And why would you think that's fucked up?
Because I probably didn't know. If I did know when I applied, then I was an idiot. If I did not know when I applied, okay, here's the dynamic to that. If I did not know, then that would be as a shock to me. Like, damn, that's fucked up. That's kind of petty. Oh well, man, that sucks.
And why is it petty? Why is that petty?
Because I'm being held accountable for something that my ancestor did.
Ah, okay, good point. And I appreciate your honesty on that one. So then, couldn't we say it's fucked up that we're holding white people accountable for something their ancestors did?
But they were never held into account to begin with.
Wait, who has been
held? What reparation did they pay? What reparation did they pay to Black Americans?
350,000 dead white men to free
They didn't die for the freedom. They didn't.
Yeah,
free,
they did.
They did not die. Hold on. No, they. Alan. Literally, they did not die for the slavery and enslavement of Black Americans. They died for the preservation of their economic position against the South.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I spent most of my life on the left, and the right and the slave states seceded specifically because they wanted to keep slavery. Now, imagine, and here's a little.
Those enslavers were Democrats.
Here's a little thought experiment. Imagine if the North said, "Hey, you know what? We're good. You want to secede? We're good. You secede. We won't have slavery here. You can have slavery." First of all, no one would have died. And how long would it have been before slavery was abolished in the South?
Well, it would have already happened. And two, on top of that, at that time frame, right before the Civil War, there was 200,000 free Blacks in the North, 255,000 free Blacks in the South, 4,000 Black slave owners that owned their families, and 400 of which owned more slaves than white people and were more diabolical and worse than white peoples. And some of those Black slave masters owned white people.
Yeah, okay. But the point
those
is,
true dynamics. The only reason why the war happened. Hold on, Alan. Let me add this other piece because I've got to reiterate this point to your argument, and I'll be very brief. The only reason why that war happened, brother, is because the industrial complex of the North could not withstand the independence of the South, undermining their political, social, economic infrastructure, which would have weakened the North.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been the end of the North. But that's not the point of my argument. The point is the North didn't have to do anything. They chose to, and you might have spoken, what you're saying may be true, but it was still based on the issue was always about slavery. And it's like suddenly, slavery was an issue slavery was an issue when the Constitution was written, as we are always reminded. Slavery was an issue as each state was added, whether or not it was a slave state or a free state. Slavery was the declared issue when the South seceded. But then, we will be reminded of all the times that slavery was a big issue in this country. But then when this country started, the people in this country started killing each other, suddenly it wasn't about slavery. I'm sorry, I'm just not buying.
But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro, but you're a little bit conflated on the history marker, right? The original slaves were white European, Eastern Yugoslavian people. The Slavs were where the word slave comes from.
I know that, but
that's with that institution. Hold on, the difference with that institution and chattel slavery is that it became perpetuitous, and the first person to own a slave in perpetuity was a black man from Uganda.
Yeah. I mean,
1609. Let me continue. Most people don't know this because this goes to the overall point of what you're saying. Slavery has been an economic institution that has been patently around for thousands of years. The dynamic differences and shifts disrespected human culture and civility, right? So that's where it became an issue, a moral argument that wasn't compelling enough until John Brown initiated the shit in 1859, which kicked off the transatlantic slavery because it wasn't self-sustainable on its face. On its face, it wasn't sustainable by the very nature of that institution. So it wasn't a moral issue, it was an economic issue. And now, even afterwards, the oppression of our people by the institution of racism and white supremacy, which is a narcissistic ideology formatted by, air quote, white people, right, is rooted in ignorance and fear. And that perpetuates a deeper wound and a deeper economic turmoil where America has missed out on over 116, well, more than 16 trillion, but they'll say $16 trillion of economic boost. But I would gather anywhere of $100+ trillion were missed opportunities due to racism and white supremacy, which also impacted poor whites who were also slaves, known as carpetbaggers and lower society people. So when we really unpack the real history of what this all is about, it's not just about the slave and slave, because slavery is not our history, brother. There's so much more dynamics to Black American civility.
But Cypher,
and our
what does
identity.
that have to do? What does that have to do with us gunning each other down in record numbers today in 2025?
Because of racism and white supremacy.
So that
plays a part in that. That plays at least 60%.
Cypher, that's not true, because if that was the case, is America more racist now, or was it more racist before the 1960s?
Now that is a tricky question, and the reason why I would say that is because just because some shit isn't in your face doesn't mean it's not happening. So okay. I would elect to say two parts on that. It is more in your face. It was more in your face prior to 1960 than it is now, but I don't really see a shift or change. In fact, it's probably more racist because we now see that shit on the fucking news. It's marketing.
Okay, sir, you understand you had the state actually incorporating laws that told Black people, you can't do this, and this is law. What laws exist now that tell Black people, you can't go to this school, you can't use this restroom, you can't open this business, you can't buy property here? What laws are on the book right now that are enforced by the state?
To that point, that's why I said it was more in your face then than it is now. Dog was politics. If we look at Water in 1981, right? Lee Atwater, he's the one that started the initiation or uncovered the dog whistle politics and how it's been playing a part in all of this time. And it was really ran by the Democrats for real. Because the Black folks have always been conservative. So I would say to you, to your point, there's really no difference. It's just more in your face back then than it is now.
Okay, so then was it more racist back then, or is it more racist now?
And to be fair, I would say it's the same. It's just different. It's a different approach.
Okay, so then what laws are on the books right now being enforced that are stopping Black people from being able to read?
I'm not saying that, brother. Listen.
Okay.
I get what you're trying to do. I get what you're trying to do. But you just see what I did?
Let me, because what you just did isn't making sense. And right now you're being disingenuous. What laws are on the books? Hold on. What laws are on the books right now telling you that you can't buy a piece of property in a white neighborhood and set up a business.
None.
Okay. Were there laws in the books before the 1960s where the state enforced and told you you couldn't buy a piece of property in a white neighborhood and set up a business?
Yes.
Okay. So just based off those
two
examples.
You know what it became? You know what it became? The HOA. You know what it became? You know what it became? Hold on. Let me tell you what policies. I'm saying policies. I'm articulating. Listen, hold on, Sid. Walk with me now. Walk with me. We're not far apart, brother. Hold on.
Cypher.
We're not far.
Is an HOA a law enforced by the state?
No. But allow me to finish articulating, though, brother, so I can tie a next point to the whole point.
Cypher, you just brought up an HOA versus the actual.
You're not allowing me to finish the point. That's not the only point, bro.
Cypher.
Because as soon as you say HOA, that's
Cypher. Let me jump in here.
Let me finish, Alan, really quickly. I'll be quick, Alan. So
Stop. No. Because we're gonna break this.
Why can't I finish what I was saying? Because we're asking the question, I'm answering.
We're gonna break this down. I asked you about an actual law enforced by.
And I answered your question directly. I said no, those laws don't exist. I said, but you know what it became? HOA.
No. But an HOA is not enforced by the state. It's not the state saying you cannot do this. HOA is a privately owned sector. It's not a public sector.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, brother.
So then again.
Go ahead, bro.
What I'm saying, Cypher, is that back then you actually had the state in laws that they enforced telling black people they can't do this and they can't do that simply because of their skin color. That has no comparison, absolutely no comparison to a privately owned HOA where people privately make up their own rules in their little subdivision. Okay, so again, there was way more racism back then because there were actual laws on the books that could be enforced and put you in jail if you were to try to do something as a free American simply because of the color of your skin. And this goes back to just a moment before we got on this point, is that if you're trying to blame systematic and historic racism, why didn't we see our grandparents and great-grandparents who actually had way worse instances of racism, why weren't they gunning each other down at the same rates that we are now?
But bro, let's unpack this, because you cut me off on the one instance when I was giving you a myriad of things to support my claim. But remember what I said, is that it's really, in my opinion, I said it was tricky when you asked that question. It was black and white. I said it's tricky because it was more in your face then than it is now. And just because it's not in your face doesn't mean it's not happening. And you asked for examples with that. You asked me the question directly, yes or no. And was there any laws that stop you from where you want to, from reading, from where you want to live and all this? I said no. And that's true. I answered it first, and then I gave you the dynamic. We stopped at HOA, even though there's more examples. But to that point, HOA rules are backed at state level statutes and grant HOA authority to create and enforce covenants, conditions, restrictions, CCs and CCNRs, and federal laws like Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Also imposing limitations on these rules. While not all HOA rules are enforced by police, laws regarding safety, noise, and pets can be. Additionally, federal laws protect homeowners' rights and install a satellite dish to display, in an example, to install a satellite dish to display the American flag. There's declarations and covenants, conditions, and restrictions. That's the CCNR, right? That goes into the local HOAs. The state statutes back these things up. So HOAs, all they did was privatize their industries and make compelling situations for people that do move in their neighborhoods to experience the same level of racism. It's just not in your face as much, which is one part of it. School busing is another one. Underfunding schools and curriculums are also by the Heritage Foundation and other racist foundations. and the Rockefeller Foundation that created the school curriculum, that gave this information purposely to Black Americans. I'm not using that as an excuse for our degeneracy even still, but I am saying it creates more of a hurdle for us to live in a more civilized, viable society, which only creates that challenge, creates solutions for people like myself creates a challenge for people like myself to create solutions to combat that at a private level where most Black people don't feel as empowered to do something about it, right? So to your point, yes, what you're saying is true. The racism is not so much in your face, but what I am saying is that it's also hidden inside of our politics, inside of the media, inside of your social economic systems and infrastructures. And we have been so normalized to it, most people don't want to see it, and most people can't see it.
So what you just brought up as far as the HOAs, again, HOAs don't say because you're Black, these rules apply to you. They apply to everyone living in that community. And the reason why I know this is because, again, an objective source, we can go on the internet and type up HOA fucked me over or screwed me over. You're going to see a ton of white people that have been fucked over by HOAs. You're going to see a ton of white people that have liens on their homes because of bullshit ass HOA fines for dumb shit like parking a fucking truck in their driveway because the no truck in your driveway rule was established in 1984. Okay, so again, I'm talking about specific laws that say because you're Black, and this only applies to black people, you can't do this, you can't do that. So again, the HOA example is still a horrible example, Cypher.
Yeah,
and not really, brother. And go ahead, Alan. My bad.
Yeah,
I'll respond to Alan.
Yeah, because the thing, the real problem, and Cypher, I appreciate this conversation because usually you and I are yelling at each other, and let's not stop doing that at a later date. But in the,
you know, you're my favorite troll. Sometimes we have our moments.
But seriously, the narrative that there was hidden racism. I'm going to say something. Let me concede the point. What you're saying is true. It's there. It's around. It's everywhere. It's systematic. That idea and the focusing on that, does that serve the black people in that Black community in the best way to be, because here's the thing, it's insidious. If there is, think about it, if you tell not only your kids but your adults, okay, there's a guy and he's got an AR-15. I know, Sig, that just came to mind. All right, Sig, give me a better gun that isn't so popular. Okay, you're not giving me anything. All right. I'll
give you a M249 saw.
Okay, an M249. Now, he's out there, and he might get you. We don't know where.
You literally went out for about 15 seconds, bro. The last thing I heard you say was Sig, and then you said, I don't mean to, and then it went blank for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
AR-15.
Yeah, so let's say he's got the gun, Sig said. What did you say, Sig? The M2?
M249, yeah.
And the M249. And let's say someone in a position of authority tells you, okay, there's a guy, he's got an M249. He's out there. You don't know where he is. You don't know when he might shoot at you. You don't know if he's going to hit you or if he's going to miss, but he's out there. Now go off and go to school. Go off and try and get a job. Okay? It is going to cripple you.
I mean, I think you can see that, and it's this is I can't, you know, I can't get too deep into it, but it seems to me, and to be clear, I blame the left for this, but the left has preached this to not only black people but other minorities for so long that it becomes a self-defeating prophecy. You cannot, how can anybody function if they are so paranoid about something that they're looking for a monster in every corner? Now, again, it may or may not be true, but the fact is, people, if you have a more positive, you know, outlook on life, it will serve you better, regardless of your background. I don't know. I realize I'm going off on a kind of, a hippie tangent here, but just for me, that is my problem, and I say that in light of everything Sig said, because I don't think that hidden racism that you talk about is as prevalent as everybody says it is. And I think it can be ignored enough. And in some ways it's better that it be ignored. So that's all I gotta say. I don't know if any of that made sense or whether you related to that.
Well, I'm not gonna say. I'm saying it didn't make sense because you're an outsider. You couldn't possibly relate, even if you tried, because you couldn't wrap your mind around what actually happened.
But I'm not an outsider. But I'm not an outsider.
I'm not talking to you, Sig. I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're going to use that for an excuse, him and I are on the same page.
It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. I will address you. I'm just addressing Alan on this. Alan specifically could not relate, even though he's trying to empathize. And I can respect his empathy, right? And there is some truth to what he said in terms of perception and fear. That's true. It does handicap black Americans, and sometimes we use racism as a fucking excuse. Okay? Sig, I'm pretty sure you could agree with that, right?
Oh yeah, 100%, yeah. I think we do.
Okay.
Hey,
so but it doesn't nonetheless, hold on, Alan. It doesn't nonetheless make what has happened, what still is happening, any less true. Right? There are navigations. There is a maze that you have to go through. Some people don't experience racism at other levels that others do. Right? Some people are aware, that are self-aware in certain households. There's something that one of my favorite trolls on this app said that was very, very profound to me. And he doesn't say many things that's profound. But what's his name? Haitian. He said, motherfuckers talk about the school to prison pipeline, but they never talk about the family to prison pipeline. And that is a very profound thing. But you know when that highlights this egregious act of what racism does, which, by the way, also, let me reiterate, impacts poor whites as well. But the racism and the white supremacist ideology has targeted and used law enforcement and politics and social, economic, and political climates and arenas, people, places, and things to specifically target the black family structure. And we know it's well documented, and it's still going on today. And we're still also feeling the effects from it. And we've never been healed from it, not even financially repaired. Put that to the side. There's never been no emotional reparation to where motherfuckers like, let me give you some mental health about this shit. You never got us unpacked from that. So some people are carrying around some epigenetic trauma. Now, I would also say that works both ways, because those that inflicted said trauma are also suffering from epigenetic trauma / narcissism sociopathic disorders. It is the white man's problem to fix racism. It's the black man's problem to heal from it. We can't use it as an excuse or a handicap reason. That would be bullshit. However, it's not our problem to fix and reconcile. And the reason why most people are adverse to it, because it's an indictment to their character and or how they were raised, and it also demonstrates how little they don't know about society and our culture specifically. So because of this jealousy and the envy of the world is upon us, despite all of the things that they highlight, there's more talk about Black American degeneracy than there ever has been about our obvious positive impact on the fucking earth. You can't name anything about the world without mentioning us, because we've also curated and created the modern society in which we live. And if you unpack the truth of who we are, we've always played an integral role, even in Roman society, German society, European society as a whole, getting them out of the dark ages through the Renaissance and the medieval periods, even all the way up till today when it comes to modern civilization.
Okay,
but I'm learning right here. Hold on.
Yeah,
I didn't interrupt you. Okay, like when we sit here and talk all damn day, black and white rooms, about Black degeneracy, but we never unpack white shit. And when we do start to do that, there's this aversion to it. That right there is also a form of racism and white supremacy. Y'all have to fix that. Right? But black folks can't use that. And matter of fact, a nigga like me, I'm like Django in this whole matter. I love it. I love white supremacy and racism because it gives me the opportunity to create solutions. It also is entertainment as fuck to me because I also look at it as the personification of ignorance and fear. And it gives me an opportunity to kind of like abuse people verbally and ruin their fucking self-esteem. And I honestly, admittedly like doing that. And it's not the best thing morally. I'm not saying that Jesus approved that shit, but I find it fucking entertainment. To me, it hasn't stopped me from sitting at certain tables and doing what I'm doing. In fact, it's part of the reason why I do it. But I also know that also impacts my mixed nephews and nephews and nieces, but my mixed cousins who are white and black, who are also Latino and black. It fucking impacts some of my white friends that feel guilty for shit that their parents have said and did. Unfortunately, I also have to deal with being a black man in America, which I feel safer being in South America because of what I've experienced in racism in America. And I also know the role that I played in some of my own bullshit. So if I can look at this from a holistic perspective and still call out the problem, while also maintaining a sense of accountability for my own self-determination to be a free person.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, Cypher, at the end of the day, the problems that exist in the black community today, it's got nothing to do with slavery. It's got nothing to do with redlining. It has nothing to do with what white people have done. So again, no, there's no sick nothing. It's the fact that we have a choice. Okay, whether the white man put crack in our neighborhoods, whether the white man passed a Great Society Act that encouraged our families to be broken, we still had to make the choice to fall into that trap.
Yeah, but why do we have to be superhuman, Sig? Like, why?
No, it's not being superhuman. So our great grandfathers and great grandmothers, they weren't superhuman. They were just normal. They did what humans have done since the beginning of the time, which is a man and a woman get together, create a union, and then underneath the umbrella of that union, have children and raise a family.
And they suffer greatly. Like, what are you not understanding?
Okay, so if they were able to do it, with more suffering, then
no, but a lot of them died. Like you're making
the
stuff up.
The majority of them didn't die because
a lot of people did die and suffer, and they also
how many blacks were in the United States in the 1960s?
I have to look it up. I don't know.
Okay, it was around 11 million. Okay, what's the black population now in the United States?
I would have to look it up. What is it? 14%?
It's around 40 million. So but a lot of them died. No, our population actually.
I didn't say that. Come on, Sig. Sig,
what you said.
You just made up a straw man. Come on,
I didn't.
now.
I literally just said that if they were, your response was, "Oh, you expect us black people to be superhuman?"
Yeah, I think
what I expect us to do is emulate the black excellence of our great grandparents, and if they were able to create black excellence during the most hardest time when they actually had laws saying, because you're black, because you're a nigger, you can't do this, you can't go to school, you can't read, you can't own a business, you can't do this, but they were still able to do it, aka Madam C.J. Walker, aka
outlier.
George Washington Carver.
Outlier.
The fact is, no, it's not an outlier because
George
the majority
Washington Carver and Madam C.J. Walker are absolutely outliers.
Man, Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey. How many black?
Marcus Garvey was Jamaican.
Okay, so again, he was a black American who started the Pan-African.
No, he was not. He was Jamaican, and he came over to the United States to meet Booker T. Washington. But when he arrived, Booker T. Washington had died.
Okay, and the point is that he came over here as a black American. Guys, I sat here and let you go on. I literally did not interrupt you. Let me get my point out, please. What I'm saying is...
There's a delay. My bad, bro. There's a delay.
No, you're good. Yeah, no harm, no foul, brother. No harm, no foul. What I'm saying is, it's not being superhuman. It's called being a normal human. And if they had way more adversities directly affecting them enforced by the state, and they were able to do it, we don't have any fucking excuse to this day, Dr. Goddess. And what I'm saying is you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Yeah,
but this whole blaming white people, this whole blaming racism, when we are actively every day waking up, having promiscuous sex, having babies out of wedlock, aborting our babies, choosing to put promiscuity, drugs, fast life culture in front of what our grandparents and great-grandparents did, I'm telling you that ship is sinking, Dr. Goddess. It's sinking. People aren't falling for it anymore. People are waking up and realizing. And this originally came off of Cypher's question, okay? The reason why there's so much attention on the debauchery in the black community is because we brought it to ourselves. The minute we started crying, we did. The minute we started crying,
I'll explain. Go ahead.
The minute we started telling the world it's everybody else's fault, we brought the light over and shined it on our community. So now we're shining as bright as the sun, and people can see, well, wait a minute, why are they complaining and pointing the finger at other people, and they're literally killing themselves in record number? There's no name. Can you please name me one other ethnicity in this country where they have 70 shootings in a 3-day weekend period where they're killing themselves? They're literally committing genocide. Can you name
exactly?
Can you name
Exactly, Sig. Okay, just go ahead. Finish up. I want to say some things.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. I just.
Of course, you have to go now, Alan.
No, I
right?
have to
like
go
now that I'm here to bring some more back.
12,
now you have to go.
It's 12 midnight, and I changed back into a liberal. The fairy godmother. It only lasts for so long. I turn into a liberal now, so I have to go. Okay. So, anyways, have a good one. Thanks,
all right, you too, Al. Take care, man. Have a good night. Go ahead, Dr. Goddess.
So, Sig, I was listening to you.
Good morning to you. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning, and thank you. I was listening to you all's conversation, and I just think that there's some blatant blind spots that you have. So I want to address like some of your rhetoric because it's flawed. So I think to start off, Black people are human beings. That's number one. We are not superhuman, even though what we have survived and what we have done in the face of adversity has sometimes appeared to be superhuman, because you look and you're like, wow, how did you do that? Like, how did you achieve that against all of these odds? Okay. One of the things that Cypher was trying to explain to you is that racism, the system of white supremacy, it hasn't gone away. It has transformed, but it keeps the same ideals. And so our grandparents, for example, a lot of them didn't even have television, right? So they weren't programmed psychologically to hate themselves. That's number one. Number two, they were making some of their own films, race films, because white people felt more comfortable, quote unquote, allowing Black people to be in their sort of own worlds. And that ended. In fact, I mean, I could go down the list in terms of race films. I could go down the list in terms of the Negro baseball leagues and the different things that we did on our own. And every single time, white people, aka the people who practice the system of white supremacy, infiltrated and destroyed our independent productions. Okay? So what's happening now, and I agree with you to a certain extent, Sig, no, we can't just make excuses, but your conclusion is what is flawed. You, for some reason, think that this is a conservative versus liberal, Republican versus Democrat issue. It's not. You also think that it is your job. I don't know why, Sig, and I don't know you. I'm just telling you what I've observed. You seem to think that it's your job to align yourself with white American men. And I think it's because you just don't really understand what's going on.
Yeah, what gives you that impression that I don't understand?
Yeah, everything that you said, your conversation with Cypher, some things that I've heard in the past. But let me just continue, because it's not a personal attack. I am making an observation.
I'm just trying to figure out what gave you the impression that I don't understand. So,
everything that you said, like your denial. Okay, so I'll go down the list. Literally, your denial about you don't understand racism. You think that it has to be something that's super, super blatant, and that it has to be on the laws. You don't understand the transformation from the blatant legalities of racism that just reinforced the social order, like during slavery and Jim Crow, to what Cypher was trying to explain to you in terms of the privatization of it all. And that's the whole point of it, is that once the law started to be enforced, an entire subsystem of privatization occurred, and that was still racism. It was still meant to exclude. It was still meant to reinforce the system of white supremacy. And you just seem to completely ignore that. So one of the things you were asking about
has no bearing on my life right now.
Well, it may not have. Okay, so Sig, maybe you're an exception. You might be an outlier.
That's not true.
Okay, but it has an effect on the majority of us in a number of different ways. Well, let me explain. Hold on. So Cypher explained to you. He said the HOA, which actually is not incorrect. I laughed because I was like, that's a good. I mean, I didn't expect that example, but even before then, you had restrictive covenants, like. The result of redlining, even when redlining was shot down, you had restrictive covenants. Some of them are still in place today. You were asking, is there anything on the laws? In the laws? Is there anything on the books? Yes, Sig, there are restrictive covenants today. And even the ones that might appear that this is in writing, we don't practice that. First of all, they're still there, and second of all, you can still practice a restrictive covenant without actually having it in writing. So your presentation to Cypher that everything is fine. Can I move into a white community if I want to? And he said yes, but it's maybe. That's the answer. Maybe. It depends on which white community you want to move to, because you cannot move to any white community that you want to.
Name one white community that a black family can't move into.
The ones that still have restrictive covenants.
Name one.
I mean, I would have to look it up, Sig, but I mean,
do you see how fucked up that is, though, Dr.
It's fucked up to still have restrictive covenants in 2025.
But here's the thing, though. You said that it still exists. So I said, okay, give me a neighborhood or a city where this exists. If it's that fucking prevalent, you should be able to just boom, just run them right off. But you're saying you have to look it up.
Well, okay, so no.
So it's
wait,
hard.
hold on, let me be clear. Hold on, let me be clear, Sig. It's in every city. Sig, it's in every city.
Then give me one. Just all I'm asking is for one then.
Atlanta,
there's a lot of cities in the United States. You should be able to give me at least one area.
Atlanta, Georgia. Even as black as it is.
The Black Mecca. Where
yes.
Black people, that's probably one of the most affluent black cities.
Yes, and even at
try to go to Alpharetta.
That's my point. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Listen to what you're saying. The most affluent black city. The most affluent black city. You're saying
Marietta. This is why I said Sig. Hold on. I said Atlanta because it is considered the Black Mecca, and my point is that even in the Black Mecca, with all of these high-achieving black people, there are restrictive covenants in that city.
But yet it didn't restrict that area from becoming the Black Mecca.
But it still restricts black people from moving
Marietta
to
and Alpharetta is different from Atlanta. Marietta and Alpharetta is different from Atlanta.
So what's the white population makeup of those two cities?
But you see how you want to get into
the see how you moving the goalposts though?
Because what I'm trying to do is make sure you guys claims are credible.
I gave you a
what is the white population? What is the white population makeup?
Sig, we have to look it up, but
let's look it up.
So then what I'm going to suggest. What I'm going to suggest. Because here's the thing, if you ask me for evidence, I'm not going to give you, I got to look it up. No, if I'm going to
how am I supposed to know all the stats about a particular city? That's ridiculous.
Because if you're going to try to convince me to change my mindset, I would expect you to show some adequate evidence.
I don't think she's trying to convince you. She's just having a conversation.
But not on this spot, Sig. Is that okay?
So here's what
because you said pick a city, any city, and I'm thinking like, then I was like, you know what? I should pick Atlanta because that's a. Sig, I'm just saying, Sig, come on. Sig, come on. Let's have a conversation, Sig.
We're having a conversation, but what I'm saying is the way the rest of the world works is if you make a positive claim, the burden of proof is on you.
I know that, but
I'm going to hold myself to the same standard. So if you ask me for evidence, I'm going to be able to list that. If I can't list what that evidence is, I'm not going to bring it up, Dr.
Okay, but okay. So first of all, you're derailing. That's number one. Number two, hold on, Sig, come on.
I can answer that.
Let me speak, Sig. Jeez. Let me just speak.
Dr. Goddess.
What I'm saying.
If I'm asking you to give me an example, and I'm asking you, and you say, "Well, I got to look it up." That's not derailing. That's you not being able to provide evidence to back up the claim you made.
It is not me not being able to provide. I was.
So then,
let me know when I can speak, because you keep talking over me every single time I say something. Why are you doing that?
Because you made a claim, and I asked for
but
evidence.
That was not my overall claim, Sig.
First of all,
that was not my overall claim, Sig.
Look here, woman. Lower your fucking voice. I'm not your man. I'm not your boyfriend. You ain't gonna raise your fucking voice at me. I don't even let my wife talk.
Well, you keep fucking interrupting me, and I'm not your woman.
Look here, bitch. Right? Drop down to the audience. I don't even let my wife talk to me like that. Raise your fucking voice.
We'll see.
Who the fuck you think you are? I guarantee you wouldn't raise your voice at me if I was in your fucking face. Just some goddamn fucking respect. What's up, Cypher?
So, Sig, 56.88% of the white population of Alpharetta. 38,000 residents, and they go into all of that stuff. These are things that we could. But I think.
Okay, and then what's the black? And then what's the makeup for the black population in that city?
Okay, let's look it up.
You see how easy that was? I just asked him the question and you gave me.
Yeah, I get it, but she was trying to get to her point, bro. To be fair, she was trying to.
It's these women, bro.
So the representing
black women, bro. I can't deal with them.
But I can't say that. I'll be honest with you too. If I'm being all the way fair, you was being facetious though, bro. I mean, being honest. You know
no. Cypher. She said that this redlining thing, this HOA thing, this racism still exists as far as housing with blacks.
She really never landed her plane, but you went into one specific thing, and she had a bigger body to lay out. Now, here's the thing. To answer your question, though, and the black population of Alpharetta is 10.9%, which represents 7,410 people. Black people in Alpharetta.
What ordinances or what rules or what laws, whatever you want to call them,
what she just said about the covenants, about the HOA housing covenants. There's a reason why those population densities are different in those areas.
Okay, so here's the thing, and the reason why I ask questions, because I want to understand, because I live in a city that's 2% black, but there's nothing stopping anybody. So in my situation, I'm looking like, okay, I live in a 2% black city, but there's no rules, there's no nothing stopping anybody, because I was able to move into the neighborhood and there was 0 issues, along with the black family that's down the street with me. There's no issues. So what I want to try to understand, there's no...
The reason why it's the minority is because of those covenants. Do you have HOA?
No, I don't have any HOAs.
Okay, that's a different. Then I would say that's a different scenario.
Okay, bro, that's why, because where I live at, I don't see it. So when you tell me that it exists everywhere, I'm trying to get a thorough understanding of where you're coming from, and I want to be able to fact check to see what you're saying is true. Why? Because I have these arguments all the time, and what typically people tend to do is just throw out broad general statements, and it always comes to this: when I ask for a little bit more detail just to make sure what they're saying is true, it turns into that.
Right. Well,
so
the only reason why you might get that pushback, bro, is because they'll be in the middle of trying to articulate a bigger point, and then while you going deep dive into one specific point, it distracts their whole mindset from what they were trying to just get out, and the struggle becomes, I'm just trying to land my plane and finish what I was saying, so it becomes frustrating.
Then the point is, Cypher, these people aren't ready to have a conversation, because if you're questioning me and you're trying to gain a better understanding of what I'm explaining to you, I want you to ask questions. I want you to deep dive, so that way you can fact check for yourself and see for yourself. That's reasonable, bro. And if you're not ready to do that, Cypher, you shouldn't be having the conversation, because people want to understand your point and make sure what you're saying is true. People want to be able to fact check.
And to that point, the World Population Review says Atlanta, Georgia's population in 2025 includes 46.92% black or African Americans, 39.89% are white, 4.98% are Asian, and smaller percentages for other races. Okay, so in Atlanta, in the city of Atlanta, yes, they are a majority. But in those other areas where those covenants are pervasive, that's the reason why there's a smaller population in those rural areas or those other affluent areas, because of income, housing, all kinds of stuff. And that's what she was trying to unpack in a bigger consensus. But when
if I wanted to pack up and move,
it kind of distracted from what she was trying to say.
Okay, so if I wanted to pack up and move to that very specific city or area that you guys gave in as an example, what would stop me? Give me specific. I apply for a loan, I get approved for the loan, and I want to buy a house. What would stop me from being able to buy a house in that area and reside in that area?
HOA covenants, their due diligence.
What specifically? Because I'm not familiar with HOAs, so I'm trying to understand.
You can run into, and it's different for everything. So what I'm saying is the general consensus was not tied down to these detailed specifics. But what you can run into,
so I can understand.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that, Sig, because if you're not a mortgage banker like the way I was, because I've been a mortgage banker since 2007, bro.
Okay.
So I understand this. And the thing is that here's the thing, Sig. I'm giving you a broad overview. No one has the bandwidth to explain every overview
because I need to understand.
Well, no, but Sig, what you're doing is you're trying to delegitimize what I'm saying as a broad overview because you want to go into the weeds.
By asking you for more
details. No, Sig, not that. It's not just that. There's a bigger picture that's trying to be articulated, but you want to go into these little points that you yourself don't know anything about. And it distracts from the bigger conversation.
That's why I'm asking questions, Cypher, to get a better understanding.
And that's cool, but let's get to the bigger picture and then go back. But because most people go into the bigger issue, they get out what they're trying to say first, and then they go into those specifics.
So again, I'm asking to understand, because here's the thing. What happens is when you compound a bunch of points on top of each other and the person can't understand, it gets lost. So we need to take this step by step, because I've never lived in an HOA environment, okay? And again, from my experience with my home and where I'm at in a 2% black population area, there has been zero problem. So I'm trying to get a thorough understanding. Maybe you might have the better understanding, but I don't. And this is how you get people to understand where you're coming from.
and concede and say, okay, you know what, he's got a point. So I'm asking you, if I were to try to move into Marietta, you said the HOAs, the HOA regulations would stop me from moving in there.
I said it could stop you from living in certain environments. Different HOA covenants are different for different places.
Okay,
so when they do background checks, for instance, allow me to finish. If you're asking me a question, I'm educating. I'm giving you some information, right? So
okay, just keep in mind. Hold on, just keep in mind that I'm asking specifically for Marietta, the specific location you guys brought up. What would stop me, a black man with a black family, from moving into there? What problems would arise based on the color of my skin from me trying to move and relocate there?
Are you going to allow me to answer?
When you answer, just keep that in mind. That's the information I'm trying to gather from you.
That's what I was doing. Okay, so what you could run into, because if you don't know Alpharetta or Marietta, these are big ass places. And they have a lot of different HOA covenants in different zones, different areas. Okay, so what you could run into is that you could run into covenants that exclude you, not particularly because of your race per se. It's not that overt. But let's go even deeper. When you're applying for a loan, you know what mortgage bankers look at, what underwriters look at when they're running your background and all that other shit. They're looking at your education, your time on the job, how much savings you have, your DTI, all of these different things. But what they don't tell you is, where did you live at? Because your Social Security tells you your race, your color, what year you were born, and if you go even deeper, what is your propensity for crime? What is your propensity based off of where you've lived at? If I even go apply for a loan just for a business loan, right? And they're doing their background, they're doing their due diligence, they're looking at your zip code. Your zip code to them will tell you, oh, you lived in a crime-rated area, but you make this money. We won't qualify you for a loan. Oh, you want to appraise your house, okay? If they see some black faces in the house, or if it's known to an appraisal company that this is a black-owned home, you might fuck up. You might, even though the comps would say that the home is worth, let's say, $700,000, but we're going to only value it at $500,000. If you're trying to move into a certain community and they're doing background checks and they do find out that you're black, they won't necessarily tell you it's because they want only a certain minority level of black people in their community. They will make other concessions. So what I'm saying is not, racism, just because it's not as overt, and that's what she was saying earlier, just because, and we were saying earlier, just not because it's not boldly in your face, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or it doesn't have the same impact. And I think that's where your dissonance comes in, is because you have blinders on, because you live next to these same people that call you nigger at the dinner table. And you think that you're being accepted because they smile at you and wave at you when you leave your house.
Okay, so here's the thing. On that last point you made, even if they smile and call me nigger behind my back, it's way better than when I was living in Detroit, around 85% people that look like me, and they were breaking into my home. They were breaking into my car. They were robbing me at gunpoint. They were stealing the wheels off of my car. Okay, they were stealing my catalytic converters. I have the years, over a decade, I've lived in 85% plus white neighborhoods, and I've never done that. So I'd rather be called a nigger than go through all that pain than living with people that look like me. Okay, so that's point number one. Secondly is that I've never heard of your Social Security being used against you. Man. Okay, I understand back in the day that, yeah, your Social Security had those certain markers and indicators. But from my understanding of Social Security numbers, they don't hold that anymore. They don't do that anymore. Okay, and it hasn't been done like that for a very long time.
Bro? When did they tell you that?
Because when I had these conversations with people like you who told me that, and I went and looked it up and researched, the research said that used to be the fact, but now it's not. Your Social Security number.
What did you source?
You see how you're asking me for questions? Oh, it's just out there. How about
I'm doing the exact same thing.
I gotta look at.
But when I looked it up, it said that's how it started. But that hasn't been done for a long time. Now, the only thing that your Social Security number is going to reveal is the location that you were born. But again, if we use common sense, where I was born at 42 years ago has no bearing on where I'm at now and where I'm trying to go now. So that kind of doesn't, using just basic logic and common sense, it wouldn't make sense right now. You see what I'm saying? My Social Security number that was assigned to me 42 years ago in the state that I was born has nothing to do with the fact that I live in Hawaii now, or I live in Alaska now, and I'm trying to relocate to North Carolina or Rhode Island or Maine. That just logically doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't be able to tell any type of bank anything about my background or who I am as a person.
That's false.
Okay, how is that false?
Because one, your Social Security number can tie you to criminal elements, public service notices, if you had any kind of bankruptcies, judgments, if you finished high school, college, if you've ever been arrested, if you've ever defaulted on loans, what color you were from, what year you were born, what state you were born from, and if you go a little deeper, which might be esoteric to a lot of people, if you go look at the back of your birth certificate, there's a letter and 9 digits. You take that number, you can go to fidelity.com and go to municipal bonds and enter in that number. You'll find a ticker number. That ticker number is something that's being sold in somebody's portfolio. When I looked up mine, it was sold to the Ford Motor Corporation in 2008 due to the bailout, and I had 81,034 shares, trading at a high of $15.91.
So again, the 3 times I bought,
it tells a lot about who you are, your Social Security.
Right, but the 3 times I bought a house, I've never been asked for my birth certificate. So
I didn't say. Well, you can focus on that. I'm going a little deeper into how these things triangulate, because what they're doing even now, and I used to be a mortgage banker in 2007 through 2010. And I do high finance. I do finance for startup companies, or used to do finance for startup companies and all that shit. I'm very familiar with financial technology and all the things that they use to triangulate your portfolio, your profile, to see if you're even credible for a loan, right? There's a lot of data in just your Social Security number, which is the reason why you can keep it private, and the reason why like celebrities use CPN numbers, which is just a 9-digit number in lieu of your Social Security number, not somebody else's identity, but their own identity, right? Because they want to protect that information. It tells you a lot about a person, right? So all I would say, though, is to you, I would not say, let me ask you this question, just so I can understand and gauge your knowledge based on certain topics, right? What is your profession or your vocation? So, like, you can go to what you were educated as and what you do as a profession today, if you don't mind me asking.
So I've got an undergrad degree in aerospace, and I'm in the aviation industry.
Oh, we should definitely talk, because I'm doing an aviation deal in South America with EHang. I don't know if you're familiar with them, the Chinese publicly traded company. So that's a different conversation for another day. I'd be interested in getting because I'm doing due diligence right now as we speak. Before I got on the phone with you, I'm doing back research. But so you don't have any specialties in financing or these particular topics?
Nah, not at all. I'm just your average blue collar working guy, bro.
You know what, brother? I can appreciate that. I wouldn't say that you're an average blue collar working person, because the average blue collar person doesn't have a background in aviation and that technology. So salute to that. That being said, though, Sig, there's a lot to unpack. That's why when some people are giving you some information, I can understand the reason why you're asking more pointed questions, right? And it seems like you're very analytical, man, because you would have to go through a lot of compliance and regulations and a lot of due diligence to even do what you do on the level of aviation is concerned. So I understand that.
No, it's not about that, brother. It's just growing up on the streets of Detroit. You know, motherfuckers are trying to stick you for your paper, so you got to learn. You got to ask questions.
I mean, I know, bro.
I've been
to the mile. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I've been to the D. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, bro. I'm 44. Okay. I understand, bro. We in the same boat, same different.
Another thing, Cypher 2 as well. I'm gonna come at you is that all my life, well, not all my life, but I'll feel you. And I haven't really shared this too much because I don't get too personal. You seem like you're a pretty decent guy. We can have a chill convo. My grandmother was very, very close with Malcolm X. My aunt used to used to watch as kids. All right. We have close ties with Wilfred, which is Malcolm's brother. His wife, my grandmother was actually at the Audubon Ballroom when he got shot, and I saw the dress with his blood on it. And the Time and People magazines with her picture in it the day that he was shot, when he was murdered. So I come from that Muslim NOI background where I read the story of Yaqub. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X when I was 8 years old.
Right.
I was told about what to look out for, that white people aren't in your best interest and they're racist and this and that. So this was my childhood growing up and hearing this, right? And I believed it, Cypher, until I actually got out here in the real world and I realized that I had been lied to. Okay, so when it comes to these claims of racism and we're being held back and watch out for white people and white supremacy, to me, I'm not falling for that trap anymore because I realized that the white people I was told to be afraid of have actually been in my corner, helped me start a business, gave me a building to start my business and rent free. Okay, in the Marine Corps, and you know the Marine Corps is like 80%, 85% white males. All my leadership, my captains, my chief sergeants, all that stuff, all those guys were all white guys. And out of all them white guys in my unit, they actually propped me up and got behind me to where I picked up E5 sergeant in less than 3 years, which is pretty much unheard of. Okay, so all these stories I've been told about the evils of white people, I get out here actually into the real world and white people have done nothing but been in my corner. But these same black people that are telling me to look out for white people, those are the same black people, Cypher, that if you look at my PTR, that's my cousin right there. He got shot in the back of the head while he was driving the cab to put food on the table for his family. And it wasn't white people that shot and killed him. It was two black boys, 14 and 15. I've got about 6 or 7 other obituaries in my photo album of family members who were killed, not by white people, but by other black people. Okay. Also, like I told you, I've been robbed at gunpoint twice. Okay, I've had a gun put to my head twice, not by white people, but black people. My house broken into. Imagine being an 8-year-old kid and you come home with your mom and your door's fucking kicked in and you walk in the house and it's ransacked and you don't know if somebody's inside with the weapon that's gonna fucking hurt you. That's a very, very traumatic experience to go through. And it wasn't white people that gave me that fucking experience, Cypher. So again, you have a right to feel how you feel and think the way that you think. I'm not knocking you for that. But the reason why I dig deep and ask questions is because I've heard this story before and it turned out that it was a lie. So that's why I'm very, very cautious on what I accept as truth and what I reject. And that's why I try to give the benefit of the doubt and ask questions to make sure that you know what you're talking about and that it actually makes sense.
And I can dig that, Sig, and I don't have a problem with that, right? I mean, you can see how it could be a problem for different people, and I understand your experience too. There's a lot of trauma that's attached to it, and you're close to proximity to history. You might even fucking have some relations to it because my great aunt, who God rest her soul, worked in Detroit during that same time frame and worked with the Kennedy administration specifically, right? So there's some things, there's some connections. There's some connections. Like we were to have a side conversation, we would probably know a lot of similar people. My homegirl just turned 50 today, and Tiani was named by Betty Shabazz, right? So I understand, but here's the thing: people kill people in proximity to each other. This isn't unique to Black Americans. In fact, the most murderous people in the antiquity are white folks. They kill populations of human beings and extinct animal populations as well. They pollute the earth, and they've done more egregious shit on this earth than any other population of people. Now, there are some people that can be compared. You can go into your Genghis Khans and different motherfuckers, but I mean, honestly, generally speaking, there's no comparison of them to us when it comes to violence and crime, rape and everything else, deadbeat daddies and everything else, right? So a lot of our issues are impacted by racism. And as we were talking about the HOAs and those covenants, because you said you didn't know and you asked for specific details, I'll read this to you, brother. Check this out. And then after I do this back and forth with you, Sig, if I could ask you for a favor, would you mind bringing Dr. Goddess back up if you guys can continue y'all's back and forth? I did enjoy that. and I hope that y'all can pick up where y'all left off. It's your room. You do what you want to do, but that's just something I would ask that you consider if you could, right? You
Yeah, here's the thing. I have no problem with that, but what I'm not going to tolerate is the disrespect. I understand. I make it my business that when I go into other people's room cipher and they're modded up and I'm not. First of all, I'm not yelling and screaming at them. I'm not over talking them. I respect the hierarchy in their room, and I have a lot of people that can vouch for me that that's my reputation on this app.
No, I get it.
I don't tolerate the disrespect. Out. And Dr. Goddess knows this because I've been nothing but graceful with her in my stages and in my spaces. And again, second thing is I'm not taking a lip off no fucking woman. So call me misogynistic, chauvinistic, sexist. I'll take all the names. But yeah, I don't allow people to talk shit to me that wouldn't stand a chance to physically back it up. So it is what it is. You know, I don't give a fuck what you call me. The shame tactics don't work on me, but it's just not gonna fucking happen. So she needs to agree to that. Yeah, she needs to agree to that. As a woman, she needs to be in her feminine and respect it. If she can stay her ass down in the kitchen. All right. So if she can agree to that, in the chat, then I'll be more than happy to bring her up. If not, and then she can sit and listen and enjoy the chat. But go ahead, Cypher. I'm listening, bro.
Okay, so a deeper dive into the HOA thing, and this goes into the deeper understanding of what we're talking about, but because we focused on that, I wanted to hone in on it, and I appreciate you telling me what your level of understanding is about that, because this is an opportunity for us both to learn and get some updated information, right? But the restrictive housing covenants are legally binding clauses in property deeds and prohibit non-white, particularly Black Americans, from owning or occupying properties in certain neighborhoods, effectively enforcing racial segregation. These covenants, often enforced by developers, real estate brokers, and homeowners, were a key tool in preventing Black families from building wealth through home ownership, contributing significantly to the present racial wealth gap and segregated living patterns seen today. Though declared illegal and enforceable in 1948, which means you had untold years of it actually being legal, and then again in the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which is another 20 years, their legacy continues to shape housing inequality. How they worked: legal clauses. Covenants were written directly into property deeds, creating legally enforceable restrictions on who could buy or rent a home. Neighborhood segregation. Developers and real estate agents use covenants to create and maintain white communities, advertising properties based on their exclusion of non-white residents, wealth building barriers. By locking Black families out of desirable neighborhoods and opportunities for home ownership, covenants prevented them from building intergenerational wealth, a primary way for Americans to accumulate wealth. Excuse me, I'm having hiccups. Interconnected systems. Covenants operated in conjunction with the discriminatory practices like redlining, banks refusing to finance properties in minority populated areas, and racial steering, agents guiding buyers to specific neighborhoods based on race. Consequences for Black Americans: limited opportunities, Black families systematically excluded from well-secured, resourced, and opportunity-rich neighborhoods. Economic disadvantages: denial of home ownership was a direct barrier to wealth accumulation, widening the racial wealth gap that persists today. Residential segregation. The practice institutionalized segregation, creating patterns of segregation housing that continue to impact communities. Intergenerational impact. The inability to build equity in homes through successive generations has had a lasting impact and economic impact and consequences on Black communities. Legal and social changes. The Supreme Court ruling in 1948, Supreme Court ruled that racially restrictive covenants were unenforceable under the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. Fair Housing Act 1968 outlawed the racial covenants and mentions of racial restrictions in real estate transaction lingering effects. Despite being illegal, the discriminatory patterns established by restrictive covenants continue to shape housing patterns and contribute to ongoing inequality today.
Okay, so then my question based on that is, are there any statistics that currently show how much in effect everything that you read, I understood loud and clear. Is there any statistics or anything you can point me to that shows how frequent that occurs today in 2025? Because I'd like to see that. Everything it sounds like was relevant back in the days when active discrimination was practiced. And yeah, a few parts you read said it still exists today, but I would like to know how frequent that is. Yeah. Because here's the thing, there are going to be, I'm not denying racism doesn't exist at all. There are going to be some people and some organizations that are racist. You're never going to be able to kill that, right? But typically, once we find out that they are practicing that way, you can file a lawsuit, and you'll typically win that lawsuit if you have enough evidence to prove that you've been adversely affected. So, but my argument is that it's not widely practiced, and it's not backed by the state. The state's not enforcing it like they used to back in the day. So, if there still are companies doing that, I would like to know how frequently that's still occurring today.
Okay. How frequent do these practices negatively impact Black race and communities? Today, in 2025. Okay, good information. How frequent do these practices negatively impact? Okay. Even though restrictive housing companies were outlawed decades ago, their legacy continues to cause significant harm to Black families and communities today in 2025. The presented impacts are a result of historical racial segregation and wealth inequality, which created the ripple effect across generations. The racial wealth gap and home ownership gap. If you want me to go into that, I can. They go into the persistent divide, depressed home values, like I talked about earlier, and higher costs. So the persistent divide, restrictive covenants, and other discriminatory practices like redlining significantly depressed Black community Black home ownership rates and prevented the accumulation of intergenerational wealth. In the fourth quarter of 2024, relevant, the home ownership rate for Black Americans was just 46.4% compared to 74.4% for white Americans. Depressed home values. Properties in historically redlined segregated Black neighborhoods are still significantly devalued today compared to identical homes in historically covenant white neighborhoods. Research on properties in Minneapolis and Philadelphia confirms that the geography of historical barriers to Black home ownership correlates with adverse economic conditions in those same areas today. Higher costs. A 2025 report from the National Association of Realtors, NAR, reveals that Black home ownership still faces a higher housing cost burden in 39 states compared to their white counterparts, spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Entrenched residential segregation. Neighborhood inequality and racial segregation established by covenants and other policies remain entrenched into many American cities. This segregation means Black communities are more likely to have less access to vital resources like well-funded schools, quality health care, and environmental amenities such as parks and trees. Disproportionate health effects. Environmental injustice is another legacy of discriminatory housing policies, and this also goes to recent claims against in Texas, I think it was, with Tesla recently. Historically segregated Black neighborhoods often contain more environmental hazards such as highways, landfills. Studies found that formerly redlined areas tend to be hotter than non-redlined areas, and residents suffer from higher rates of chronic illnesses like asthma and heart disease. Continuing discrimination, modern hurdles. While covenants are no longer legal, Black Americans continue to face other forms of housing discrimination. A 2025 report found that Black Hispanic mortgage applicants face significantly higher mortgage denial rates than white and Asian applicants. Erosion of fair housing. Recent proposals including those in the Conservative Policy Document Project 2025 have been criticized by civil rights advocates for attempting to weaken fair housing protections. Proposed policies include ending reforms designed to address racial bias in home appraisals and gutting the affirmative furthering fair housing rule. Efforts to address the legacy, the policy, and advocacy. Organizations like the Thurgood Marshall Institute and the National Fair Housing Alliance, NFHA, continue to advocate for stronger housing protections and push back against policies that would roll back fair housing gains. Community recognition. In many areas, mapping and research initiatives are working to identify and acknowledge where racially restrictive covenants were used. While enforceable, their practices and property records serve as a reminder of intentional nature of passive segregation. Some states have also passed legislation makes it harder for homeowners to remove their racist provisions from their deeds. Now, here's one little quick thing I'll add to it, though, right? You know what? In my PTR, there's $50 billion of black money, right, at that table. You have the Franklin County Treasurer's Office at that table and her deputy. You also have the guy at the bald head, the big-time real estate investor who's also working on private schooling and private housing solutions. Myself, I've worked with affordable housing development in Columbus, Ohio, Atlanta, Georgia, soon to be Houston, Texas, and in Cartagena, Colombia, and Medellin, South America. And one of the other guys with a bald head that's next to my homeboy in the brown suit with the deuces up, and he's also a commercial and residential developer, right, and broker. And next to him, that is the deputy. Yeah, the lady there is the deputy Franklin County Treasurer's Office. But the bald-headed guy next to her is one of the managing directors at Diamond Hill that manages over $33+ billion in assets. The end of the table is the vice president of First Commonwealth Bank. She manages over $12 billion in assets. At this table, and also next to me, in a black and white suit, there's a lady with these braids, with these glasses on. She was the head of Code of Transportation. Okay, we literally just left the meeting that day about $250 billion being poured into Columbus, Ohio, due to the CHIPS Act and the building of the Intel processing fabrication company. Facility. And we were talking about all of the initiatives that we discussed in that meeting previously at that lunch, and how we individually are adding solutions to impact those communities in a positive way, which means that, hey, even though these things do exist, there's people like myself and others who are in concert with each other in constant communication, enacting solutions to the problem. So despite racism, there are still people looking to jump that hurdle and overcome those challenges. We're not destitute. It's just that a lot of people don't have the brains, the resources, or the means, or the imagination to enact viable, consistent, and what's the word that I'm looking for? Sustainable change, right? I've been a part of gentrification projects, $90 million in Norfolk, Virginia. I've been a part of a lot of little different scenarios, and I know these things fairly well. My aunt was also part of the fair housing situation in Columbus, Ohio, and I worked with Chase, and I've worked with mortgage bankers, and I've seen these practices. I've seen when Zillow was first popping on, how they were, valuing these homes and what comps were in a 3-mile or 3-block district, right? We've looked at what gerrymandering and districting included, which is centered around housing, and we looked at how gentrification is centered around the school systems, which was attacked in all of these points that I just named earlier. So racism is embedded, and it's hard to see it because it's so in your face. You can't see it. If I were to say, hey, show me your hand, put your hand in front of your face and pull it back, you can see the details of lines better. And if I were to tell you to put your hand on your face, you probably couldn't see anything, right? So it's the same way with racism, which is a white invention. This stuff is in existence, and it still has a previous impact that's still rippling out today but it's still an active practice that's going on in a different form. And that's what the sister was telling you. Now, we're not saying that we should be afraid of this. I think that Black Americans, I don't give a damn. If we need, maybe we need more oppression. Whatever it takes for us to say, you know what, I finally had enough. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to go out and get a gun and start shooting innocent white people. That's dumb. But maybe we should be more racist. Maybe we should be more nepotist. Maybe we should include our exchange our.
How about we just stop having? How about, because we understand the stats that when you have kids out of wedlock and you have kids before you're financially stable, that's going to cause a lot of detriment later on down the road, and it's going to be a lot harder for you to build yourself. Why does it have to go to the? Why can't we start first? Say, hey, maybe you know what? Let's start getting married before we have kids and actually start raising our kids in a 2-parent household. Because out of all that money you just pointed on your PTR cipher, and you yourself, how come it didn't stop you guys and all those wonderful Black people in your PTR?
Well, you know, a couple of us are criminals in that PTR.
Then that proves my point even more.
A couple of us are felons. A couple of us, myself included, are felons.
Yeah, so
right?
You guys, that's an even harder hurdle, is having a felony attached to your resume. Absolutely,
and I have a federal and 2 state ones. So, and I've been home 19 years.
Okay, and then you made it. So what? So then.
And I'm a retired nigger. I'm a retired nigger, bro. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. It's a mind shift, right? It's a mind shift. Now, guess what? I had to go to jail to find some of that. I had to go through shit most motherfuckers couldn't survive to get. Most of my peers could not survive what I went through. And half of my peers are dead and in jail. Half of my peers are married for 20 plus years, very successful, and are good, you know, tax-paying, you know, law-abiding people. Genuinely.
But Cypher, do you see how goofy it looks that you're trying to make all these excuses? Yet, brother, you have one of the
I'm not making excuses though.
Overcome. You have a felony attached to your and kudos to you
for saying I'm not making excuses, brother.
But
I'm literally not making excuses. I'm speaking from my expert experience. The difference between a reason and an excuse is 2 different things, right? Now, if I was just saying, we can't do it because of this, that is an excuse. I would agree.
That's what you literally.
I'm saying, despite all of this,
listening to you read.
Well, I went into one of the details. Remember?
I'm not complaining about it. But what I'm saying is, me sitting here listening to you, all that was excuses. Was that because this is why we're having a hard time?
On the contrary, though, bro.
Hold on. Hear me out. You have having a felony attached to your name, Cypher, is one of the biggest fucking setbacks any American can have, and yet you and those well manicured, excellent, great, handsome, and beautiful looking Black people in your PTR. You said a couple of them have been in trouble before, but you guys were able to overcome one of the hardest hurdles to overcome as an American when you've been involved in the incarceration system, Cypher. And you even said it. You had a change of mindset. Same here, bro. I was locked up in juvie for 3 fucking years. And I noticed once I changed my mindset, a lot of this bad shit stopped happening in my life. Once I started saying, hey, you know what? You got to follow the rules, bro. You got to follow the law. Quit breaking the law. Ever since I decided to have that mindset, Cypher, I've never had an interaction with the police after that. But when I decided to make up excuses and blame everybody else and decide, hey, I'm not going to follow the rules everybody else has to follow, that's when I had all these fucking setbacks and hurdles in front of me. It's funny how once I changed my mindset and took accountability for my action, all those hurdles disappeared, brother. So it's really hard for me to digest all that stuff when you and me are kind of in the same fucking boat, brother. Yeah. And it was the mindset, and the next thing you know, once we changed our mindset, everything started falling in place. So why can't we expect our fellow Black Americans to do the same thing before we start blaming race? How about we change our mindset first? Because there's a lot of fucked up shit we have in our community. A couple things we can start doing. Buying life insurance. That's going to set up generational wealth. And you got to be honest, a lot of us don't invest in life insurance. We don't.
A lot of us don't know to invest in it.
Right. So then we got to educate ourselves. How about
that's what I do. I have over 1,000 followers in my Facebook group, and I've fed the community for free since 2019, since January 2019. I've literally spent thousands of dollars on feeding the community. And the caveat was, it's called Such Is Life. Life stands for life and financial education. They would come into the room, they get some food. You don't just get the food and leave. You got to sit down and eat. If you stay till the end, we divvy up the food, and then you can leave. But there's a panel, mainly black women, that were sitting there telling these people on how to start a business, about life insurance, about all of these different things, right? And I had a 360 camera live streaming it on Facebook.
Okay, so then these people that you've re-educated, are they doing better or doing worse since you've given them the education?
Most of them are. Most of them are.
Doing better?
Yes.
Hey, so
most of them are.
Stay with me on this. Walk with me. So if education and stuff that matters, what you say, and like I said, brother, I got nothing but respect for you turning your life around and then taking what you've learned and helping other people. My hat's off to you.
Likewise for you. Same to you, bro. For sure.
So then right there, you're showing me proof, Cypher, that it was a change of mindset, and then you took your change of mindset and you started educating other people, and now they're doing better. Is it reasonable to say, hey, let's try that before we blame the white man? Let's see what results happen from that first. The path you took and the path I took, let's see if we can make a difference that way. Can we try that first before we start blaming everybody?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And some of these people are programmed to be victims. I'm not taking anything away from that. And there's a difference. I have to reiterate this point because there's a difference because you use the word excuse where there was no excuses being made. Because here's the thing. Excuse is the absence of accountability and responsibility. A reason is to explain while accepting accountability and responsibility as to why or the intention behind the actions, right? Because those people can be reformed. There are some amongst us that can't be reformed because they refuse to be reformed. Right.
You can't say
exactly. There is a reprobate mindset that exists in every ethnic group. Now, keep in mind, with all this change and shit, I got a nice C300. I'm driving, and this is in the last year, 4 times I got pulled over in Ohio and in Kentucky driving because they said my windows were tinted. I don't have rims on my car, so tinted windows are legal. I'm just in a black on black fucking Mercedes Benz driving down the highway, driving regularly, getting pulled over, and on one occasion, I rolled down all my windows, was fully compliant, could speak proper English, right? And the motherfuckers drew guns on me.
It's